Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the highly anticipated opening round of the Alliance Sim Racing Endurance Championship. We are here for round one, the Phillip Island 600, here at one of Australia's most iconic racing circuits. This is a track known for its sweeping corners, the high-speed straights, and some unforgiving elevation changes thrown into the mix as well. It is an absolute test of endurance strategy and teamwork, where every single lap could be the difference between glory and heartbreak. Of course, endurance racing is all about consistency. It's about tyre management and surviving the unpredictable. Tyre management is a key item here at Phillip Island. It's known to chew tyres, and on no other car than the Gen3 Supercar to boot, it is going to have a massive impact here today as these drivers tackle 600 kilometres against not just each other but also fatigue and the changing track conditions. We're here to see who will master Phillip Island's challenges and emerge victorious in this marathon of motorsport. On behalf of Simple Racing Broadcast, my name is Jared Cole. Welcome, of course, to your coverage. I am here in the booth with Aidan Cale, and Aidan, welcome back to your second time in the booth here with us at Simple.
Thank you. It's going to be a very interesting race today. 600 kilometres is not a short event, so it'll be very interesting to see how these individual drivers, yet also teams, go in this race.
Absolutely, it will be. And 600 Ks, yeah, like you said, it's 135 laps. It's a reasonably quick track. So at least in terms of this endurance championship, it's probably going to be one of the shorter races, but certainly not short by any means. Only two drivers in each team. Each driver has to do 54 laps minimum. So both of them will be putting in a decent effort, I suspect. And we've got some really top-notch pairings in the field today. So looking forward to seeing what that brings. Qualifying is just getting underway now. We will go and check that out in a moment. But Aidan, you've got a bit of experience behind the wheel of a Gen 3. Tell me about Phillip Island. What do these drivers need to look out for? What is going to be the most challenging for them over this sort of race distance?
The main thing will be tyre wear management. Tyres go really quickly here at Phillip Island, especially in high track temperature. Good thing it is around 20 degrees Celsius, I believe that is air temperature. But yeah, the tyres will go very quickly, so looking after your tyres, especially in these long stints for today, will be absolutely crucial. And also just realising that this car doesn't have as much downforce as the Gen 2 was definitely something that caught me out my first time going to Phillip Island in this new Gen 3.
Because it makes all the difference, of course, on these high-speed corners, and there are a few of them here at PI where you're really testing the very limits of traction as you try and hold maximum speed around some very long bends. Southern Loop particularly notorious for where these drivers are most likely to lose control is perhaps a little unfair, but struggle most with traction, I think, is probably the best way to put it, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, and it's all going to be managing the wheel spin off of those tight hairpins, and if you get too much wheel spin, that's where your tyres start to go. So it's, especially for this an endurance race, it's going to be very crucial to see how all these drivers manage their tyres.
Well, that will be the one to watch. Of course, fuel is one thing. And these tanks on these Gen 3s are massive, 130 odd litres available. So fuel not really the concern. It's absolutely trying to see what they can get out of the tyres. You're spot on though, Aidan. The temperatures today absolutely beautiful. 18 degree air temperature, 20 degree track temperature. You couldn't ask for a better day for round one of the PI 600 here in the Endurance Championship. Alliance Sim Racing have been looking to put this on for a little while. So this is the first event in a 3-event series. We have, of course, coming up over the course of this year, the Sandown 500 ahead of us, and then the big one to finish, the Bathurst 1000. So good to see a pretty good turnout today in terms of the number of drivers who have shown up here, because, of course, points today will be crucial towards that overall championship. Only 3 races here this year in this season. So every point will count. Let's go down to the track and check out some of the qualifying action, see if we can get a little bit of a feel for just what sort of lap times these drivers will be looking to put in, and we will see who is out on track and who we should be keeping an eye on. This, of course, being an open qualifying session, means that we may actually get an opportunity to take a look at perhaps some drivers that we wouldn't ordinarily get to see racing against each other in qualifying. A lot of what we have seen so far in terms of the Alliance Sim Racing Series has very much been the solo qualifying is the word I'm looking for. So it's certainly going to make a difference today. In terms of open versus solo qualifying, I mean, do you have a preference, Aidan, when you're racing? I certainly prefer the solo laps. You don't have to quite think about it quite as much as you would otherwise. But you know, the open qualifying presents some opportunities as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I prefer the solo qualifying, actually. I'm not really one for realism when it comes to a preference of qualifying laps, but yeah, with open qualifying there is a few more variables with, you know, people getting in the way or people not exactly seeing if you're on a fast lap and misjudging if you are on a fast lap or an out lap. So and judging other people for that matter. So it is a very tricky. It's very tricky to kind of slot yourself into a position and without impeding somebody for your fast lap. So solo qualifying, you don't need to think about those other variables, and you just kind of go out and do your laps, and you're really focused on that one thing, which is getting those laps done.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, some of the names that we're seeing out on track right now we'll be very familiar with. You've got Anthony Visma, you've got Matt Vanderkraan out on track as well. Jamie Dyke finds himself out on track today as well. And there's a whole bunch of names that I am actually not super familiar with in terms of the Gen 3 race entries. I know a lot of these guys probably do race a bit in the VFS series, but we haven't seen them in the Alliance Sim Racing series. So it will be interesting to see just who steps up here and perhaps puts on a bit of a show for us. You've got Dean Logsdale, you just saw there, from Team AJR. He's in the Team Double D AJR entry right now, looking to set a decent pace. Have a look at those qualifying times already, though, Aidan. Like, 1 minute 32 around Phillip Island. It's a decent time, for sure. But what always amazes me, we are within a second of each other across the first 12 cars. It's just phenomenally close here.
Yeah, absolutely. And what we will see over the course of this season is we will find that the times are very close between all the cars. I think Scops, we had 64 cars or something separated by a second in pre-qualifying. Like, that is just unbelievable, and it really comes down to all these micro adjustments and things like that during the race, and on your qualifying laps that will separate yourself from the other people, and will, you know, it will put you higher on that grid than other people, and it's also doing it consistently in practice, which will also get you just those extra little tenths, which are all the more difficult to find than, say, a couple seconds when you start out originally.
Absolutely. Hey, a big shout out to David Coleman, a familiar name for us in the chat today, and here to check out the broadcast. David, I'm surprised to not see you on track, mate. We were hoping to see you out there, but hey, there's always the Sandown 500. You never know. It's a couple of months away. You've got plenty of time to prepare. We are watching Michael Whiting right now in the Fishy Motorsports Endurance number 27 entry. His co-driver, if memory serves, should be who is it? Joe McKnight, I believe, that's racing with him today. So look out for them to be pretty quick, but the team to beat at the moment, Accelerate Endurance, Wayne Walker's out there on track right now looking to better their time, but I'll tell you what, they're certainly hanging on to that at the moment. These drivers not finding a huge amount of improvement available in the lap times at this stage.
Yeah, and it will all come down to, you know, it is a long session. 40 minutes is a long session for qualifying, and it will all come down to maybe they have already, maybe not hit their limit, but they've hit the point where they have set in a pretty optimal lap, and it's going to be pretty hard to kind of eclipse that as in a 10-minute session, the difference between a 40-minute and 10-minute qualifying session is you only have a limited amount of runs in that 10-minute session. So, after 2 or 3 push laps, you're going to be able to find quite a bit of time if you make a mistake in those other couple laps. So this longer session allows all the drivers to kind of really optimize that lap and kind of go out, set a banker, and then kind of work out their strategy and plan of attack from there. We are still only 15 minutes into qualifying, so it's going to be interesting to see where a whole bunch of drivers end up. And I mean, look at this, we've got 13 cars within 9/10 of a second of each other, and those gaps are only just coming down. Like Jamie Dyke to be P10 and only 4/10 off it's painful for a driver, but it's incredible to watch for the broadcast.
Yeah, can't argue on this end. Keep an eye here on Michael Whiting. He's set the fastest first sector on this run, so we'll see if he does get held up here by the AJR car ahead, but he is on track to potentially improve his position, so we'll stick with him. The other thing with these long qualifying sessions to keep an eye on, I suppose, Aidan, is the track condition. When you've got a couple of solo laps, you don't really lay much rubber down. But what we're seeing, you can see it in some of these shots already. Not only are these cars laying down a lot of rubber and so looking to improve the time, but have a look at the marble build-up we're seeing already. This track absolutely shredding these tyres at such an early stage of the day. I can't say I'm surprised.
Yeah, and there was something somewhere that I read where it was, I think, like 8% of tyre wear, 8% of your tyres go within 1 lap in about 40-degree temperature here. Don't quote me on that because I'm not exactly sure, but it's just an example of the tyres get absolutely shredded, and we will see during this 600-kilometre race that we will see drivers get off the line and get onto those little marbles, and that will just compromise your time. There was a race that I did last night which I got pushed out onto the marbles, and tyre wear is actually not a big factor in some of those cars that I was driving, and even then it has an effect, but Supercars has almost turned up to 100.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, you're not far off the mark. I vaguely recall it is something pretty close to 10% wear per lap here at Phillip Island, almost regardless of the temperature. Obviously, the higher temp is certainly worse, but even in a day like this, I'd be expecting to chew through probably about 6% of your tyres capacity for every single lap. That is almost unheard of at any other track anywhere on the iRacing service. It is such an aggressive track, and it really does take absolutely everything out of these cars.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's all going to be management about that. It's all going to be tyre management, just consistency of hitting your line. There's nothing worse than working 10 laps to try and catch somebody, and then you go and chuck it off at a hairpin, and boom, you've lost all that time. So it's all about consistency today. Although qualifying does have an effect in which Wayne Walker has just gone quickest there. Very beautiful lap time there.
Getting so close to a 31 as this rubber starts to build up.
Exactly, and it's only going to get quicker. I feel like we will see these times get under a 32. I'm kind of waiting for Jamie Dyke maybe to do something. Or Greg Favell, he's very quick in these Gen 3s, so we've got some really quick drivers here in this race tonight, or today actually.
So used to being a nighttime race, right?
Yeah, exactly. But we're going to see what these drivers can do over a long stint, and 54 laps minimum for each driver. That's not a short stint, especially around Phillip Island. And the people who don't like Phillip Island, well, they're going to be in for a treat today.
Aren't they just? Matt Vanderkram, we know he's quick. He's just improved the Angry Birds Racing 180 time. They're up to third in the qualifying standings right now, and that gap just shrinking further and further. We're out now to 14 cars within a second of that top spot. Of the 18 cars entered here today, that is just phenomenal. The racing we are likely to see as a result here today. I'm a little excited for it, not going to lie, Ed.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of racing series say quality over quantity, and I mean, this is just a pure example that we're going to absolutely get quality today. It's shaping up to be an incredible race, and it'll be interesting because I know that a couple of the drivers who are a little bit further down the field are really good with their long tyre pace, so it'll be interesting to see what happens throughout the race, actually.
100%. We've got Simon Haynes now on a flying lap. They're looking to improve from 14th. Let's see what he can put in here. Don't know if it's going to be enough to get them to pole, but it is an improvement for car number 17 there, up to 133 flat. So they move up another spot into 13th, and you're absolutely right. Look at these times just starting to come down. We've literally just said that the top 14 are within a second. We've now got the top 14 within 9/10, so those times just dropping further and further. Still though, Wayne Walker, the accelerated endurance entry, out in front at 132.195. Those last 2/10 are going to be tough to find, but we're only halfway through this qualifying session. Anything can happen from here.
Yeah, absolutely, and I feel like, as I've said before, they, once they kind of get into a little bit of a groove and they understand what the car and the track is doing during these temperatures and on this fuel level, no doubt they would have been doing some practice, but, when they kind of understand what's going on within the session and they kind of start relaxing a little bit more, then I think we will start to see these times come down a little bit more. It's going to be super interesting to see how this race unfolds. I'm really excited to see what these drivers' long pace is like. Their longer run pace. It's because some drivers actually focus more on their longer run pace, especially for a race like this. I think there was a V8 Scops race that I did last year that in an endurance event, which I didn't even really do any qualifying simulations because there was just simply no need to.
Yeah, 100%. As we go on board with Jason Spriggs, he's on a flying lap now, and you can see just how hard he's fighting that wheel, just testing the level of grip available to him through every corner, trying to push it just that little bit quicker. They're almost half a second off the pace, but that half a second can be made up or lost so easily with just a poor corner exit here at Phillip Island. You see him just trying to extract the most out of those front tyres, pushing into understeer territory as he does make his way over Lukey Heights, a really, really tough corner to get through at the bottom of that hill there. And then this long left-hander, look, I don't know about you, Aidan, but I've found it one of the most challenging corners that I've come up against in a Gen 3 supercar. I'm not quite sure what it is about it, but it just doesn't seem to have any grip, and you've got to tiptoe on the edge of letting that rear end step out there.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's really crucial to kind of find a balance with the grip level. It's as you said, you really tiptoe through that section. And I was watching Spriggsy there, and he actually went through first. He went down into first gear, down into the hairpin there, and that was very interesting to me because normally drivers are going into second because it's all about minimizing the wheel spin here on the exit of these tighter corners for the Gen 3 supercar. So the fact that he was going into first is probably showing that different drivers are actually good at different things. Maybe that's how he is quickest. I know that when we had officials last week, a lot of drivers at Sandown were struggling to actually go into fifth gear at the end of the back straight, and we're actually doing preferred fourth gear. So it's very much a driver preference as to what gear and where you're accelerating and stuff like that, and how you want to drive the car. And it's working for Spriggsy. He's only about 5/10 off, so that's not much at all. He just bowls it wide a little bit, and as you can see when he gets onto the marbles, you just skate wide. It's almost like driving on ice, and it's gonna play a huge factor today in the race because as I said before, you could do 10 laps of consistent laps and gaining on people, and then it just takes that one corner to overshoot, and all of that time is gone.
Yeah, you can lose it so easily, and you're right, it only takes the briefest of moments as Vanderkraan goes very, very close to the accelerator entry there, and on his flying lap, he'll be looking to take them a little further up. Have a look though, we've now got, after that lap from Michael Whiting in the Fishy Motorsport Endurance number 27, the top 4 all within a tenth. And in fact, not much of a tenth, only a half a tenth separating the top 3 right now. So we'll see what Vanderkraan can do here. He's not on pace through that second sector, but let's see if he can pull it back in the third. When you're talking about these sector times, I mean, there's not much to consider when you are looking at these coloured graphs and nothing much else. Because the difference between a green sector and a yellow sector can be as little as 1,000th of a second. So, you know, it's possible to make it up. We can have a look at some more detailed sector times if it comes down to it, but right now Vanderkraan is flying and decides to abort the lap. That's interesting.
Yeah, he might have not had a great exit out of the hairpin there, and it's pretty much at that point in the track you either know if you're going to get the lap or you know if you're not. And I mean, if you're not going to get the lap, then probably a better decision just to pull off and go out and do another one. So it really depends on the driver. If they know that they're not going to get the lap, then they pull off. Some drivers like to just still finish the lap as they think it develops good habits, which I fully respect and I fully agree with. It really just depends on the driver.
Yeah, absolutely does. Scott Rankin in the chat, typical Phillip Island, perfect clear weather when the rest of the country is copying. Ain't that the truth? I am looking out my window here in Brisbane, or just west of, at nothing but rain today. Thankfully, not much of ex-tropical cyclone Alfred really hitting Brisbane in the way that we thought, but certainly the weather for these couple of days afterwards is looking like a significant risk of flooding. Certainly none of that happening at Phillip Island here on track today. I'd love to swap right now, honestly. I don't mind the rain, but this is probably a bit much for me.
Yeah, I don't mind the rain in these new Gen 3 cars, actually. I've done a couple wet laps here at Phillip Island, probably because we haven't done a wet race yet. So it doesn't look like it's going to rain today. I can't exactly see a sky in the clouds, so if it rains today, I think it'd be somewhat of a miracle. Maybe Scott Rankin has just jinxed us there, so we'll see what happens throughout the race. But for now, it looks like we are not going to get clouded over, which is, you know, good and bad. It really depends on whether the driver likes to race in a monsoon or not.
Yeah, 100%. And Scotty just giving us the inside goss. Angry Birds number 14 entry, currently sitting 11th there on your timing tower with Rick Vigard, but Peter Sattler, the co-driver with Rick there, not responding currently, and that's a real risk for a few of our drivers today. The power outages have been extensive across southeast Queensland, and they're certainly not consistent. You're getting various parts of the southeast right now losing power, regaining power, losing power again. So I'm just going to apologise at this point of the broadcast. If we lose power here, we'll do our best to get back on and not miss too much of the action, but it is what Mother Nature is throwing our way at the moment. I know certainly Troy Sickle in the number 17 Ponton Racing entry is watching the weather very closely and crossing his fingers and toes and everything else that he can, that he manages to have his power stay on at his place, as well as I'm sure a few of these other drivers who are based around here. We've just got Accelerated Endurance. Wayne Walker has just improved his top time now. We'll do a 1:32.065, so cutting a full 10th and then some out of his previous best. We are edging closer and closer to a 31 here. The only question is going to be, can someone set that time in the remaining 12 minutes of this qualifying session, or is it too little too late at this point?
I mean, I think they can still set a couple of more laps, as Michael Whiting has just done a personal best. So that Goldfish Motorsports car looking absolutely beautiful. I might like to add, and I also do believe, if I'm not wrong, that David Coleman is actually racing with Jamie Dyke today, is what I saw on the entry list. So that'll be an absolute incredible pairing if that is true. But yeah. Going back to Queensland, and Brisbane. Personally, I'm down in South Australia. We're not exactly affected. We have we have a sunny 35-degree day here today. So my thoughts personally are with all the people at Queensland. Not exactly a situation like you'd like to be in, and it's not exactly what you want on a at the beginning of 2025. You kind of want that kind of stuff. Maybe push back to 2050 or something similar to that. So
wouldn't it be nice?
So yeah, that's my thoughts personally with all the people in Queensland. Just so it's not exactly a situation you want to be in right now.
No, not ideal, mate. Not ideal. David Coleman just confirming he is getting ready to jump in that seat with Jamie Dyke. So that's going to be an interesting pairing. Currently sitting ninth, but we know Coleman has a bit of a habit of just sneaking his way through a field when you're not watching. So keep an eye on that on the Angry Birds. We're watching Angry Bird Racing number 14 right now. Keep an eye on Fishy Motorsports number 80. Currently ninth in qualifying times, but nothing at all in it at this stage. We've now got the top 15 all within a second of that faster time, and the last few cars, they're not a long way off it either. EWT Racing sitting just outside a second off the lead pace. So over the course of 600 Ks, you've got to wonder how much that's really going to matter. But starting position doesn't hurt. If you can be out in front and avoid the potential turn one carnage, then that may just be enough to get you to the end. Thankfully, we've got a field full of some very, very professional drivers who know that they're up against 600 Ks here today, and so not expecting them to throw it all to try and win it at turn one, lap one.
Yeah,
That's
absolutely.
cool.
And look, with Coleman as well partnering Jamie Dyke, it's going to be very interesting. We have seen that Coleman's got some really good long run pace, and he's very quick in these Gen 3 cars. What I will touch on just quickly is that the Ford and the Camaro, they actually drive kind of a little bit differently. It's not night and day, so it's obviously the same concept, but because they're two different cars, they do drive slightly differently. And I know some of my friends have driven the Camaro and have really enjoyed the Camaro, yet just can't get that time out in the Mustang, or just really struggle with how the Mustang drives. So I'll be interested to see how Dave actually adapts to the Ford, and I mean, absolutely no doubt that he will adapt very quickly. And for all we know, he was probably either on pace or actually quicker than he is in the Camaro.
Yeah, it could be either, honestly. And this is the really interesting thing about these supercars. I mean, effectively, the chassis are broadly identical. The adjustments should affect the cars in the same way. The engines, although technically different, are basically they're basically the same in terms of output, the way they drive, but the two cars very, very different to handle. And I do wonder sometimes, how much of that is just down to I guess almost getting in the head of the driver a little bit. The small differences in the engine response is enough to throw people out, or whether it's just the fact that some people really, really like the Fords or the Chevs. I don't know. It's hard to split them though from a technical aspect, and yet we see over and over again there's a real difference in how these cars show up in any given race depending on the track. And you can see from our timing tower right now that so far the Chevys seem to have the better of it here at Phillip Island for qualifying, but don't discount the Mustangs. They're still in this. I mean, it's only qualifying. It's not 600 Ks in.
Yeah, absolutely. And there was, I think there was a GSRC League race in Supercars around here, and I think the top 4 or 5 were Mustangs. So I think it purely depends on how the driver prefers driving a car, and that also comes down to, with the minute differences between the cars, the drivers who will be able to drive those two cars, the ones that will be able to adapt quicker to other cars as well. So I think you will find if there are a few kind of discrepancies and, drivers going into a different manufacturer for this race to assist another driver, similar to what Coleman and Dyke have done, it'll just kind of prove that, if Dave does drive a few other cars, which I think he does drive a few other cars, it'll show you that his, adaptability to not exactly a completely different car, but just those little slight changes and being able to adapt on the fly. That's what's going to, separate him from other drivers who switch over manufacturers.
The really interesting thing, as we say that, David Coleman in the chat in YouTube saying that he's finding the engine note difference is throwing him out massively in swapping over from the Chevy to the Ford. So it's funny how just a little thing like that you don't often realise until you actually step into another car just how much you take all of the feedback you're getting out of these cars. It's not just the feedback through the wheel, but it's the engine note. It tells you so much about how the car is actually behaving, and to step into another car, you've got to almost relearn it entirely. Obviously, the better drivers do that a little faster than others, but geez, look at the marble build-up. I just noticed as we're coming down Lukey Heights, huge amounts of debris starting to build up on the track. It's going to make the start of racing here today very, very interesting indeed.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to make moves pretty tricky. So, as you alluded to before, qualifying, although isn't terribly crucial here, it's still going to have an effect. As Damien Cairns is actually... Oh, no, sorry. I think we said that they went faster a little bit earlier. In the Fishy Motorsport 027 car, Michael Whiting's actually in second place now, so they've kind of jumped up a little bit too, as we see these times just continuously drop as well. But as you were alluding to before, qualifying will be crucial, yet at the same time won't be. So it's all a matter of, we've got such a long race here today, and anything can really happen. But at the same time, passing in these cars is very tricky, especially around a place like Phillip Island. The slipstream and the draft between cars at a very close proximity is actually not as drastic as I thought it would be initially. If you're about 1 second behind-ish to the car ahead, then you will see a bit of a gain in terms of slipstream and speed behind a car, but if you're right on their bumper, it's hard to actually move out of that slipstream to make a pass. So I'll be interested to see if we can get anyone moving up the field today. And with how tightly the qualifying is, I think it's really going to come down to the co-drivers and how both drivers together work as a team and come together to try and put out the best result possible.
Absolutely spot on. I mean, we're seeing some movement here in qualifying. We just saw a little earlier Simon Haynes for the Quantum Racing entry jump from 14th to 10th with his last effort at 132.55. But yeah, once they get out on track, the passing opportunities are not really there at Phillip Island like you see at a lot of other tracks. These Gen 3s really rely on some tight corners at the end of high-speed straights to get a lot of the passing done. And Phillip Island, with the corner setups that it have, really you've got, I'd say maybe 2-3 good opportunities to actually put that pass on. You've got the Honda hairpin, of course, which is an option. Southern Loop just doesn't offer much of anything. You're struggling so hard through there just to keep traction under the car. And really, maybe the other opportunity is on the exit of Siberia. If you get a better drive out of the turn than the car in front, then you might manage to put yourself in a position by the time you get to Lukey Heights to actually make the pass under brakes on that downhill. But outside of that, you're really relying on putting pressure on the driver in front and trying to force the mistake to allow you through. And in a field as talented as we have here today, that's going to be a very, very limited opportunity for these guys.
Yeah, absolutely. So I feel like what we're going to be seeing is we're going to be seeing a lot of fuel strategy come into play as well. Taking 10 litres, 20 litres less can be all the difference of, actually jumping 3, 4, 5 cars, because some of these cars and some of these drivers, it's just so close between, well, as we're seeing evidently, between the top 15 now, they're under 9/10 of a second for each other. So it's really going to be, I feel like, you're going to see a lot of the drivers. You're going to see a lot of the drivers saving fuel behind people, kind of not taking too many risks at the start of the race, and really kind of pressuring them later on and hoping to jump them in the pit stops to hopefully gain some positions at the end. As I did just see Michael Stewart have a purple middle sector, so I'll be interested to see where he ends up after this lap. And he's actually just gone to pit lane, so maybe he had messed up the latter part of the circuit, but he was going purple in the middle of the track. So it looks like he's got some great pace throughout that middle sector.
Absolutely. We're just watching Muff Anticar right now, and I just wanted to show you the difference in sector times here between a fast sector and a slow sector. The current best sectors for both of those drivers on screen, there's less than a tenth in each sector that they're looking to work with here. It is just insane.
Yeah, and it's been seen throughout the entirety of, Scops, GSRC. We've seen it in MC Motorsport how close it gets, and we're seeing just how close and talented all of these drivers today are. It's just going to really be down to longer tyre pace, and I'm really interested to see who can kind of keep it under them for a longer stint. So, and those drivers that will be pitting later as well throughout that first stint, they will pretty much have fresher tyres throughout most of the race. So keep an eye out for a game of chicken almost on who's pitting earlier and who's kind of staying out a bit longer.
The undercut or the overcut, that's always the decision to be made. Or do you just follow the strategy of the driver in front? All of these decisions these guys will be talking about right throughout the race. We're watching Brian Minogue now in the fully served United SLS Racing entry, car number 53, looking to improve his time. This will be his last opportunity. He's green through the first two sectors. Let's see if they can last minute move up from P13 and improve their starting position. He's on an absolute flyer here. Let's see what he's got as he comes across the line. It's going to be enough to, just a slower last sector, but bumps up to 12th. Not a bad way to finish off the qualifying run, though. And that will bring us to the end of open qualifying. It's going to be a tight race today, Aiden. It really is.
Oh, absolutely. It's all going to be down to, drivers and them making mistakes or not making mistakes. And might I just add, all of these cars today are looking absolutely beautiful. Like Brian Minogue's fully floored livery, just such a good car, such a good looking car. Got that high-tech oil sponsorship as I see on the front there. The Fishy Motorsport cars are always turned out beautifully, and the Quantum Racing guys are also, showing their force with their liveries, and it really shows the multitude of abilities that these drivers have, and team members and stuff, not just racing, but absolutely doing their liveries and doing other things for their team. It really goes to show how talented some people are within this community.
Absolutely. David Coleman insisting that is Kylie Minogue's brother. I question that a little bit, honestly, David, but anyhow. Hey, we've got about 20 minutes of warm-up here, so we might take an opportunity to bring a voice that is probably fairly familiar to anyone who's watched any kind of supercars racing on YouTube anywhere in the last, 5 years. Scott Rankin, welcome to the booth, mate.
Yeah, good morning, boys. How we all doing?
Look, a bit soggy up here, honestly, but that's part and parcel of being in Queensland at the moment. How do you find that qualifying session? The tyres, as always, proving a handful, I suspect.
Just coaching Matty through it, really. I mean, he knew what to do. He's still not happy with that qualifying lap at all. He still had tenths on the table, so he's actually a little bit annoyed that he couldn't get the last little bit out of the car. But I just said to him, look, I mean, P5, 600Ks, that's the big thing. We've got a big plan today, and my role in this is quite crucial, actually, just because of the ability I've got to manage the tyre. I haven't got necessarily the peak pace, but it's going to be a 600K race, and we're planning for 600Ks. We're not planning for the first 100 or anything like that. We've really got the eyes up, so...
Well, that's not a bad way to start off. Now, you're running the middle stint, I believe, today, is what you were telling us earlier. Is that right?
Yep. So Matty's effectively going to be bookending the race. He'll do the opening stint. He just wanted to do that. He's got something to do in the middle of the race. I just said, well, look, probably the best way for us to go is I'm able to extract the life out of the tyre, so there's realistically no reason for him to be running those middle stints anyway. The way that I'd prefer to do it is probably for me to do both of the first 2 stints and then him do the back end, but there's some availability in the middle of the day that he's got to be there for, so it's literally just going to be set the race up, keep thinking about that long run, and like I said, I think one of the biggest things, the testing that we've done and the racing that we've done this week, is that race pace is very, very different to qualifying pace, and looking after those tyres. Even vets on Thursday, the maximum distance those guys were doing was 22 laps. You're going to see stints out over the 30 laps here tonight, and the tyres really die off late on the stint. So we're talking underneath 50% left on the tyre at about the 20 to 25 lap range, whereas I should be a little bit better than that. Should be able to extend quite nicely.
Now, you talk about having half your tyre gone. I think about my car. I like to get the very most out of my tyres before I go and buy a new set, right? So I'm waiting for it to get right down to those tread wear indicators. But when it comes to racing tyres, what's the difference in feel inside the car when you're getting to half of your tyre life effectively left? What difference does that actually make in real terms behind the wheel of one of these things?
It's just the peak grip's going away. One of the biggest things that sort of happens quite quickly is that you'll start adding input and the front end of the car just doesn't respond as much. You've got to be a lot more disciplined with the way that you use the right foot as the stint wears on as well, waiting for the car to balance and squat on that rear end. And that also changes with the fuel balance as well. Once that fuel sort of comes out of the rear end, so, think about it, the difference to vets and to ASR on Tuesday night is that we're running much less on the fuel tank. I think the starting fuel tank was 80 litres, we're 53 extra litres in the tank. What that's going to do is it's going to chuck about 40 kilograms of weight over the rear axle. That's going to lift the front splitter up off the deck a little bit less weight over the front end. So one of the biggest things, we're actually having a discussion about, do we switch our brake pressure, our brake biases, just to, again, with more weight in the rear end, just look after the front tires because they've got no weight over them. So, again, the transition and the balance in the car is a little bit different. So lots of different little ways, lifting at the faster corners, on a flying lap, going through the kink at turn 3 flat out, and using a lot more throttle at the hay shed at turn 8. That's absolutely the best way to extract the pace of the car. On the long run, you can't do that. You're just going to destroy the tires. So being smart and disciplined about how you use the tire is quite key. And from my skill set coming from an oval background, that's a skill that I've been doing the entire way throughout my iRacing career. So, that's that races like these tend to play themselves into my toolbox. So.
Well, it sounds to me like you're predicting a bit of a sneaky Scott Rankin win today. Is that what I'm hearing?
We're quietly confident that we should do well.
Yeah, nice.
But 600Ks is still 600Ks, so it's still, my focus is get to the end of my stints and set Matty up for a strong final run.
Well, there you go. And we know Matt van der Kraan can finish with the best of them. I guess my question at this point, we saw...
Can I get that quoted and stuck on a board somewhere? Matt van der Kraan can finish with the best of them. I'm telling him that, mate. You're in trouble.
Look, I will talk him up all day. You know that Matt and I spoke a number of times in the booth after some very solid results right throughout the season in the Alliance Sim Racing V8 Supercars Championship. The question will be whether he can still do that when it comes to endurance and when you're pushing the tyres out to these sort of lengths. Because as you said, the stints tonight are longer than most full races that these guys are used to doing. From a purely fatigue perspective, how does that start to play in as you get to, kilometre 550 of these 600? I know you're going to be out of the car having a beer by that point, but what are you doing to keep Matt focused?
Well, I mean, Matt's going to be fresh, so it's realistically, I'll be one of the big things I tend to do whenever I'm doing endurance racing. Endurance racing is probably ovals or endurance are basically my fortes. Sprint racing is not really my strong suit, so I'm quite good at recognizing. I've had a lot of guys that I've worked with over the years say, "Hey Scott, we always want you around the car when the race is starting." So spotting and being able to recognize little bits and pieces from outside the car is generally my strength. So for me, it'll be looking for those little traits for Matty and just having a talk to him. Matty talks quite a lot.
Surely not.
He picks up
Surely not.
a lot of traits of other drivers that are around him. So for example, like just during the qualifying session, he was, this guy's doing this, he's being a little bit cheeky. I think at one stage he was following Jason Spriggs out of the pit lane. I said to him, perfect, here's a tow for you. And then Spriggsy took off and Matty just immediately said to me, he realized he's going for it. So he's fun to be around as a driver, and he's quite switched on. So first time for us working together. So, we could try a few different things today, and I could twig onto a few different bits and pieces, and he may not like that. He might not respond to it well. So there's little bits and pieces of learning, but that's probably just my ability to coach drivers through that mid-race point is one of my strengths. Strategy I'm okay with picking up, but we've already done the prep work and stuff on that, but I think it's some of the psychology stuff which is definitely a strength of mine. So again, just communication, talking about that.
You touched on a really important point there, and that is that you get to endurance racing, all of a sudden it's not just about you in the car. It's not just keeping yourself switched on to it. Like, you might have spotters, you might have engineers talking you through, but when you're driving solo, it's an entirely different thing, because you've got to just look after yourself and your own headspace. Yep. When it comes to team racing, how much pressure is there to, I guess, keep the car in one piece, and how much does that play into some of the decisions maybe that you make about whether to make that pass or whether to just play it safe and make sure you get to the end of a 100%. Race of this length?
Well, I mean, Matty's going to be a little bit more aggressive than I will be, and again, that comes back to a little bit of confidence. I know he's 7-8 tenths of a second a lap faster than I am, but Matt actually, one of the things Matt actually said to me this morning was, "Hey mate, your race pace I think is stronger than mine." Like, he actually legitimately said, even though there's that differential on the quick lap. So that sets up the psychology for me a little bit. I don't think Matt will have a problem with managing his race either, but it will decide some of those. One of the things I'm concerned about is the overtaking. Like, the tyres are definitely going to come back in my favour, but if I give up spots early on in the stint, like, maybe being a little bit more aggressive on the blocking, because I know the tyre is going to come to me, is a good thing, because the most difficult part of the race is actually getting the overtake done. So there will be a little bit of that, but again, like, my strength is definitely getting the car to the back end of the race. So that's certainly the mindset and the approach, but there's definitely the way that you race and the way you do things. I think on Tuesday night you would have seen me tapping the brake pedal to let Dean Logsdale and Jeff Thomas both go through when I was on the alternate tyre strategy. So again, I guess one of the biggest strengths that commentating's given me is the ability, probably commentating and ADHD combined, is looking up and I'm very good at reading a race. And how it's going to play out. So again, just leaning into those strengths a little bit and just being patient. I think the biggest thing I learned on Tuesday night was that as soon as I started to push and be a little bit aggressive on the blocking, that's when I got into my own head a little bit. So it's just, for me, it's just churn the laps out. Just be really nice and consistent, and just look after everything that we've got, because again, that's my strong suit. So let's play to that.
Yeah, good stuff. Look, I'm really looking forward to catching up with you after that middle stint and just see what you thought of it and where your head's at. So I'm definitely going to try and drag you back in here a little bit later on, Scott, as well. I guess the last question from me before I hand to Aiden, if he's got anything he wants to dig into as a driver as well. We saw just shy of those 130, just shy of, dipping into the 131s in qualifying there. Do you reckon we're going to see anywhere near that for race pace throughout the race, or are we sitting around the 133, 34, 35s, do you reckon?
Yeah. So what's going to happen is guys are going to come out on the tyre and do into the 32s, and that'll be it. It'll just back off after that. At the back end of the stint, if a guy's looked after the tyres enough, it can come back to you again. But at the same time, not necessarily. So, it just sort of matters what phase you're in. But yeah, definitely the last stint as well is probably worthwhile noting won't be a full fuel stint. There is a little bit of that last pit stop, you won't fill the car all the way up. So that stint, the time can drop away again. And we've seen how sensitive these cars are to the fuel loads in terms of the lap times as well. They're probably a little bit more sensitive than the old car was, but that comes with the lack of aero, really. So what we're seeing on the timing boards right now, even if you have a look at the 76 car that's topping the warm-up session at the moment, Greg Favell, did do that time, I believe. Yeah, so he's half a second away from his peak pace. And again, that's him already consciously going into that tyre conservation mode. So yeah, times are definitely going to be slower. There is going to be a time to push on the tyre and a time to conserve, but where that is, who that is, and why that is will differ for every single car in the field. So
there you go. Oh, look, I've done plenty of grilling you, Aiden. I'm gonna shut up for just a moment and see if there's anything you wanted to ask Scott before we send him back to his teammate.
Yeah, there's actually one thing that I'd like to ask, because I've just seen that Jamie Dyke has just said in the chat that the fixed setup is actually not suited to him. So how does it feel on the fixed setup? I mean, is it different to, it'd obviously be different to, say, an optimized setup around here, but how are you faring with it?
Again, I think it's a set that plays itself into my hand. Which is, I wasn't supremely quick on Tuesday night. I was actually probably a little bit off the mark. You know what? It's probably a set that's 50-50. It's difficult because I haven't done a lot of laps. Whenever we go to an Australian track, I'm immediately going to be at a disadvantage because I haven't done the laps that other people have. Bathurst will be a little bit closer, but again, is the experience for these guys for running supercars, whereas I'm a guy that's just getting into and learning the supercar at the moment. So yeah, it's a little bit tricky from that perspective to get a read. I'd say I'm middle. I'm probably a little bit down. That could be experience, that could be laps. But I felt good here when the officials were here at the very start of the iRacing Gen 3 season. So I'm a little bit at sea, but not too bad. Again, the big key is just that my awareness, and I think quite strongly it's actually the way that a lot of older fixed sets for NASCAR actually drove is very tight, very heavy on that front right tyre, and anytime you get a set that's like that, the tyre wear for me is always going to be stronger, just because that's natural strong suit. So yeah, it is tough. I would definitely say an optimized set's going to be a lot more active in the way that it drives. I think this set is put together with the entirety of the Vets audience in mind. I think it's for that style of racing, it's actually really, really good. It's not a great split one setup. You would definitely not race something like this. It's a really, really good split 3, split 4 driver, and the difficulty that Jamie McKnight's got when building the sets is he's got to encompass 4 different skill levels, and within those different little bits and pieces of breakdowns of exactly what the setup does. So when you consider that, I think the set's in a really, really good zone for that style of racing, but it's difficult for a higher level driver to get the most out of because it drives so differently to what we're used to.
Yeah, and we mentioned the track temp a little bit earlier during qualifying, and that actually seems to have climbed by 13 degrees already. So I mean, I'm not sure if it's going to be rising throughout the race, but is that something that's on your mind a little bit when you go into, say, a longer stint?
So I would probably pay not much attention to that. So the weather is actually fixed. So it should be 20 degrees Celsius track temp right the way throughout the race. So I would take a little bit away from that. But yeah, I mean, therein is the little discussion points and bits and pieces. I think the bigger thing is that the rubber level that's laid down, I think it actually is 100% rubber that gets laid down at these sessions to, again, mimic exactly what Vets is. So it's going to be high. The big thing I think later on is going to be the marbles, and even in the feature race on Tuesday night, that played such a big factor. So as soon as you get offline, it's it's going to be a single groove racetrack come the end of the first stint, basically.
Yeah, and overtaking people is going to be, I mean, for sure that the overtaking people here is, tricky at most of the time, but when it becomes that single groove, I mean, is there anything, I mean, I understand you said nothing really about how you're not exactly the strategy man, but would there be anything based on strategy that you would maybe kind of look to tweaking if you are kind of behind a whole bunch of people and that kind of single groove starts to set in?
Yeah, there is. It becomes more about making a mistake, because what will happen is that if your car's a meter wider or in a different slot, you'll be off the line a lot quicker and the grip will go away a lot quicker. So it shifts, the racing style shifts to more looking for a mistake more than it does actually out and out thinking them.
Yeah, awesome.
There we go.
The way that you harass and you create, it's going to be a lot of creating a sense of pressure. And getting a guy offline, so through him just mirror driving, which is, again, it's not right, it's not wrong, it's a different skill set. It's supercars, so That's the platform that we've got at the moment. It'd be interesting to see what the changes are actually to the breed model that are coming in a couple of weeks. So, but right now that's just where we are.
Well, we've got about 4 minutes left of this warm-up session before we start to look at getting into racing proper. Scott Rankin, appreciate your time as always, my friend. We will look to chat to you a little later on and see how that stint actually runs for you in the middle of this race. But for now, best of luck. 600Ks lies ahead of you and your teammate. Hopefully, it all comes together for you here today.
Yeah, and hopefully we're not like an old married couple at the end of it, tearing each other's hair out, because that'd make a great first start with that.
Fingers crossed, mate. We'll leave you to it. Thank you so much for dropping in.
No worries, boys. Have a good one.
Aiden, look, plenty for us to keep an eye on here as we get closer to the start of this race. Just a few minutes, I'll give a big shout out, of course, to Mark Creighton joining us all the way from New Hampshire in the United States, checking out a bit of this Gen 3 supercar racing. Lovely to have you with us, Mark. And of course, Simon Haynes, a familiar face around these parts. Good to have you checking in with us as well, mate. Look, I am pretty keen to get this underway. We've got just a few minutes left to go. We're going to take a very quick break for a quick word from our major sponsors, and we'll be right back with you to get started here in round one of the Alliance Sim Racing Endurance Championship. 600 kilometres of Phillip Island is not far away. Do not go anywhere. And while you're checking out these messages from our major sponsors, please do make sure that you give this channel a bit of a subscribe so you don't miss out on any of the future ones. We will be right back with you. And welcome back, folks. We are here just moments away from the start of this 600 kilometres of Phillip Island. We've got a number of the drivers out on track, just finishing up their warm-up sessions. My name is Jared Cole, and on behalf of everyone here at Simple Racing Broadcast, an absolute pleasure, as always, to have you along with us. Aidan Cale joins me in the booth, where later on, Josh Harris, a familiar voice to many of you, will be joining us as well. And Aidan, you and I have had a bit of a look at the short versions of these races. We were at Phillip Island. It seems like only yesterday, but earlier this week, and there's been a lot going on, you know, tropical cyclones and weather and all that sort of stuff happening in my world, at least. It does feel like forever ago that these drivers were here, but it's a completely different mindset for this race today, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. All the experience from that race before, though, will... And for drivers like Jamie Dyke and David Coleman, who've had experience in other kind of formats of races, sure, the MC Motorsport races weren't exactly too long, but they kind of give a little bit more experience to those drivers on what the tyre's going to do on the long run and stuff like that. But there's no doubt that a lot of these drivers would have even just done a stint based off of just solo practice session in these temperatures, and that's the benefit of doing this all on sim, is that you have unlimited laps, limited time, but unlimited laps to kind of get your eye in before the race. So there's actually absolutely no doubt that these drivers will be optimized heading into this race today.
As we get ready to go racing now, let's take a quick look at the grid. Damien Cairns from Accelerated Endurance will be leading off pole ahead of Michael Whiting from Fishing Motorsport. Then Greg Favell and Michael Stewart, Matt Vanderkrant and Dean Logsdale. Then Stephen Varga and Luke Allman ahead of Jamie Dyke and Troy Sipple. Jason Spriggs and Brian Minogue, just behind them. As we take a look back further in the field, Chad Lewis and Michael Schroeder ahead of Scott Weston and Andrew Johnston, then Aidan Sykes and Jamie McKnight Your race control and safety car team today even Nick Heusler, Tim Nickel and Nathan Allen ready to take care of things if we do have any early incidents. So let's get ready to go racing here. 600 kilometres of Phillip Island beckon. The question will be who is left standing at the end of this and who, of course, will take the win. We've got a couple of favourites already starting to eventuate, but of course, qualifying is one thing. Surviving the 600Ks around Phillip Island is a whole other thing altogether. Let's go down to the grid and get ready to get underway. So we see the drivers starting to grid up. We've got a few cars yet to come. The sky is crystal clear. Absolutely the blue weather that, of course, Australia is known for. And we have just about half of the teams on the grid now as we wait for the rest of the teams to make their way there. You can see our flagman Barney, I can never remember his name, he's just always out there waving flags, but he's getting ready to go. I'm pretty keen for this, and we are just going to wait for another couple of minutes while the drivers get their preparation ready. Look, I don't know what to expect here in this first couple of laps, Aiden, but I can tell you it is going to be a cracking start.
Yeah, definitely, and I feel like what we want to kind of pick out is whether drivers are making moves, whether they're trying to assert their dominance almost on this race and see if they're, trying to move up to the front of the pack, seeing if they're just holding back a little bit. I feel like you will see a lot of smart decisions here. Probably just jinx the field there, but the commentator's curse. But yeah, I'm hoping to see a lot of smart moves, a lot of drivers kind of looking for moves and yet also kind of being conscious that it is a 600-kilometre race.
Yeah, plenty of distance to go and a huge amount of time to get there. Look, in the scheme of things, we're going to see much longer races later on in this endurance season. You've got the Sandown 500 ahead, and of course the Bathurst 1000 later this year is going to be something else. If you've never experienced a Bathurst 1000, watching it in person or in indeed sim racing, it's one you've absolutely got to check out because that is the pinnacle of Australian motorsport right there. You can see Damien Cairns and Michael Whiting lined up on the front row. They're getting ready to get underway. Just waiting on the last of the cars. We're now all gridded up. We are just about ready to go racing. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you've got a drink in hand and ready to get going. We're under starters orders. And here we go. They're loading them up. You can see the cars squat down on that trans brake. And we are underway here. The Phillip Island 600 kicks off a beautiful start from Whiting as he looks to get alongside Cairns down into turn one. This, of course, is critical to setting them up as they make their way around Phillip Island for the first time. That is brave. We'll see if they make it through. We've got a fantastic field of drivers here today, but that is a very, very bold way to start. These guys all fighting for position very early on. Getting caught on the outside around Southern Loop is not where you want to be, but it's certainly where a fair number of these drivers find themselves right now. To start selling, we've got contact in the background. That looks like it was Mitchell's Steel Allison, the Ngangatangas Racing, and I'm going to mispronounce that all day today, I'm sure, who may have gotten caught up in that, as well as Simon Hedderscheid in the fully served entry of the car, number 53. Hopefully they are back up and running, but it does look like we've got a little way to go yet. To see how that all comes together. Troy Sipple now looking to make a move through the field already as we make our way through Siberia for the first time. These guys are starting to sort themselves out, and here we go for the run up towards Lukey Heights for the first time. Plenty of these drivers in amongst it, and we are just settling in. Lap 1 of 135, a long way to go, but already you can see these drivers pushing hard for position. It'll be very, very interesting to see what these first couple laps are. There's a big lock up there from, who was that? Jamie Dyke on the way down the hill from Lukey Heights. Very, very close to going into the back of Dan Hall. And these guys just pushing so hard for lap 1. We've just spoken to Scott Rankin, Aiden, about how there's 135 laps here, and these drivers are going to be in it for the long haul. I'm not seeing that so far. It's a very, very fast opening lap here at Phillip Island.
Absolutely forget what I just said about the start of the race and about smart decisions. This is absolutely on for it. These drivers are wanting to make their moves absolutely just instantly almost. A bit of a shame there for the I'm not even going to bother trying to pronounce the team name, but yeah, good thing that it is 135 laps, so they get to settle back in. But yeah, it's absolutely hell for leather at the moment.
Stephen Varga sending it up the inside of the Honda hairpin. Bit of an opportunity here for a bit of over-under from Mick Clifton, but Varga, as always, blocking that exit on the way back through. And right behind him, Dan Hall, the Evolution Racing Team 462 entry, is looking for way past Clifton as well. The field's still well and truly compact, not a lot of gap in them, and we wouldn't expect it to be any other way. Clifton's got Dan Hall all over the back of him right now. These guys treating it like a sprint race at this point, pushing so hard so early on. We'll see what these first few laps come in at, because remember, we were seeing a 132 flat in qualifying trim. Surely we're not going to be getting close to that at the start of this race. That would be absolute insanity at this point.
Well, they do have a little bit more fuel than what they did. Oh no, they wouldn't actually, because it's a fixed setup. Look at that. Unless they did have a qualifying setup, in terms of the fixed setup, as you can do two different fixed setups for qualifying and the race. But yeah, I mean, there we go. We are seeing 32.7. That was, so they're not exactly far off. But I think it's all a matter of just trying to assert your track dominance at the moment. And Dan Hall, little bit squirrely there under the brakes, hitting the back of Varga. But was it the back of Varga or Clifton? It was back of Clifton actually.
Back of Clifton there.
Yeah, all of these little moments that you're seeing with these drivers locking up, going a little bit wide, getting a little bit rear happy, this is all just degrading their tyres just as quick as possible. And these front drivers, the front six, are just driving away now from this second pack. And there's got to be a little bit of, maybe some coaching on just trying to cool your jets a little bit. It is lap 3 of 135. I don't think there's much of a point to battle this hard early on.
Yeah, it's a big ask, and you can see the difference there between that front six and the battle for 7th that we're watching at the moment with Clifton out in front. That first six really far more spread out. They're not battling for position. They are actually just settling into the groove. These guys, though, they are wanting to go for it. Now, the question is that because they're feeling like they're getting a little held up behind Clifton? They feel like they've got a bit more pace? Or is it just that red mist descending? Maybe a little bit of both. Keep an eye, though, as we come around onto the front straight for the end of lap 3 now. Keep an eye on Jamie Dyke and Luke Orman. Dan Hall leading the charge here, but settling in behind Mick Clifton at the moment. This is certainly some close racing. Let's take a look up front. Damien Cairns currently in the lead from Michael Whiting. So Accelerate Endurance in position 1. Fishy Motorsport Endurance car number 27 in second. Then the Team Double D AJR entry with Dean Logsdale behind the wheel in third. And right there in P4, Matt Vanderkrant up 1 spot since the start. We know he's got the pace. So Scott Rankin will be in his ear just talking him through this at the moment. Nothing in it. A big hello to Christine Cairns, who I can only assume is related. Cairns goes wide through Honda hairpin. The first mistake we've seen, and certainly won't be the last. He's alongside now the Team Double D entry of Dean Logsdale as they go through Siberia. It's not a place you want to get caught out on the outside track there later in this race, but they are going to be side by side all the way up to Lukey Heights here. The pace favouring Logsdale at the moment. Cairns tucks in behind and looks for an opportunity to make the pass down the other side of the hill. Let's see what he's got. Vanderkrant lurking in the background, just tacking onto the back of Damien Cairns right now. And we see Whiting down the hill. They settle back in. Deep breath. Deep breath. That's what these guys need at the moment. Damien Cairns will be a little shook up by that, I suspect.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think they're all just feeling the pressure a little bit, especially as the leader. Like, it's such a long race, and you start questioning yourself whether you can actually be in the lead for this long, or whether you can keep this up. So, as Scotty Rankin said before, it's going to be about pressuring people into mistakes, and just seeing right there, people are making mistakes. People are, they're feeling the pressure, and they're not coping with it at the moment. So let's just see how this race settles into a rhythm. I feel like once all the drivers settle into their rhythm and they kind of understand who they're battling, who they're not, then it will, you'll see a little less mistakes, I think, being made. As Dan Hall is looking at the back of Clifton. Clifton goes a bit defensive. Oh, they both run wide. Oh, and even the car behind them, Ullman, has run a little bit wide, and Dyke's got all 3 of them.
Well, that's the sort of pressure these guys are under. Have a look at the debris they've left on the track there on the outside of Honda Hairpin as well. That's going to come into play, I'll almost guarantee it. And just like that, it was on the tip of my tongue there, Aiden, to say, hey, we saw the times dropping down into the 133 as these guys are settling. I could not have been more wrong. Dan Hall and Mick Clifton both pushing it way too deep into the Honda Hairpin, and they've both suffered for that, dropping down from the battle for 7th, which now looks like Jamie Dyke, Luke Orman and Jason Spriggs will be the ones to carry that away. Keep your eye further up the field as well. On, of course, Stephen Varga, who is, a little way up ahead. And really almost, like, take a look at it, he's tapped on the back here of this lead group, but that's a really comfy spot to be. You can just watch the front runners from there as we settle in. I mean, obviously they're not thinking about pit stops for a long time yet, but it doesn't hurt to just be on the back of this front group. You can pick up on any mistakes, maybe make a position here or there, but really this is a great place to be because you're not leading the strategy. You can be setting your strategy based on what's happening for those cars up ahead, and that's something we've seen Varga do throughout the ASR season as well. We'll take a look a little bit further back because another pack has formed. It's behind Mick Clifton again, the poor bloke. Scott Weston right on his tail, and then Troy Sipple and Simon Hedershed from Fully Served United SLS Racing behind them. This is the battle for 12th. We're going to have this going on right throughout the pack here today, as you see them starting to just look for just little opportunities to push through some of these tighter corners. We said earlier there's only a couple of passing opportunities. These drivers all making to look the absolute most of every single one of them on every lap. Even though we've got 130 odd laps to go, this is not where they want to be. They want to be up the front of this pack. As we see Nick Heusler and Dan Hall getting into it. Keep an eye on Dan Hall as he tucks right in behind Heusler. They're coming down over Lukey Heights. He's going to try and send it. He's got the pace. Looks to the inside. Can he push Heusler wider as he left it too late? He has to back off a little. Heusler leaves him a lot of room. He's found himself really wide on the exit there, and that's going to allow Dan Hall to just wander on through. And now Heusler's got to keep an eye on Scott Weston, who's closed the gap behind him. As they make their way around the final turn onto the front straight here at Phillip Island again. And Weston certainly looking threatening as well. Nick Heusler, unfortunately, just a bit wide.
Definitely smart racing here by Heusler, like giving people room, maybe a little bit too much room, but definitely giving people room and racing your own race. This is what you need to do in an endurance race, minding in his own business, trying not to get caught up in any of that silly business. Something had happened to Michael Whiting a couple laps ago. Remember, he was leading going on to lap 5 or 4, I think it was. He's now down into 5th, so I'm not quite sure what's happened there, but maybe a mistake or something like that we caught off camera. But yeah, he's now down to 5th, and it's just showing that these drivers are just making mistake after mistake. So and this is only at the start of the race, and I mean, there's not too much marble build up at the moment. And as Scotty Rankin said again, when that goes into a single groove, it's going to get treacherous out there.
Absolutely, and really what we're seeing at the moment is just the opening salvos in this 600k long battle that will be going on between these drivers. Everyone just pushing to establish a little bit of dominance and maybe put a little bit of doubt into the mind of some of these other drivers as to whether or not they can actually hold each other off through some of these passing opportunities. Down Lukey Heights once again. Dan Hall carrying the train of Nick Heusler, Scott Weston, Simon Hedershed, Mick Clifton and Troy Sipple behind him. He's going to be feeling a bit of pressure if they do start to reel anyone in here. But out in front, Dean Logsdale and Damien Cairns still leading this race as we almost get to our double-digit laps starting to get underway. And Logsdale, we've seen plenty of pace from him before. This is a great spot for him to be at the early stages of the race. He'll be looking to set some good times and just put a bit of distance out there if he can. It looks like Matt Vanderkran's going to make the move. He does, out of Southern Loop. He's got the drive. He's going to be on the inside for this turn. But, of course, as they come to Honda Hairpin, that's, of course, Damien Cairns' opportunity to be on the inside. He backs out. And look at this Whiting,
look at Whiting.
Careful behind.
Oh, my goodness.
That was close. Michael Stewart and Michael Whiting pushing hard.
This is just unbelievable. I mean, we're at lap 8 of 135. It's these boys are playing for absolutely every position that they can. Oh, there's 2 more here. Is this Häusler again, maybe?
Nick Häusler and Scott Weston, as Weston gets pushed wide and Simon Heddershid in the fully served entry goes past, but they're going to be side by side as well as they come up towards Lukey. So these guys going at it, bit of rubbing of panels there, I'm sure. But a really, really tight race. These guys have swapped places 3-4 times. Weston runs very wide. That allows Mick Clifton through as well. But can Weston claw it back here? Dives into the corner at the bottom of Lukey Heights. Comes out relatively unscathed, but he finds himself a little wide on that corner exit as well as Clifton looks to stay with him and continue the pressure. This is the battle, would you believe, for effectively P11 all the way back with Dan Hall, Nick Häusler. It's yeah, look, this is going on. I don't know if I'd call Dan Hall part of this anymore because he's extended the gap now. Häusler's really hanging on to P12. You see Dan Hall just leaving the front of your picture there. He's starting to pull away. That's a big moment for Heddershide. He runs very wide into turn 1, finds himself in the kitty litter. Thankfully gets the car pulled up and back on track, but also off the track there. Was that Häusler?
Yeah, I believe it was. I think he... Oh, yeah, and he's got a little bit of rear damage there on the rear right. So I wonder if that's going to have any effect to his balance of his car. There was, they both did come back onto the track, so be interested to see if there's many marbles there and much debris that has just come back onto the track. But these boys are pushing really hard here at the start and just trying to get this track position. I think they're realizing how crucial it is, especially before all of these marbles eventually build up on the sides of the track. So they're just trying to get these moves done as quick as they can and then settle into a rhythm similar to what the leaders have done at the moment.
Absolutely. Let's go back and take a look at this and see if there was actually any contact. And there is indeed, yeah, absolutely. So Headshod's gone into the back of Häusler and that's pushed him wide. And that's how he's ended up in the kitty litter. Have a look at the track that Häusler's taken to get back on here in the middle of Southern Loop, though. Just gone for a bit of a drive over the grass, and that's going to be a really interesting spot for there to be debris on the track because that is just inside the racing line of Southern Loop. That has real potential to cause some issues as we see the leaders coming to it now. Watch for the debris flick up. You can see it just flying off the rear tyres here as they come through that section. And thankfully, doesn't seem to be so much that it's caused any dramas. But you see Matt Vanderkraan now starting to extend away from Damien Cairns. Dean Logsdale out in front by a bit over 1.5 seconds. So he's looking to give himself some clean air. But this pack now that's formed behind him, you've got Vanderkraan, Cairns, Whiting, Stewart, Varga, Dyke and Allman all in that pack, all settling in. And then daylight back to the following drivers who have all been separated out by the various incidents over the last little while. So far so good though, no massive crashes, touch wood. I'm hoping that's not a classic commentator curse moment. But so far we've only seen a couple of minor body panel rubs here and there that have forced a couple of drivers wide, a few minor mistakes, but as we hit lap 10, we are well and truly settled into the groove here for this 135 laps of Phillip Island, 600 kilometres, and we are getting on our way there. These drivers just about 50 k's in to their drive as it sits, and certainly starting to think about the tyres feeling a little less fresh than they did when they left the line, because right now is where you'll start to see these Gen 3 supercars really lose that first bit of grip. They do definitely come back again somewhere around, look, usually lap 15, lap 16, I think is what we usually hear from the drivers, isn't it, Aidan?
Yeah, pretty much, and around lap 20-ish, 22 as well is, really when we're going to, I don't know, maybe start to see some people pit. Really depends on their strategy. They've definitely honed in their strategy more than what I've kind of thought about with this race. Not sure what the strategy is going to look like, but it'll be interesting to see if we have any early takers, some longer fuel stints, and as Whiting down the inside there of I believe that's Damien Cairns there. Very nice move, and that's what you want to do. You want to set up a move. You want to kind of show the nose, show the other driver that you're there, and there's a bit of mutual respect as well that goes on within these longer races. If you're not making silly moves, people won't exactly make a silly move to defend. So that was a very nice pass there for third position, and yeah, just keep an eye, and I can't stress this enough, let's all just keep an eye on these marbles really, and have a look at when they're building up, and if any driver kind of gets caught out by them, or a little bit of a lock up there by Cairns, and he's just not, it's very tricky. There's a lot of drivers here that are just feeling the pressure at the moment.
And even though you're seeing times that are not qualifying pace, we're seeing, high 33s, low 34s out of most of these drivers at the moment. It still doesn't mean that they're not battling hard. It's a real balance for each of these drivers to maintain a pace that allows them to conserve their tyres while still being competitive and maintain their position through the race. Don't forget, of course, a safety car can change everything. So far, no sign of us needing one, and I'm hoping it does stay that way, because I'd love to see 135 laps of clean racing. It'd be a little like Bathurst this year, wouldn't it?
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, I know it wasn't the greatest to watch for fans, but the pure athleticism of doing, what was it, 130 odd laps or something under Grand Flag Racing for the 1000 last year was just, for me, just absolutely jaw-dropping to watch. Just the fact that none of the drivers made mistakes within that period, or didn't make a major mistake, was, well, it was just incredible to show how. Oh, there's a move there.
Big moment, bit of contact.
That was a bit half done there, but
yeah, a little bit.
But he's sorted. They've sorted it out. He did get off the throttle there, which has saved. Who was it? I'm not quite sure who that was. Was that Hausler?
Nick Häusler getting a bit of attention from the fully served entry of Simon Heddershide. Just a bit of body panel rubbing, and sometimes that is what it takes to get these passes done here in the Gen 3 Supercars. But of course, you've got to make it to the end as well. So thankfully, no real damage done. Just a little bit of paint work off there.
Oh, Heddershide's going to look again. Is he going to get it done this time around? Hausler's on the outside there, but okay, there's a pretty solid move there. Both, once again, giving a bit of mutual respect. Might want to give him a little bit more room, considering what just happened there at, I believe it was Honda. So, yeah, and I have been just reading the chat there. Scotty Rankin saying that to get home on a relatively even strategy would be 33 to 34 laps. So we could see these guys out for a long time yet.
Yeah, still at least another 20-odd laps before you start thinking about that. A big lock-up there from Damien Cairns. That's going to cost him a position, maybe two. Varga, can he capitalise now? Stewart goes through. Varga tucks in behind Damien Cairns. They come through Siberia. Look at that pack of five. Right throughout this race so far, we've seen a pretty consistent pack that just drops one off the front, or perhaps drops one off the back, picks one up again. But right now, this is a battle, effectively, for fourth position, led by Stewart. Michael Whiting, we were saying earlier, he had a bit of a moment, but he started to pull away out in front, and he has caught right up to the back of Matt Vanderkraan. So these guys battling it out for second right now. Vanderkraan certainly has had the pace, but he's been managing those tyres really, really well. Whiting started to reel him in, but it's not been enough. Check out this pack, though, just behind them. Varga, Cairns, Dyke, and Allman all tucked in together. Varga in the QR XCM entry, Accelerated Endurance with Damien Cairns in the number 88 car, Jamie Dyke in the Fishy Motorsports number 80 car right now. They're looking to go three wide into turn one. Here we go. Who blinks first? Jamie Dyke backs it out just a little early to keep himself on the inside line. And keep an eye on Luke Allman, who finds himself very, very wide. He's right in the middle of it, but he's managed to hang in there. Jamie Dyke's going to pressure him for that position. You cannot fit a credit card between the front and rear bumpers of these cars at the moment. Dyke is a little out wide on Southern Loop. That's going to cost him a little bit of pace as they make their way down the run through the kink towards Honda Hairpin, but he is going to be on the inside now. Can he hold that position? He's going to have to brake a little earlier, but for the moment, able to push Allman wide. And it's the moments like that, bit of contact there. Dyke just cops a little bit of a nudge from Allman in the Team Orlog AJR entry. Just making sure he's still awake. Through Siberia they go. Jamie Dyke now really racing in his mirrors while Damien Cairns pulls away in front.
Yeah, and I think I really want to look at Dyke's progress throughout this race. He did say in chat that the setup doesn't really suit him, but as we've seen just a bit earlier on in this race, he has been capitalising a lot on other people's mistakes. Hasn't really made too many mistakes himself. As look at the marble build up there, that is just unbelievable for lap 14. It was really going to be a bit of a showing here before, for Scops Enduros or even the Pro Series endurance races. So it's going to be very interesting to actually have a look at how the track develops and to see how these drivers kind of fare with the longer race.
100% the reason I hate that corner at Phillip Island. You're coming down off the top of Lukey Heights. It's this really, really steep downhill. I don't think it really shows on these cameras just how steep the downhill run off the top of Lukey Heights is, and you're already trying so hard to balance the brakes to make sure you don't lock up, and then you have a look at those marbles. You've got a car width plus maybe about 20 mil, I reckon, either side of the car before you are on those marbles. You've got to be so precise, and yet we've already seen at least 2, 3, 4 passing attempts through that corner, because it is one of the very few corners on this track where the Gen 3 supercars are suited to getting a pass done. It's insanity, honestly.
Yeah, it's going to be really tricky to make moves later on in this race, I feel. So that's why we've seen these drivers be just absolutely crazy in the first 15 laps.
Take a look at this, the gyro view over Lukey Heights. This will give you a view of just how steep it is coming down the other side, because you really can't see the corner until here, and then all of a sudden it drops away hard on the brakes. Bit of a lock up there from Cairns. Dyke just takes a little bit of the grass on the inside, and it comes out of nowhere, and you've got no room to go there at all, do you?
No, and it's really tricky as well, because when you're on the brakes, and it's similar to Forest Elbow actually. That's the comparison I would make to just off of Lukey Heights there. Is that the rear end loves to chatter around, especially when you're hard on the brakes. Goes down the inside there of Cairns. Turn 1, they're still side by side, so he didn't carry enough momentum throughout the middle part of the corner, although he's looking to switch it back. Or be interesting to see if he gets a better exit. But no, Cairns has held on for now. But yeah, just going back to what I was talking about, the rear end loves to chatter, and it makes it really hard, especially throughout a long stint, to try and keep that rear end alive. And I think we will see a few people maybe locking up because that rear end kind of wants to come around on them.
Dan Hall sends it up the inside of Honda. Michael Schroeder, can he respond on the way out? Hall covers it beautifully, and he'll take the position now up to P10, 4 spots up since he started. Further up though, Matt Vanderkraan getting all sorts of attention from Michael Whiting. The Fisher Motorsport Endurance car number 27 all over the back of the Angry Birds 180, and only a couple tenths with them. Vanderkraan staying a little bit closer in to just discourage that passing move. And again, the battle continues here for P2. Meanwhile, Dean Logsdale extends his lead almost 2.5 seconds out in front right now. He's just been slowly building that over time. We've got some battles going on further back in the pack though. This is Mitchell Steele Allison, the Ogangatangas Racing entry. I'm going to get that right tonight, I swear. On the back of Troy Sipple and Andrew Johnston just in front of them. Sipple is doing everything he can to hold off that Chevy as they come down Lukey Heights, and of course Sipple looking ahead to the Team AJR entry. Andrew Johnston just ahead of him, and you can see, look at the difference in pace out of that corner, just the slightest different line, and you can already see Mitchell Allison having to just back off the throttle a little to not go into the rear end of Troy Sipple. And sometimes that is actually the best defensive move, is to not get on it quite so quickly out of those tight corners and just really throw off the rhythm of the car that's behind trying to pass. You can see the lights flashing now. Allison thinks he's got the run. Let's see what he's got as he comes down to turn 1, goes to the inside, has a big look, can't get it done at this point. They're going to have another crack at this on this lap as we see Damien Cairns and Jamie Dyke switching positions through Honda corner, and of course Luke Allman going through as well. So Damien Cairns looking on the inside of Siberia. Can he retain that position? Forces Allman wide, maintains P7, but Jamie Dyke has gone through. Now can Dyke pull away and start to catch on to Stephen Varga out in front? He extends immediately, foot to the floor, and looking to gain some position and some time back, close that gap to the top 5.
Yeah, and still Allison, just outbroke himself there, trying to go out the inside of Sipple. Not sure if what was happening there at the beginning of that corner, so be interesting to see if any defensive move from Sipple was made, and indeed it was. very clean defensive move there by Sipple, but Steele Allison just outbroke himself. It's very hard actually because you're really wanting to get past that car ahead of you, and I mean, especially if you're on the outside, outbraking them is your first thought. So it's a very simple mistake there, but good thing that there's no damage. Nobody's been harmed in that incident, and you know it's play on pretty much. Kansas.
Damien Cairns again.
Yeah. Damien Cairns is looking like he's struggling a little bit with this tyre wear. This is just the way that this race is going to unfold. Really, is that these gaps will kind of grow a little bit. The drivers with the more experience, there's a big lock up there from that acceleration the acceleration Camaro rather in front of Dan Hull, which was Jason Spriggs. It's going to be interesting to see how the longer stint's going to unfold. Is that a car actually off the track there? I'm not sure if that was a car there off the track, and I believe it was, because now we have a safety car.
He's sitting there waiting at the exit. I don't know if he's looking to pick them up at this point, or if indeed that's waiting the safety car. He's sitting, and here he comes. The 24/7 Sim Services safety car is waiting to enter the track. So Dean Logsdale, we spoke about a safety car potentially changing things, and look at the pits starting to happen. It's only lap 18, but right now Dean Logsdale is the only one staying out on track, and he's going to slow it right down and drop it behind the safety car. Now, it'll be very interesting to see. This is the problem with being so far out in front. Everyone can see what you're planning on doing, and you can already tell from the timing tower there that most of these guys are going in, making this an early first stop, and Dean Logsdale is going to be massively disadvantaged here because they're all going to tap onto the back as soon as they come out, and if he does go into the pits, he's going to find himself at the back of this field.
And that's a very interesting move there by the leaders there, and it's very tricky. It's very tricky if you don't have that much experience. I've been in that situation before where all the guys behind you pit, and you as the leader are unsure yourself of what to do. I do feel like any safety car that happens, you really need to capitalize on it today, especially with the tyre wear. And I mean, that's pretty much majority of the field there that have pitted. I would be interested to see what that car was that was off the side of the track there. I'm not quite sure who it was. Looked almost like a Quantum car. So
it was Troy Sipple, in fact. We'll go back and take a look at that now and see what's happened.
Interested to see what happens. Oh, he's got a lot of damage there on the left-hand front. So be interested to see if maybe he's had a little bit more contact with what was it, Steele Allison? No.
There it is. There's the contact straight into the wall. Big hit for that car, and that's absolutely cooked the engine. So you can see why Sipple's ended up off the track there. He's been sent into the tyre barrier, and unfortunately the number 17 Quantum Racing entry is going nowhere after that hit.
Yeah, I thought it might have been an incident with Steele Allison, as they were pretty close together, but he was a bit too far back after he made that little mistake there at Honda. So yeah, it's not exactly how you want to start your endurance series.
That punted him there. Whether or not race control have anything to say about that is entirely in their hands. I'm not even going to speculate on the lead up to that, but have a look at how it's changed our field. Stephen Varga making a very, very quick stop, only 18, just under 19 seconds in the pit lane, in the pit box, getting out of the pit lane in under 46 seconds, and he's jumped up to P2 now. So a very, very quick one there. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out in fuel strategy towards the end of this race, though. Michael Whiting up into third. Dan Hall only 15.5 seconds in his pit box, out of the lane in just under 43 seconds, up 10 positions since the start. He's now sitting in P4. You can see him just coming into shot there off the back of the Fishy Motorsport Endurance entry. And you see Greg Favell now going into the pits again, which is interesting. I'm not seeing any penalties there that would indicate why that'd be. I wonder if he's perhaps I don't know, decided to put some more fuel in, decided to get some fresh tyres that he didn't do last time around. It's an interesting move, but that's his second pit stop now, so he's going to drop a long way down. I hope it's worth it.
Yeah, and we've also seen a couple of driver changes actually. You know, a couple names like Rankin, Visma, and also Favell. You know, we haven't seen them in the race yet, so it'll be interesting to see how those drivers that started the race, they will fit those 50, the total of 54 laps in. So I believe all of those drivers will still need to do something similar to around maybe another 36 laps in this race. So it'll be very interesting to see how they kind of, how they place their drivers throughout the race now. I feel like some of the people who haven't taken as much fuel, they're trying to look to get to that 54 lap number and then put their main driver in, so that they can have kind of a little bit less of a disruption, as drivers tend to actually get better lap time and more consistency after they do a big bulk of laps.
Yeah, it's a big ask at this point, though. I mean, we're only 20 laps in, so maybe we're overthinking it a little bit this early on. But you can see already that the differences in pit strategies are going to play out down the track, because there are a whole bunch of drivers who have spent 30 plus seconds in their pit box, so taking on a lot of fuel doing that driver change, and that's certainly going to play out as the race rolls on here. We've still got a long way to go there. It does look like the safety car is about to come in. This lap race control just confirming there. So it pulls away, and we will be back up and running in just a moment. Dean Logsdale continues to lead this field, but he is the last driver yet to make his pit stop. So I expect that, unfortunately for Mr. Logsdale, unless he really does play to a strategy here, this is going to really cost him, and he'll be hoping for another safety car down the track to perhaps take advantage of.
Yeah, we're really going to see what unfolds here. I have a feeling that Logsdale is not going to get away, but I mean, it'll be interesting to see what he does in defence. He had some really good quality pace there at the start, so he's gone very early actually, so he's trying to do a couple tactics to catch everybody else out. Seems to have worked for the most part, but those tyres are still relatively cold for all those other drivers, so it'll be interesting to see what happens here in the next couple of laps.
And at this stage, he's going to have to do everything he can. Big moment for Dan Hall in the background. You're talking about cold tyres. Saw him coming through that final corner very sideways. Thankfully, keeps it straight, but we'll keep an eye on whether that's going to impact him. Here they come through turn one, and Logsdale already out to almost a second of gap over Varga. So his tyres look in better shape for the moment, but it's only going to take about a lap here, and I expect that we'll see Stephen Varga close that gap almost immediately. These tyres absolutely at their best on the first couple of laps after getting him changed over. So wait and see what happens. Keep an eye further back in the field. Jamie Dyke right on the back of Michael Stewart, and he's going to be looking for an opportunity to pass. It's dangerous to do on fresh tyres. So just sits in behind and happy to maintain his position there. Greg Favell, though, further back, looking to make his move, comes past Minogue, and indeed almost thinks about taking Daniel Johnston in the Team AJR entry. But they continue through Siberia, and Favell is wasting no time. He knows after making a second pit stop there, for whatever reason, he's going to have to really push hard. It's really odd. I can't figure out why the second stop. He spent 50 odd seconds in the pit box. That doesn't make sense. Did he get done for speeding in the pits or something like that?
It could have been. I wouldn't understand why they'd be in the pits for that long. Otherwise, he's down the inside. Very solid move. Look at that on the marbles, just not able to turn it in, and that has affected their exit there out of the hairpin with Johnston. So now he's under attack by Minogue, and I think that's Haynes as well behind him. So there's battles all the way up and down the field as Logsdale just does the fastest lap of the race. So clearly the old tyres are not having much of an effect on him at the moment.
That said, Stephen Varga 132.47, only 600 slower than Dean Logsdale. So keep an eye on that. Race control, the incident between 24 and 53, a 10-second penalty for car 53, that is Brian Minogue. So I'll expect to see that at the end of the race added in there. Coleman just calling out the driver's fault for Anthony Visma as well. So let's have a look at that. So Greg drove in, Visma out. I'm trying to figure this one out because Greg Favell is there in the car 76. Anthony Visma there in car 21, so I'm not quite sure. Car 76 and 462, a 10-second penalty. So a couple of things coming through there. Dan Hall in amongst that one. So Greg Favell perhaps copping that as well on look of things. I'm not quite sure what to make of that at the moment, Aiden, but we will see how it all plays out when they do come to determining the finishing positions post-race. For now, though, we've got to worry about the next 110, 115 laps still ahead of us, and still plenty going on. Let's see what sort of time we're going to get here out of Logsdale. Keep an eye on Varga in the background as well. Watch these lap times come through. So, Logsdale, 132.6, 32.8 from Stephen Varga. So Logsdale still quicker. That is actually really surprising, and the only thing I can think is that Varga's decided not to try and chase him down. They've spoken about him needing extra pit stop. He'll just be settling in there and holding his position, I'd think.
Ooh, huge moment there for Logsdale coming out of turn 2. Is Favell? Is that Favell? Yes, it is. Oh, he's looking very impatient at the moment, but I mean, it is a very, as a driver, he's probably seeing the red mist a little bit, so there's nothing wrong with being a little bit impatient. You just really have to kind of reel it back in a little bit and actually kind of set up those moves. As running a little bit wide, he's onto the marbles there. He actually did stop a little bit more to get some more rotation in, to kind of get off those marbles, but you really have to still think about setting your moves up, because all it takes is one rash decision and you and another person are both in the wall.
Yeah, Rick Varga will be watching his mirrors closely here, because Favell is absolutely closing the gap as they come up to Lukey Heights. Does Varga stay wide, or does he decide to... no, he's gone for the regular line, and Favell just charges on through, sends it, says, thank you very much, I will take any gap that I can get.
Very surprised he actually managed to stop that there, but Favell is very good in. Yeah, he's very good in these Gen 3 cars. I have had the opportunity of racing and looking at what his times are like in the Gen 3. He made it to the Logitech the qualifying series, so he is probably around, I would say, top 60-ish in this country of driving these cars, which is a very good achievement if you ask me.
And he's going to need to be, because right now he finds himself all the way back in 14th after that second pit stop. Keeping our eyes right now, Anthony Visma with Luke Allman and Scott Rankin either side of him. So this little trio making their way down towards Honda Hairpin. Rankin out in the car, so he's into his middle sector. Expect him to double stint this and leave the end of the race to Matt Vanderkrum, but we'll keep an eye on it as we go. Michael Schroeder in the chat saying Favell has no patience. Yeah, I am certainly learning that one very quickly, Michael. Having not seen Favell race much in this series, or indeed any others that I've seen. The name didn't stand out when I had a look, but certainly showing himself here. He's not waiting around for anybody. Further up the field though, Stephen Varga definitely slowing it down just a little. You can see he's allowing that gap to open up a tad, but he's just keeping in touch with Dean Logsdale. Michael Whiting though, right on his tail, he wants to get moving, so he's got that number 1 position firmly in his sights at the moment. Let's see if he does put the move on Varga as we come down the straight again as we head into lap 25. And keep your eye on these lap times as they start to come through. Is everyone settling in, or are we just about to see the pace lift once again?
It'll be very interesting to see what happens. Whiting actually quicker there against Logsdale last lap, and Dan Hall was also kind of within realm. So many of these guys are actually, 2-3 tenths within each other in that last lap, so it's very, very close as we have seen. The fact that Logsdale is still managing that gap is just showing how well he's actually managed his tyres throughout that those first 20 or so laps. He's, this is going to play into the hands of that team massively come towards the end of the race. Favell, is he going to have a look down the inside there?
The inside of Honda again.
he's managed to stop it, which is very, he's managed to stop it quite a few times, so might actually have maybe a little bit of a brake bias towards the rear of the car, kind of just trying to be able to stop the car and keep the rear underneath him. And it's definitely working out for him at the moment, but as I've said before, you got to still rein it in a little bit. It is, remember, lap 25 or 135, there's such a long way to go.
Pavel at the moment just looking to do everything he can to charge back through. Look at the dive over Lukey High. It's a huge move. As Scott Weston has no choice to back it out of that. And you can see the accordion effect behind as Steele Allison almost goes into the back of the EWT Racing entry. But Pavel is charging. Keep an eye on the number 76 car in your timing tower. As we go back up front, Stephen Varga continues to have the pressure on him from Michael Whiting, and I noticed Jamie McKnight dropping into the chat to say that Jamie McKnight will have to carry the car 27, so he's obviously looking forward to his next stint when he does get back in there. Frank Muggleton, or the artist formerly known as At Least, back in the chat. Good to have you back, my friend. Dean Logsdale, yeah, look, on worn tyres, he's going to have to open up as much gap as he possibly can right now. Because he's going to have to come in and make a stop at some point soon, you'd have to think. I noticed earlier that Scott Rankin mentioned that these tyres are down to about the mid 50% mark after a 24-lap stint or thereabouts. So at this point, Logsdale driving on some very, very old tyres here at Phillip Island.
Yeah, and the fact that Varga and Whiting were kind of battling a little bit there for a lap and a bit has just extended that gap a little bit more. I think I can remember last lap it being just around about a second. Also, now that's moved up to about 1.7. But have a look at the time that Michael Whiting is just taking out of Logsdale at the moment, even just through Lukey Heights there. He's taken 2 tenths out, so this is exactly where these new tyres are going to come into play. Not sure if Varga actually had those new tyres there underneath him. It'll be interesting to see if he actually did take a stop there. I think I remember you maybe saying that he actually had a very short stop, so it'll be interesting if they just maybe went for fuel.
Yeah, it's entirely possible, isn't it? But trying to figure out what the strategies are, trying to read these drivers' minds is the tricky part. Dan Hall now on the back of Varga. So Whiting's, of course, gone through. Stephen Varga started to really back that pace off. That last lap of 34.6. Dan Hall is now looking for an opportunity to make his way up through the field. So this is where the strategy starts to play out. This is where the drivers will start to behave very, very differently from each other. This is no sprint race here at Phillip Island. They will, of course, still... big lock-up from Varga. Big moment there as he went defensive, but he's managed to hang on to that. Dan Hall couldn't capitalise. He hangs on to it for the moment, but Scott Rankin and Anthony Visma side by side on their way down to Siberia. Rankin happy to just back it out and keep the car intact.
Very smart decision there by Rankin. I mean, Anthony Visma, very quick driver and absolutely knows how to keep his tyres underneath him. So I think Scott will be looking to kind of sit in here and try to pick anything up and see if Visma is gaining time at a certain place on the track. But I think Rankin, as you said before, they're just looking long game. It's such a long race today, and you can't afford to get caught up in anything messy this early on. It's just no real benefit, and everyone's working to their own strategy, so we're only really going to see everything kind of play out after all those last pit stops are done. That's when we're really going to see kind of where all these cars are actually sitting. At the moment, it's just just try and fight for any position you can and see where you pop out at the end.
Absolutely, as we go back to the front, and Varga still under pressure from Dan Hall as they make their way into the southern loop once again. Jamie McKnight confirming that Varga took tyres and short-filled is his call there, so we'll have to see just how that one does play out. But Dan Hall looking for another opportunity here. We'll keep an eye on Scott Rankin further back in P9 because he's threatening. Here they come, and you can see Varga playing so defensively, forcing Dan Hall to back out of that, now under pressure and behind. And here we go, Rankin on the inside. Can he get through Visma there? Not quite. But these guys really bunching up at this hairpin, and we did say earlier this is going to be one of the few passing opportunities here at Phillip Island. Every driver looking for an opportunity there, and certainly having a bit of an effect on their pace overall, because as they respond to for the car in front and behind, it's really impacting their ability to continue at a decent pace, and it's starting to form these little battle groups that we're seeing now.
Yeah, and I've just seen in the chat as well, a full-length stint on fuel is 40 laps. So all of those drivers that did pit throughout that safety car, they would have been looking just to get that fuel just above that 54, 55 lap mark, where they can get that minimum time in for this current driver, and then boom, swap it over to the main driver and let them just go to the end. There's nothing worse, in my opinion, than having a driver do 10 laps, jump out, another 20 laps, jump out, and then do another 30 laps. You really just want to get into a rhythm.
Absolutely, and we keep an eye here on Jamie Dyke, because he's just been slowly reeling these couple of drivers in. Take a look behind though, because again, Allman all over the back of Rankin as Rankin gets the inside run on Visma. Can he hold it? Is just fighting traction a little hard there. Not quite enough, but let's keep an eye on this as they come down towards Honda hairpin once again. Visma is going to be up against it. Let's see who brakes first. Visma's early on the brakes, forces the brakes from Rankin. And really, probably one of the least competitive turns through Honda hairpin that we've seen so far this race, I reckon.
Yeah, there's so many people that have just been chucking it up the inside there at Honda, and not really been thinking about the long game. As I did say before, Scotty just trying to look to settle in behind Visma. He knows that Visma's very quick. He knows that Visma can hold his tyres. So it's just a matter of staying there, logging in those laps, doing that consistency, and kind of seeing what plays out in front here. There's a couple of blokes here, especially Dan Hall, Damien Cairns, they're getting stuck behind Stephen Varga here. So it's going to be very interesting to see, maybe if Visma and Rankin can kind of get back into it, really. And even Michael Stewart in front of those two are, he's not really that far behind these guys, and all it takes is a lap or two and Stewart is boom right on the back of Dyke.
Yeah, it won't take much at all. And we go through turn one once again, but right behind that group you've got Visma, Rankin and Allman still battling it out. None of these drivers giving an inch despite the long nature of this race. Dan Hall now almost giving that away. He's really lost some time there through that loop, but Jamie Dyke now an opportunity to get past Damien Cairns, and here he goes up the inside of the hairpin. We see it once again. So Dan Hall and Jamie Dyke go through. Damien Cairns almost the over-under goes into the back of Jamie Dyke there a little.
And somebody else was off. Visma.
That was Visma going wide there. So Rankin and Luke Allman have both gone through. I tell you what, that corner, after such a long high-speed section, it's really hard to adjust your expectation of what sort of pace you can hold through it. And as these tyres, now we're seeing about, call it 12 laps since these guys all made pit stops under that safety car. We're starting to see the tyres really wear away, and they're going to have to adjust to much less grip than they've been used to.
Yeah, I mean, look at that single line throughout, just after Lukey Heights in that hairpin. It's really turning into a single lane, and I mean, Visma just made that little mistake there, and it's not hard to do, as you've alluded to. It's not a hard thing to be doing, as Logsdale is now in the pits, so it'll be interesting to see what strategy they're doing, whether they fuel it up to the max or not, but I don't know, maybe they might have made a mistake there on that strategy in that safety car. Being the pioneer, it is very tricky to kind of make that decision, and when other people do make that decision to pit, you do have that kind of sinking feeling within yourself, but that's alright. There's a long race, they've got really good pace, so I'll be interested to see where they pop out, and you never know, another safety car could just be right around the corner.
Absolutely, and it's a really interesting one for Logsdale, because of course he's done 31 laps on those tyres, which is a pretty solid stint, but it's not going to be enough to make it a two-stop race at this point. He's going to have to put in a third stop there for a splash and dash that team further down the track. So look, it'll be all on Damon Fisher now as he comes out in 17th, that Team Double D AJR entry. now a long way down the field, but Damon Fisher will be looking to do everything he can to get them back up towards the front end over time. He'll be praying for a safety car at this stage, but you've got to wonder how that... big moment there for Jamie Dyke, almost losing it, just trying everything he can to avoid going into the end of Dan Hall, and that's enough for Damien Cairns to make his way around the outside. Can he hold it though? Jamie Dyke's got the inside run and the pace out of the corner, so Cairns backs it off. And again, that's the sort of decisions you have to make in these endurance races, isn't it? You have to really be prepared to give up a position that you think you can probably hang on to, because you're going to have to chew the tyres too much to complete the move.
Yeah, it's all about picking your battles in these endurance races, just kind of playing a bit smart, and you know, it's so tricky with these cars because you really want to get down the inside of somebody. You think you can make a move, and then you realise that you've outbroken yourself, and you know, Jamie Dyke did a really good job. Sorry. To actually pull that car up there, got onto the marbles a little bit, lost a little bit of time, but that's a lot better than sending it off into a barrier somewhere. So yeah, it's really a matter of you know, just trying to keep it clean for these guys and just trying to limit those little mistakes, as that can just amount to seconds. As I think that was who was that? Favell there in the background making a mistake going into Honda. So it's all this, you can really tell that these drivers are pressing on and trying to use every little bit of this track that they can, and really trying to just make any move that they can, as well as down the inside there, Brian Minogue, very solid move on the inside of Steel Allison. It's just, yeah, it's just been completely different to what my expectations of this race would be.
Yeah, this is certainly not the chilled endurance drive that I was expecting. These guys are battling hard and have been for 32 laps. We're only, look, not even a third of the way into this race at this point, and already what we're seeing is just battle after battle after battle. I don't know where to look half the time as we take a look down towards turn one. Dan Hall now has Jamie Dyke all over the back of him as they approach Southern Loop. Coming out of turn one, can Dyke get a bit of drive here and actually start to pull away? Hasn't managed it. You can see the debris on the inside there, just from drivers dragging the inner wheels across the dirt, and that of course plays into the lines that are available to every driver after that. You can see the marbles building up right around Phillip Island. A bit of an opportunity to take a different approach into Honda Hairpin, suggested in the chat. Maybe just get that left rear up onto the motocross style berm of marbles on the outside of Honda Hairpin. Look, you know what? Not the worst idea I've ever heard.
No, definitely not. I mean, it's, as long as it's definitely playing with death a little bit, because as soon as you go a little bit wider there, you're pretty much a little bit of a passenger there. But not a bad idea, actually. You've just got to be super careful and super precise at this time of the race. And I mean, these are the lines that we're going to be seeing for the next 100 or so laps. So, you know, the driver's going to have to get used to staying on this single line, and it's almost turning into a kind of street circuit feel, is kind of what I feel like it turns into, because you know, street circuits, you only have such a limited space to play with, and it almost is changing into that. You've only got that single line and limited space, or you're off the track pretty much.
Absolutely. We welcome Josh Harris to the booth, and Josh and Aidan will be taking you through the next section of this race. We're going to take a quick break for another word from our sponsors, and we will be right back.
Welcome back to the Alliance Sim Racing Phillip Island 600. We are back here for what is turning out to be an absolutely hotly contested race. Currently watching Ullman at the moment, who's just a little bit behind Scotty Rankin. They have actually gained a little bit more on Anthony Visma, so it doesn't look like he's been able to recover from that little mistake that he made at Honda a little bit earlier. But see, all of these gaps are just kind of settling in a little bit more here. So yeah, the racing will be, it'll be settling down a little bit. Let's hope that these drivers are going to make a little bit better decisions, or not better decisions, but actually think about setting up a move and, kind of playing to their strengths and seeing if they can force a mistake into one of their competitors.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Aidan, for bringing us back, and apologies for cutting you off there, mate. Look, my name is Josh Harris. For those of you who don't know me, maybe you haven't been tuning into the main season. This may be your first taste of Alliance Sim Racing. So my name is Josh Harris, and I am super excited to be here today, Aidan. 600 Ks of Phillip Island. What an unreal track to do it at, and I'm just starting to get my head around it. But there is a number of gaps up and down the field that really look to be shaping up as a nice little contest, and it's shaping up to be a fantastic day. Only 35 laps in, still plenty to go, and a lot to play for. But you've been here all day, mate. Fill me in. Has the racing been as good as we expected it would be?
Well, I think it's been a little bit better, to be fair. The racing has been absolutely just electric. There's actually a little bit of a battle here for second place going on, so it's going to be interesting to see what these drivers are going to do throughout the longer kind of stints in this race. We did have a safety car around lap 18 with a little bit of an incident there coming out of one of the hairpins, so it's been very just full-on attack. A lot of huge battle pack here for second at the moment with Dan Hall leading. But yeah, it's been pretty much just guns blazing the entire time. Drivers just absolutely making moves, just really hot racing, really, and it's been incredible to kind of watch and be a part of as well. So I'm hoping everybody who's watching this race is really enjoying themselves as much as I am, because it has been absolutely incredible at the moment.
That's fantastic to hear, and we have dived forward to have a look at that battle for second that you're talking about. There's a nice little train here forming up behind Hall, who is potentially holding some people up. But there's some familiar names here for me from my time at ASR and some other leagues, but also some new names. So I'm really excited to get to understand exactly what's going on and how these drivers are gonna start to understand their strategy. It's very early, Aidan. We've still got 100 laps to go, almost 98 now, and to see such a big battle pack really starting to form with still 100 laps to go. I'm interested to understand how things are going to look over the next few laps. Are they content to run together and maybe save fuel, or are we about to see a genuine battle pack form up that's going to really start to cause some chaos early?
Well, I think, Josh, what we're going to look at and what we need to kind of keep our eyes on is, I would say, that lap 54, lap 55 mark. Because of that pit stop there, or because of that safety car rather, on lap 18, it really kind of changed the strategy. And remember, that key minimum lap for each driver is 54 laps. So it'll be interesting to see if people are saving, whether people are going to pit on that on that lap 54 mark, just to get one of their drivers out of the car. And yeah, it'll be very interesting. We've had a couple varying strategies at the moment. Stephen Varga took fuel, a little bit of fuel actually, and took tyres, whereas some guys have actually spent more time in that pit lane with more fuel. So I believe you expect to see that Quantum Racing car in a little bit earlier than the other guys around him. But yeah, I think these drivers are going to try and play it a little bit more safe at the moment. It's such a long race and they really don't want to make a rash decision too quick. Jamie Dyke, as we know, is just very good on that consistency and just working his way through a field. And the Fishy Motorsport cars, both of them have been very quick today, with Michael Whiting out in front, just absolutely incredible pace at the moment. Just minding his own business and just setting those laps is all you've really got to do, really at this stage of the race. Just keeping yourself out of trouble, and I mean, being in the lead and by yourself is absolutely the perfect way to do it.
Absolutely, it is, and you know we have been focused on this train for a little while, but so hard to look away. And you know what better way to go racing on your Sunday afternoon than in a real big battle pack. I'm a little bit behind on the race strategy at the moment, Aidan, having just jumped in the booth and not having a chance to watch the start of this race, but I can see that there's a bunch of cars at the top that all pitted on lap 18. I'm assuming that there was something like a safety car and that we're going to see a longer stint this time, but genuinely interesting to see how this unfolds over the rest of the day. And for anyone that maybe was a little bit nervous about the endurance format and how that look, as we do see Jamie Dyke now absolutely throws it down the inside at turn one. That is a fantastic move on Varga. He has been setting that up for a couple of laps. I've been keeping my eye out, Aidan. Jamie Dyke was tucked in very, very closely behind Vargs there for a little while, and I think he's just been weighing up his options, and he's watching Hall get away now. Hall's out to a bit over half a second, and I think that what's happened there is the Fishy Motorsports car just been watching the lead car on this pack start to pull a gap, and Jamie Dyke has said enough is enough. We absolutely have to make sure that we get rid of this and that we don't allow that car to disappear. A fantastic move into turn one. We've seen everybody just settle there nicely, line abreast, and Jamie Dyke's going about chasing the Hall car in front down. He's already pulled 0.8 of a second, so there's no doubt that the Quantum car was holding him up a little bit, and a nice authoritative move to see there into turn one. I don't know what you think, Aidan, but if that's a sign of what's to come, that Fishy car, it is absolutely locked on and ready to go.
Yeah, exactly, Josh. We have seen Jamie Dyke race here before in these new Gen 3 cars, and I think a lot of people here have had experience in just racing these Gen 3 cars, but I do know for one that Jamie Dyke has got a lot of top-level V8 experience, and even in the Pro Series as well. So that move there was just him setting it up lap after lap. He was behind him for about 5 to 10 laps-ish there, from about lap 30-ish. So he's just been setting it up, seeing if he can, make a really well-timed move, and that's exactly what he did. And now, I mean, look at the gap that he's built to Varga. Nearly a second there, as Varga's now under pressure here from Damien Cairns, who's looking fairly quick. Although Dyke has now pretty much climbed up back into Dan Hall's territory. So, Cairns looking at the inside of Varga. Well, they're both on the marbles a little bit, but that's a very kind of clean move. As Dan Hall's actually had a bit of a moment there coming out of Honda. Be interesting to see if there was a little bit of contact, but these cars are getting trickier to handle here, Josh, because of the tyre wear that's coming in. They're about 22 laps into their stint. The crucial lap number, is around that 54, which will see these drivers taking about a 30, 34, 36 kind of lap stint, which is within fuel range.
Now, I'm very interested to see how they go on tyres, that's for sure, because I certainly know from a race that I did here a few months ago, Aidan, and I will put a caveat on this, that I was new into the Supercars scene, and certainly the Gen 3 was a new beast, but we all know that Phillip Island is incredibly high degradation. it is tough on tyres, and certainly I saw that that after just 17 laps, I was really starting to struggle, and the concept of going potentially 25, 26, maybe even more laps. I think you just said my maths isn't the greatest, and so doing this quick maths off the top of my head isn't easy, but I think we're already 20 odd laps in, and you're suggesting we're going to go into the 30s, Aiden, which from my perspective and my early use of these cars on this track just sounds absolutely terrifying, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I've struggled doing, 19 lap stints around here. Granted, it was a little bit hotter than what the temperatures we are seeing today. That will have a little bit of an effect on how much tyre wear, or how much the tyres are actually affected. But it's still going to come into play here because of the high loads that both the sides of the tyres get, mainly those kind of right hand sides getting punished and the left hands. So it's really going to be interesting as they go into these 30 lap kind of stints. The fuel, I was told earlier, is around about 40 laps capacity, so they do have the option of going almost like to lap 58 in this stint, which will, you would see them not even halfway through this stint.
Yeah, that's a very long stint, and I wish the lads well. That's for sure. I toyed with the idea when this series got announced of coming and racing, but I'm here to tell you that I'm probably happier being up here as we do see again another big move on. We are focusing on Stewart, who's just ran wide, and the door has absolutely been slammed closed there by Scotty Rankin. I'm not sure whether you saw ASR's race from last Monday. Scotty Rankin put in a stellar effort. He absolutely nearly pulled off a win there, and if there's anyone that you shouldn't underestimate in this field. Well, as we see a huge lock-up, a couple of cars forward, that possibly was Dan Hall. Yeah, so he's had a bit of a moment, and it's a real shame. He was running nicely, leading this little pack, but a couple of small moments, he's starting to fall back. Maybe those tyres, he has used them up a little bit earlier in the race, and just starting to potentially see some small issues there, and just starting to really feel the effects of some early aggressive driving. And maybe as well, we're talking now, we're 42 laps in. These are pretty long stints, and there is no doubt that on a track like this, Aiden, that fatigue is definitely going to play a part.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's all about just trying to get those laps done. As I think Varga is now into the pit, so this is an interesting strategy here. I did say earlier though that they did actually only take a little, about 8 seconds, I think, of fuel, which compared to everybody else was just not as much fuel. So it's very interesting, considering they're only on lap 43, why they didn't take those extra 11 laps of fuel, because that would have got them to the end of that kind of minimum driver stint. But maybe they have it sorted out better than what I do. Can guarantee they would. So as they have just switched drivers now to Jason Bentz, still Allison as well in the background there, also in the pit lane. So we're now seeing the varying strategies kind of come into play here.
Yeah, absolutely, and potentially a very deliberate choice to get Vargs out. Do a couple of laps at the start, put Bentz in the car, and just get him to complete a good quality stint. Maybe for another short one later, but I think that one of the important things there that we're seeing is very much around the ability for various different strategies to come at play, and we're really starting to see that first bit of strategy unfold.
Yeah, and it's really going to be kind of a mess until we get into that final stint. So yeah, after we get all those kind of all the strategy out of the way, and we are into the last, I'd say 15-20 laps, that's when we'll understand who the real candidates are. I mean, there's absolutely no doubt that Michael Whiting is there's going to be a big player here in this race, because he is just absolutely just smashing it today, and his consistency has been just, I don't think it has been matched yet so far. There's still Allison coming out in front of, I think that's Michael Stewart there and Luke Holman, thankfully getting out of the way on those cold tyres. As we see, I think that's Lorne Mackay there in the Accelerate Endurance car also coming to the pits. So I think that there's a couple people there around that that Varga's strategy, so it is very interesting to see what everybody's doing. Maybe Varga will get back in towards the latter stage of the race and finish it out, this is the pure kind of joy of watching endurance races, is just to see how it all unfolds and see what people are doing in terms of the strategy.
Yeah, we're absolutely very much in that incredibly interesting part of the race, Aidan, where there's so many varying strategies all starting to unfold, and we're going to spend the next little while making all of these different opinions and presenting some options and theories, and it's going to be interesting to see which ones end up coming to fruition, because no doubt we will nail the winning strategy. Unfortunately, though, I reckon that we're going to nail the winning strategy by presenting about 4 or 5 different options that also don't work. And I love this form of racing, Aidan. I haven't had a chance yet to do it in a supercar, but there is nothing better, in my opinion, than being somewhere in the vicinity of 100 laps from the end, and you just don't know where you stand. You may be on the very best strategy. You might have dealt yourself a little bit of a strategy blow. It's one of those things that really takes a little while to play out, but it is very exciting.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's all a matter of racing your own race. Oh, Scotty Rankin getting very close up behind the Evolution Racing car there at Dan Hall. It's very interesting to see what's going on, and who are doing different strategies. Dan Hall doesn't look to be as quick here on the kind of longer tyre runs, but Scotty Rankin has just been racing his own race. As he alluded to us before he stepped into the car today, he has just been telling us that they're going to run their own race, kind of see how it plays out. Up the inside of Dan Hall, they're both locked up a little bit. Very clean move though by Scotty Rankin. He moves himself up to 4th, now on the cusp of the podium. So they have been very good with their long tyre pace, and this is where we're going to see those people who haven't pushed as hard in that kind of beginning phase of the stint, and now we're seeing those drivers kind of come to the forefront now with their pace. Luke Ullman also into the pits, so that makes another car pitting at the moment. I think that makes it maybe 5 or 6 cars now that have pitted, so it'll be interesting to see who does get to that 54 lap mark, because that is that critical lap number with the minimum driver time for drivers. Greg Favell also in the pits as well. So this is looking to be a very interesting race, especially as we get to that minimum lap time, or lap number rather.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that we'll see a lot of these guys that are driving at the moment at least do another stint. I don't expect to see anyone do 54 laps and then simply get out and hand over and leave their co-driver, something near 80 laps. I just can't imagine that happening. No doubt, now that I've said that and, gone out on a limb, that someone's going to prove me wrong. But I think that there's definitely going to be a couple of driver changes in this race. One thing that I will note, as we do ride on board with the number 180 Angry Birds Racing Mustang with Scotty Rankin at the wheel, when we talked to Scotty after his race here on Monday night last week, he made mention of the fact, Aidan, that he knew that on fresh tyres he wasn't necessarily as fast as the cars around him at the front of the field. He was comfortable that he definitely wasn't slow, but he was very comfortable that after 8 laps that he was the fastest car on track and could continue to be the fastest car on track. So slightly different field today. We're certainly not, trying to jump, onto anything there. But you made the comment that Scotty Rankin, he's racing his own race. He's come out and he's starting to put some moves on, and that really does fit in with what he said on Monday night, as he does immediately for a move on. That does look like a lapped car who's nicely gotten out of the way for him. But it's so authoritative. Scotty Rankin is very comfortable with where he's at, and he's very comfortable on older tyres in these cars, and he is showing what he's all about, and he's definitely on the charge.
I actually believe that was Damien Cairns there, so he's actually moved up into a podium position. Scotty Rankin just making those the drivers ahead of him almost looking like backmarkers at the moment. So it'd be interesting. I'd be interested to see what his times are looking like in reference to Michael Whiting at the end of this lap. Also, made mention that sorry, what was his name? Dan Hall also pitted and has come out of the car for Chad Lewis, so that was a 48 lap stint. It really does depend on the driver though, with what stint length they are wanting to do. Some drivers are able to do, and there's Scotty Rankin 3/10 quicker than Jamie Dyke, was 4/10 quicker I believe, or 2/10 quicker than Michael Whiting, so he is, I would say, the quickest car on track with these older tyres at the moment at least. But yeah, it is interesting because, he's just absolutely come out of his shell really halfway through this stint, and has absolutely showing his pace. It really does depend though with these long driver stints. I know some drivers who are crazy enough to do about an 80 lap stint there by themselves. It really depends on whether they like getting into a rhythm or whether they like those shorter kind of stints. Some drivers actually prefer doing those 80 lap stints because it means that they can get into that flow kind of state and just continuously lap consistently.
Yeah, it's interesting to see and understand, and all of these drivers have different little bits and pieces, and you're absolutely right in your comments just before, Aidan, around the times that Scotty Rankin is doing. He's punched in a 34.0. His fastest lap is a 33.1. So he's, considering how long he's been on these tyres, he's actually doing a fantastic job at holding lap pace. But he's definitely reining in the guys up the front. What I am interested to see is the relative difference. So the first car that has done two stops, and they did stop on lap 42, so it is 7 laps to go now, but that car is the car of Bent's in the 868 XCM Cross Continental Motorsport, and he is currently doing 33.6s compared to Scotty Rankin, who's also doing a 33.6. I mean, that man is he's on a mission, and he is definitely fast. Jamie Dyke appears to have realised that the car behind is starting to pick up the pace, so he has responded. He's doing 33.9s, not quite as fast as Scotty Rankin, but there is no doubt that these guys are very aware of what's going on around them, and they're really looking to start to work on, making sure that they don't see Scotty Rankin just absolutely blaze past them. Although, as we do see there on our screens, as we take one of those wider shots, Jamie Dyke is just up the road, and he would absolutely be able to see him now in that Angry Birds machine. There is a laps car in between that he has to navigate, but he is doing everything he can to absolutely rein them in.
Yeah, and what's crucial as well, Josh, is you've really got to think as well about who's kind of, pitting early, who hasn't been pitting early. So we see some of the replays there from the start. I think there was still Allison getting a little bit crossed up there by, I believe that might have been Brian Minogue who started that car. Not exactly sure though. Or Hederscheid, I think, is also Minogue's co-driver. We are starting to see a lot of driver changes here. I think for a couple cars I've been seeing about 2 driver swaps already at this lap 50 mark. So drivers getting a little bit fatigued already. and it's going to be interesting to see how that fatigue kind of comes into play. It's these cars are very physical cars to drive. I think this is Mick Clifton in the middle of Jamie Dyke and Scotty Rankin, but Scott is absolutely putting the pressure on Jamie Dyke now, and by no doubt will Jamie Dyke be looking at his relative there. But all of these guys are staying out, whereas Luke Ullman and Jason Benson, drivers like that, they did hit earlier, and they do have that current pace at the moment, as I think that was Ullman there doing a 33.1 again for the second lap in a row. They are about 5/10 quicker at the moment, but keep an eye out for these cars here at the front of the field to actually be quicker throughout the latter part of the race, because the drop-off in the tyre at the moment is so heavy and so high that you pretty much have a benefit throughout an entire stint, even if you have about 3 laps fresher tyres. So the fact that these guys have stayed out about 4 or 5 laps longer is just going to kind of show that these cars are going to be there at the end, and they're also going to be a lot quicker than some of the drivers like Luke Ullman and Jason Benson towards the end. Not taking anything out of those two guys. It'll be interesting to see how they actually manage their tyres, but yeah, it's all to play for at the moment, and Scotty Rankin right up the back of Jamie Dyke, so it'll be interesting to see what happens here in the battle for second.
Yeah, absolutely. And that last lap, 33.6 for Scotty Rankin, once again punching out a fantastic lap time. Jamie Dyke managing a 34.4. So, whether Jamie Dyke had a small mistake or Scotty Rankin just absolutely has an ability to pull miracles with these tyres, I am not 100% sure. But what I will tell you is that Scotty Rankin is absolutely in a hurry. We will jump on board and watch Scotty as he comes around through the hay shed and gets ready to come up over Lukey Heights. This is a fantastic part of the track. It is incredibly technical, and we'll see whether Scotty Rankin's going to pull off a dive. He is straight away. He goes to dive down the inside. A big lock up and contact, and that is going to be interesting to see whether Scotty Rankin decides to redress that or whether Jamie Dyke will potentially report it. There was a bit of an inside lock up, and it is so easy to do as you come up over Lukey Heights, Aidan. I know that you race these cars as well, and you really do come up over Lukey Heights there, go to dive into MG, and absolutely we're seeing that redress take place. Scotty Rankin is a fantastic competitor, and he would not have enjoyed the way that he got that pass done, so he has immediately taken the opportunity to slow down, settle back in behind, and no doubt will now look to immediately set himself up. It was the right idea. It was a fantastic move. Just unfortunately, in all that rubber, Aidan locked up the inside front and bumped into the side of him. But you can't knock the bloke for trying, and he is straight back on the back, 1.16 of a second behind. He is wasting no time in really hunting back up on the bumper. We will jump back on board and just show you how close again he is. So Scotty Rankin here, as Jamie Dyke makes a slight mistake, goes wide, misses the apex. That will put him into the marbles, and it's interesting to see now what the run is like through the hay shed. Do we see Scotty Rankin immediately set himself up for the same move again? We'll watch him come around up over Lukey Heights for the 52nd time today as he now dives down into MG corner. He just decides to tuck in. Will we see an attempted run through the last corner? Maybe Scotty Rankin underestimated Jamie Dyke's abilities into MG and thought that he would get it stopped, and he's now realised that on a corner like that he probably doesn't have the firepower. But I can assure you, my time spent watching and talking to Scotty Rankin tells me that he will be setting something up. He knows what he wants to do, and here we go. He's going to have a crack down the inside at turn 1. He's used the draft. Can he break a little bit later? The guys are going side by side. If Jamie Dyke can hang wide here, he's got the line for 2, but he is straight into the marbles. and it looks like Michael Stewart may have snuck through for third place. So while these guys have been arguing, obviously a bit of time lost in the redress and that initial contact, and so yeah, Michael Stewart has managed to sneak through. Jamie Dyke will be absolutely kicking himself in that Fishy Motorsports car, and bitterly disappointed that he's ended up in fourth, and he will no doubt be regrouping and getting ready to go again.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Scotty has just been, he has been, planning out his attack quite a bit throughout this stint. I think he did come into that Angry Birds Racing. I think he came in maybe somewhere around lap 18 when that safety car came out. So yeah, he's really been, I think he's really into a rhythm now. He's been setting up a lot of his moves, really. But yeah, it was just a simple lock-up, simple mistake. The redress was, yeah, I mean, very well, very well thought out. You'd much rather do that readdress than cop a penalty later, because there's nothing worse than copping a time penalty, especially in a race that's so close. Michael Stewart, as made mention of getting into that podium position, is now pitting as well. So he has hit that 54 lap target, and now the strategy is blown wide open. And keep an eye on maybe Jamie Dyke actually pitting soon and handing that over to Dave Coleman. I wouldn't be surprised if Dave takes that Fishy Motorsport car all the way to the end, because yeah, he's a very fast driver in these new Gen 3 cars, has got very well acclimatized to it. So, and Jamie has alluded to earlier that he is struggling with this fixed setup, so it'll be interesting to see, if Dave does that 80 laps towards the end, or if any driver actually does those 80 laps towards the end. There are still a couple teams here that still have their driver in from the start. Michael Whiting as well, Dyke's teammate, has also stayed in from the start. Stewart, Heisler, I think, has also maybe been in there from the start, but I'm not entirely sure. So the strategies are playing out now as we've hit this critical lap number. So yeah, keep an eye out for people pitting and changing driver. Stewart has stayed out, so that's very interesting. I believe you can get to lap maybe 80, maybe lap 80 or somewhere around there. Probably a little bit later, because my math is very bad, as Fisher has gone wide there, and a little bit loose on the exit there out of Honda. That lets Jason Bentz go up the inside, taking a net fifth at the moment, although 30 seconds behind Cairns. But this is where the strategy is playing in, as on cue, Whiting and Damien Cairns are both pitted here. Be interesting to see if Whiting will be switching over to their other driver, as they have done. Yep, Jamie McKnight is heading into the I think it's the 27 Fishy Motorsport Camaro. So it'll be interesting to see if Jamie McKnight, so many Jamies in the Fishy Motorsport camp, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Jamie McKnight can hold that lead that Michael Whiting had built and established. So, and a safety car is not out of the question here yet, Josh. So it's all to play for at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely it is, as we have jumped back all the way to 11th place with who have we got? Michael Stewart and Michael Schroeder battling it out. They are in a real scrap. We've been hanging with them for a bit over a lap now, as we do see Stewart with the run, although he has positioned himself on the outside. Can he get it pulled up and into turn one? He has. That's a fantastic move around the outside, and not something that we would normally see. So fantastic to be able to be on board with these guys while that happened, and very exciting to see some moves continuing to happen. As usual in these Gen 3 cars, it is amazing to see the way that constantly we see these battle packs that spread out and then reform and spread out and reform, and it's very exciting to watch these guys. There's always racing going on somewhere. We do jump back up the front now with Fisher, who is just starting to see Jason Bentz run away from him ever so slightly as these guys do continue to just churn out lap after lap, as we see the amount of marbles there at MG Corner, only 56 laps in, so many laps still to go, and it's really going to be interesting to see what happens from there as we do jump back now with Michael Stewart. Jamie McKnight in front. So as you said, the car of McKnight and Whiting that did lead so many of those early laps and is now in a real battle. Jamie McKnight getting himself up to speed with this race. He is absolutely a driver to watch out for, but no doubt it's going to take him a couple of laps. Obviously the guys around him, they're in the groove. They've been out here for a while now, and it's going to be challenging to be able to jump into that car and keep up. And to be able to keep up that battle. So, I think that we'll see here. McKnight's got a bit of a battle in his hands, and it's going to be interesting to see. Only, less than half a second to the car behind, which is, pretty challenging to continue and, not get too focused on the mirrors behind you.
Yeah, and just something to mention, actually, is that Michael Stewart was around 10 seconds, I'd like to say, behind that Fishy Motorsport Camaro before they pitted. He is right on the tail of Jamie McKnight. So I believe this is a bit of strategy coming into play here. It absolutely would be. These guys would have a better idea of what the strategy is going to look like than us, as I'm not really a big strategy man anyway myself when it comes to racing, which is admittedly something I should improve on. But I'd be interested to see whether either McKnight has taken a lot more fuel or whether Stewart has just not taken fuel at all. It wouldn't make sense for Stewart not to take that much fuel. So I would assume that they might have short fueled a little bit, maybe because those tyres aren't really lasting Michael Stewart as long as what he wanted. So maybe the aim for Michael Stewart at the moment is to get maybe somewhere between kind of mid 80 laps or something like that, maybe 85 laps, 86 laps to maybe hand over to his co-driver, which would be kind of the strategy that I think they might be on. A full tank, don't forget, Josh, is 40 laps of fuel. So I'm thinking McKnight and Whiting have taken maybe that extra bit of fuel just to keep them out on track a little bit longer, but that has lost them a little bit of track position, which could come into play as Dyke is now into the pits. So it will be very interesting to see where Jamie Dyke kind of comes out here and see if Michael Stewart actually maybe jumps another Fishy Motorsport car or jumps the other Fishy Motorsport car here. And I believe that David Coleman might be jumping in to that 80 Fishy Motorsport Mustang, so it'll be very interesting to see what happens here. And I am correct, so it is going to be, I think, maybe a Coleman showdown towards the end. And don't forget as well, Scotty Rankin's still out on the track here. Drivers like Luke Allman that we alluded to earlier have pitted about 10 laps before Scotty Rankin, and he is still out on track. So watch out for Scotty Rankin. Although he is very quick here on those older tyres, watch out for him towards the end of his next stint, as he is going to be very quick on those fresher tyres.
Yeah, absolutely. And we did see, while you were doing a fantastic job there of explaining a couple of things, we did see, as we see now, Stewart running wide. Thank goodness he was able to recover that and get it back on track, but of course that has probably overheated the tyres immediately wide again at turn 2. We did see the Team AJR car of Johnson and Logsdale had just started to go back in positions, and that was no doubt because they had not pitted since lap 18. But in other news, Scotty Rankin is now in the pit lane, and he is in his box. Just for everyone's understanding, we are 7 seconds into his pit. I haven't seen a driver change happen yet, but it may very well come about. We will keep an eye on exactly where he does come out. Now,
yeah, absolutely. It's I think of the Fishy Motorsport car of David Coleman. See how far back they have actually dropped after that pit stop. So I think the Fishy Motorsport guys are actually going for longer stints this time around. So it's going to be very interesting to see what happens after, say, about 20 or 30 laps. Scotty Rankin, this is key in the race now to see where he comes out. I don't know if Jason Benz has pitted yet for a second stop. I don't believe he has. So it'll be very interesting to see what happens here. But yeah, Scotty will come out a little bit later as they lose all this time with the older tyre. But now, be prepared for an absolute masterclass, as with about 10 laps fresher tyres, it's almost going to be something of unstoppable at this rate.
Yeah, it has, but we have seen the effect of the undercut come to fruition there. So Scotty Rankin has dropped back a few places, but a very long stint, and that long stint will have had advantages that the shorter stints lose out on. So he's sitting back there in sixth, the 2.5 off Michael Schroeder in front. And if we do look at our board, Michael Schroeder last pitted on lap 43, so 15 lap newer tyres. I wouldn't expect to wait that long to see Scotty Rankin start to move forward. As we do now see, we jump forward and we have a look at Stewart and McKnight. We see McKnight now up into third, so he has immediately gone out onto track and been able to put some quick work in. One thing that I can see out of our YouTube chat, and hello to all of our viewers, it is fantastic to have you along. Please do keep on chatting away with us. Let us know things if you've got any little secret bits of information like this one. We did see one David Coleman dive into the YouTube chat just before he dived into the car. The number 27, the 027 had pushed for so long out the front on the original tyres that they ended up getting a meatball at 0% wear. So they had their hand shown, and I would expect that is well inside our fuel window, and maybe just shows people that all of a sudden it's not possible to run fuel the whole way down. You're going to have to pit for tyres before you pit for fuel.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I think that might be part of the strategy that Michael Stewart could be thinking about and could be implementing, is that because those tyres aren't lasting those 40 laps. Scotty Rankin, though, I feel like because they did pit there under that safety car, I mean, I did say that 58 was a lap that they could have got to. So maybe Scotty Rankin, I feel like, did run that tank dry. But yeah, because most of the drivers out there aren't really getting all the tyre life with the amount of fuel that they're putting on board. So maybe the shorter pit stops could actually play in the hand of Michael Stewart at the end of the race, as Jason Spriggs just locking up there, maybe looking into his mirrors a little bit too much. They're going over Siberia, but yeah, it's a bit. I don't know. It's a bit tricky, especially when you've got a driver like David Coleman rather behind you. It's especially when you know there's such much faster driver there right behind you. It's such a hard thing to try and stay composed right in front of them. So most of the time you do end up making that slight mistake, and we have just seen that with Jason Spriggs there. No dramas though, just get back onto the track and just keep pressing on. Jamie McKnight though is actually holding Michael Stewart here, is holding him off. The gaps between those two cars are kind of stabilizing a little bit, but watch for that Angry Birds Mustang right behind those two. He is 6 seconds behind them both at the moment, but yeah, the amount of tyre wear that these two cars here would have accumulated within just a couple of laps is going to be all the difference here between, you know, Scotty Rankin gaining those 6 or 7 seconds now back throughout the stint. I'd be looking for maybe even such a late pit of maybe 98 if we're looking on a full fuel stint. So keep an eye on that Angry Birds car to maybe even get to lap 98 before we see that car in the pits again.
Yeah, that would be a huge effort, and obviously then we would see Paddy van der Kraan dive in and punch out a pretty solid stint. What we do see here is Stewart and Jamie McKnight, who are trading lap times that are incredibly similar. Scotty Rankin has punched out a 33.7, so we've got a 33.8 for McKnight, 33.6 for Stewart, and a 33.7 for Rankin. They are absolutely, you know, going tooth and nail and fighting this one. But what I would say for our viewers at home, just keep an eye on that interval gap back to the number 180 Angry Birds car that's currently in 5th place. My bold prediction for today is that Scotty Rankin absolutely is playing to a plan here. He has not set the timing board alight as he's come out of the pit lane, and to me, what that says is that we are absolutely watching him just ease himself into this stint. He's making sure that he protects those tyres in the first couple of laps. When to give an idea for our people at home of what it's like, you know, you come out of the pits, you've just had a car that's understeery on the way into corners and oversteery on the way out. You've got front tyres that are hurting and rear tyres that are hurting, and all of a sudden you get all this grip thrown at you when you get these new tyres, and it is so easy to just use 100% of that grip and really overdrive the car. But you know, it is proving with what Scotty Rankin is doing that he can just not use 100% of that available grip at the start, and that really is prolonging the life. Jamie Dyke straight away in the YouTube comment, he thinks that Scotty Rankin might have put those tyres in a crib. Look, Jamie, your guess is as good as mine as to what he does with them. All I know is that out of everyone around, he's probably one of the very, very best at getting incredible lap times out of his tyres, lap after lap after lap.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, we're seeing now that the two cars that did pit a little bit earlier of the Evolution Racing team and the Quantum Racing, and I think that's also with the Extreme Accelerate racing as well, is that, you know, they've got a really big gap at the moment, but this is where the strategy gets really interesting at this part of the races. We don't actually know where all these guys sit at the moment in terms of their fuel level. You know, I mean, we understand how long they've been on a stint. We can gauge that, but, you know, we don't know how much they're saving. Some drivers could be saving, some drivers could just be, you know, just going flat chat pretty much. And, you know, it's really, as we see it, bit of an interesting moment there with Logsdale, who had a really good first stint. Another driver to keep an eye out, just locking up a tiny bit there going into Honda and running a little bit wide. Not a huge amount of contact, so it's pretty much play on from here on out. But yeah, those two teams at the front of the race, it's going to be very interesting to, you know, see what happens after this next cycle of pit stops, because I don't know, Michael Stewart is a little bit out of sync, as we know, so it's going to be very interesting to see how they all come out of this next pit stop, see where they all filter out, and actually see kind of where the race has unfolded from there, and see who our contenders are for the last 20 odd laps, I'd say.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so much to play at the moment, and it is very, very difficult to keep on top of it. You know, it's going to be interesting to watch it all unfold. Jamie Dyke has jumped in again. There's no wonder he says that Scotty Rankin let him past earlier in the race so easily. Look, Jamie, it's one thing I can tell you from my time around Mr. Rankin is that everything is a calculated move, and if he's going to let you pass, it's because he thinks that he's got the ability to come back through later on. So, it's fantastic to see this field, and all of these different guys. There's a number of people here who may not have raced against other people in these fields. We're really seeing some new names in Alliance Sim Racing just for this event, as we do now see Michael Stewart just shows the nose on Jamie McKnight and says, what are you willing to do? How late are you willing to break? And Jamie McKnight is absolutely up to the task, as we do see him hold that position. We do want to get to having a bit of a look at a number of other cars in the field, but unfortunately right now this little battle is too juicy to get rid of. But if there is anyone in the YouTube chat, if you've got a car that you're here specifically to support, and you want to have a bit of a look at how they look on track and where they're up to, just let us know. We are more than happy to have a bit of a look around. But for now, Jamie McKnight and Michael Stewart are absolutely putting a fantastic show on for us. Lots and lots of other cars just nicely spread out at the moment. We're in between pit stops. We've got a lot of strategy at play 65 laps into the race, and we're really starting to see some real different strategies emerging, and the field is nicely spread. But I can nearly guarantee that towards the end of the race, it's all of a sudden going to come all back together. And it's a long known cliche, Aidan, that all of these endurance races in supercars is really about buying yourself a ticket to the last 20 laps, and I'm pretty sure that that's exactly what's going on at the moment. We're just seeing a number of different drivers who are just taking the time, making sure that they are in it at the right moment and ready to go. As we do now jump back to the two Accelerate endurance cars, one in a Camaro, one in a Mustang, running together, only 4/10 apart. Interesting to see now whether this is two guys who absolutely want to get racing, or is this a little bit of teamwork, and we're going to see these two cars together charging forward.
I believe that we might actually see a little bit of teamwork here unfold. Depends on who actually pitted last. I think maybe the Mustang there, the 273, I believe maybe they might have the pace here on Walker at the moment, which I would assume they might do a little bit of kind of team orders if that 273 Mustang can kind of catch up. And then what you do from there is you'd kind of have the Camaro Walker just a little bit behind Schroeder there, just so you can kind of understand what Schroeder's doing to be a little bit quicker, save a little bit of fuel a little bit, and kind of just see what's going on with that Camaro, and with the Mustang, and seeing how they're being a little bit quicker, and just kind of getting yourself into a bit of a flow state. Some drivers do prefer actually being behind another car to get a little bit of extra lap time. I know I've always found it a bit helpful. It's not that helpful if that car ahead is making mistakes, because you'll tend to follow them off the track. As we just speak about Schroeder, he is actually into the pit lane already, so they are really out of sync, I'd assume. So maybe going for a different strategy that we might not even be talking about or thinking about at the moment. So it'll be interesting to see how many more cars kind of pit within this kind of next 3, 4, 5 laps, as I would assume. They switched out there to Lorne Mackay, so it'll be interesting to see how that Accelerate endurance team or sim team kind of come back out into the field and see what position they filter back into. But keep an eye on that Angry Birds car in 5th place. So we see Logsdale there going for a move there at turn 1. very nicely done, very well executed, manages to hit his marks there at turn 1, which is, that's exactly the move you want to be making at this point of the race. You don't want to be rushing into it, but you also don't want to be, making a silly move that could cost you, 5, 10, 15 seconds from a spin. But yeah, keep an eye on that 5th place, and anyone who's watching, because that gap has come down a little bit from about 7 seconds, as we alluded to, about maybe 5, 6 laps ago. That is coming down a significant amount now, as I think Michael Stewart might have made just a tiny bit of a mistake there, as he has just filtered a little bit further back off the back of Jamie McKnight. So it'd be interesting to see if we could go back to that, as look at the lap time there from Michael Stewart in the last lap. He's a solid 6/10 slower than both Jamie McKnight and Scotty Rankin. So it would be interesting to see if he had made a mistake in that last lap. Jason Spriggs also into the pits. So that answers my question about other cars actually coming into the pit lane in this strategy. So I think there are a couple of cars that have seen that there's a strategy that could play into their hands coming to the end of the race, as I see just at the top of the shot there, a car letting Chad Lewis there by. There's a little bit risky. I believe that might have, not sure what car that would have been, but that looked a little bit sketchy there coming off the exit of the corner. Maybe a little bit of miscommunication there between both cars, but they seem to all come out of there unscathed, which is all good and well for both of those drivers. As we click on to Jason Bentz, the leader, who now is out to a 13-second lead. This is exactly what you want at the front of the race, and this is exactly what you want at this part of the race. Lap traffic, as we haven't really mentioned too much, that will come into play a little bit, as Anthony Visma coming out of the pit lane there, it didn't really play much of a factor. It'll be interesting to see if Anthony can actually catch up to Jason Bentz with these brand new tyres. But Jason in a really good rhythm at the moment, just setting those lap times, probably getting told by those Quantum boys to just kind of keep it under lock a little bit, just continue hitting your marks. Underdrive the car a little bit is kind of what you want to do. Don't want to overdrive too much, because that's when you start kind of getting into the territory of making, those kind of bigger mistakes. So, just driving it smooth, consistently, underdriving it a little bit is, exactly what you want to be doing at this stage of the race. As we see Anthony Visma right behind him almost instantly, gaining about I would say that was about a second there from that lap. This is exactly the difference of what old tyres and new tyres kind of do with these cars. This is the advantage that you gain coming straight out of the pit lane versus somebody who's already halfway through their stint, Josh.
Yeah, it absolutely is, and a shame for Anthony Visma that he does appear to be at least a lap down, but he has those nice new fresh tyres and a really challenging position to be in now. Obviously good quality fresh tyres, but when you're mucking around with the leader of the race, the last thing that you want to do is have a moment, and we see there Bentz just immediately diving back in behind. He knows that Visma is not only a fast driver, but has some very, very fast rubber on board, and so he is more than happy to just let Visma start to run off down the road. And can I just say, what a fantastic looking Chevrolet Camaro that car of Accelerate Sim Racing's is absolutely gloriously looking today. A number of different liveries today, some stuff that we don't see every single day in ASR, and it's good to see a number of different liveries and cars out on track, and even a couple, if I can say, that have been changed especially for this event.
Oh, absolutely, and I think we've had a comment here. Mitchell Steele Allison, one of our drivers actually, from the early part of the race, giving the 24 livery reveal. So it'd be interesting to see what kind of livery it's the hardest pronounced team of all time, down in 15th position. So it'd be...
Angus.
Yeah, so it'd be interesting to see what livery they've got, and yeah, I'd love to give that livery a bit of a review. I think it was the Liquid Death livery. I'm loving the gold that they've got on their car. So I would give that a solid 9 out of 10. I am an absolute sucker for gold. So I mean, they're really kind of playing into my weaknesses at the moment. And also, we want to give Dave Coleman, the man currently in 7th place in that fishy Mustang, a big happy birthday. So, I mean, no other way you'd like to be spending your birthday than 135 laps around Phillip Island. So it'd be interesting to see if he can make up some positions and give himself a little bit of a birthday present.
Yeah, absolutely. No way that I would rather spend my birthday, if I'm honest, than with a couple of mates doing such a fantastic race. And of course, Coleman is currently doing a fantastic job in 7th place. As we do now have a quick squiz at the Angry Birds racer of Rankin and Matt Vanderkraan, we do just jump on board and have a bit of a look, and not quite seeing the lap time that we might have expected at this point, Aidan. Slightly older tyres than the cars around, but where it's really going to come into play is late in the stint. So lap 58 was the last time that our friend Scotty Rankin was in the pit. So he's sort of 13 laps into his stint, and he's still just doing those good solid lap times, not particularly exciting lap times, but definitely solid. And it's going to be very, very interesting to see over the next 20 laps whether whether Scotty Rankin is able to move that car forward and do that remarkable effort that he showed in his previous stint, or does he have to run shorter than expected and get into the pits in time for Matt Vanderkraan to ensure that he's able to do his 54 laps?
Well, I've actually just done the calculations as you were talking about that, so Scotty Rankin, I think, got in around about lap 18 after that safety car. So if based off of those calculations, Matt Vanderkraan has done 17 laps, which would also mean that there would be, roughly 34 laps that Matt Vanderkraan, or about 37-ish, laps that he needs to complete. If you minus 37 from 135, that's lap 98. And if you can remember a little bit earlier on, I was actually talking about how 40 laps of fuel is actually the capacity of fuel for these new supercars. 40 laps would get them around 98 lap 98 rather, and that would actually make their strategy pretty much just fall into the hands of them. They just need to make this one stop, keep it clean and consistent, and after lap 98 they can press on to the end. So I am gonna put my hand up here and actually say Scotty Rankin and Matt Vanderkraan could be in with a podium, maybe even a win come the end of these 135 laps.
Look, it would not surprise me at all if Scott Rankin and Matt Vanderkraan are the two people racing today who have managed in some way or other to absolutely nail their strategy to the lap. I will really guarantee you that those blokes knew exactly how many laps they had to do, and there was a whiteboard somewhere with about 50 different strategies on it. And as soon as that safety car came out on lap 18 or 17, and they knew that meant 80 laps for Scott Rankin, 2 40-lap stints with him being as fast as he is on the old tyres, that meant that then Matt Vanderkraan did exactly 54 laps by the end of the race. I will nearly guarantee you that those guys were well aware that was what was going to happen when they made that decision to pit and change drivers.
Yeah, absolutely. It's some of these guys have really thought out the strategy a whole bunch. They understand that in an endurance race like this, that is what could win you or lose you the race. It is also about your pace and your long tyre pace, but you're not going to win a race if you mess up the strategy somehow. Michael Stewart we did mention a couple laps ago that he was about 9/10 to a second off after making a little bit of a mistake. He's kind of gained that time a little bit back up. Now in the tow here of Jamie McKnight, as we see, he's gained about a 10th there down the front straight. So it will be interesting to see what Michael Stewart does here, as Jamie McKnight doesn't look like he can hold on to his tyres as well as what his teammate could do. Still in a very respectable third place and holding on to that position, very well. Hasn't made any mistakes, and that's all you ask really of a co-driver if you're a main driver, just for your co-driver to maintain that position and not to make any mistakes or do anything really silly. So it's very good to see experienced racer Jamie McKnight here back out on track and in these new Gen 3 cars, and he's doing a very respectable job. So I mean it's all to play for still. We've only really almost clicked over the halfway mark, so there's such a long race to go.
Yeah, there is, and you make a really interesting point there, Aidan, about what the things are that you want your co-driver to do as a main driver, and I think that for a lot of these guys, they would be very, very happy that they've got that ideal situation of two mains. So whether they be the fastest cars or some of our guys who maybe aren't quite as fast, and they are genuinely here for a good time and to see what they can manage to do. Then there's still what we would consider two mains. So I think a lot of these guys will have paired up with people that are very similar in speed to them, and they will be really looking to bounce off each other and be able to have such a flexible strategy. The joy of having two people who are nearly the same speed as each other is that as that strategy, evolves through the day, as things happen, as you get a pit stop on lap 17, and you realise that it's the perfect time to put Scott Rankin in, for instance, if you're Matt Vanderkram, then you can be very comfortable and say to yourself, well, that means that, I'm going to have Scotty Rankin in now for 80 laps and he's going to do the majority of the driving. But hey, Scotty Rankin's every bit as fast as me, and it doesn't matter, as what we would call the lead driver. Obviously, Scotty Rankin over racing in the Angry Birds race team, which is not his normal team. So, you would consider Scotty Rankin there to be somewhat of a co-driver, but he's going to do the most laps today by the look of it. And it's such a fantastic position for a number of these cars to be in, that they don't have to feel that they've got one faster and one slower driver. It's very much about just being able to decide things on the fly and make stuff happen. But talking about drivers that are absolutely, as we do see, Jamie McKnight now has bailed into the pit, so that this battle has been going for a significant amount of time. We have been coming backwards and forwards to the Stewart McKnight battle for probably 15 laps, if not more. They have not been more than 0.6 of a second away from each other, and it just means that they have put together an absolutely amazing show, and all the credit to them for a fantastic job. As we do now bounce back to Paul, who is putting a huge amount of pressure on Mackie as he looks to move forward and get himself back into the top 10. But I think that driving like this and that we saw with Stewart and McKnight, Aidan, really does. Although we've now got to dive down the inside from fantastic move, absolutely pulled that up at the perfect moment, and an enormous job from the Accelerate Endurance 1 team, Mackie there, being able to pull his car up in the marbles and get it turned in. That was a beautiful pass that we saw, but really what I was making reference to, Aidan, is the fact that these guys are putting on an amazing show of driving, and really what we see here is another bit of it. Jamie McKnight immediately comes out of the pits and into a battle pack for position, so he's looking to move forward on Clifton and Heusler as he wants to take advantage of those fresh tyres and get up the road. But it's a fantastic endurance race and all of that beautiful things that come with it, with strategy and just a different style of racing. But I think the most impressive thing that I've seen today, Aiden, is just the quality of driving that we've had on display.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a couple of things that I want to point out as well. Jamie McKnight pitting a little bit earlier than what I thought he would. They kind of almost stayed out the distance of what kind of Scotty Rankin had stayed out for. So it's very interesting to see why they've pitted a little bit earlier. Now the critical lap number, if you want to make it to the end, is going to be lap 95, lap 96. So keep an eye out for everybody that's watching. The drivers that are pitting on lap 95 and 96, they only need to do that one stop more. That's it. They just need to do one more stop and they are good to the end. These drivers that are pitting now, your Jamie McKnights, your, who else was pitting? Your Anthony Vismas, they still have to make that extra stop here at around, maybe lap 100, lap 102-ish. So although Scotty Rankin kind of has the tyre advantage at the moment, that is going to change and almost completely swap over towards the end of the race, and we're going to see drivers like Jamie McKnight and Anthony Visma actually come to the forefront of this field towards the end of the race as they have those newer tyres. It's going to be very interesting though to see if Scotty Rankin can elongate these tyres maybe that little bit longer and a little bit more fuel. Maybe the reason why he hasn't been gaining that time is because of fuel, but the strategy is a little bit compromised here for Rankin, as he does have to make that pit stop on lap 98, or that team is, well, effectively, ineligible for a race result, because they need Matt Vanderkrant to get his laps done, because he's only done about 17 at this point. So it's going to be very interesting towards the end. I'm kind of working it out a little bit in my head, but it's going to be very interesting to see kind of, the ebbs and flows of kind of who's going to be there at the end, and I'm kind of working out who will be there at the end. So watch out for Jamie McKnight, watch out for Anthony Visma, watch out for a couple of other drivers here who have made a bit more of a pit stop early. Dan Hall, another driver in that ERT Mustang. So yeah, just keep an eye out, and it's kind of going to change a little bit. I'm assuming this is almost going to be kind of the net result that we're looking at the moment for the win. But yeah, keep an eye out on those drivers coming up through the field, as we can already see Anthony Visma a little bit close here on Jamie McKnight. They are on a similar strategy, although McKnight does have fresher tyres, so it's going to be super interesting coming into this last stint on where everybody ends up.
It is, and you make a really good point, Aidan, about getting through to the end. And when we look at our laps that drivers pitted on, obviously we've made mention of the fact that Scotty Rankin, he pitted on 58, which will see his 40 laps expire on 98, which is both inside the window and also the perfect opportunity for Mr. Vanderkraan to get on board and complete his 54 laps. The cars around him, Michael Stewart in the HSR Hypersonic Racing car of number 18 and Wayne Walker in the 88 Accelerate Sim Racing car, they both pitted on lap 53 and 54 respectively. That's going to make it incredibly difficult. That's going to be a stint of 41 and 42 laps now, and then 40 at the end. I think that they're in for two stops. So that's the car for those playing along at home. Stewart and Walker currently sitting in first and third. I would suggest that they've got two stops still to go. Now, they may play that as two short stops and have plenty of fresh tyres, or they may play it as a real splash and dash at the end and do their very best to fuel save. But importantly, those guys appear to have two stops. The Angry Birds 180, Fishy Motorsports 080 of Coleman, Dean Logsdale, Jamie McKnight and Vargs all appear, from what I can see, to have pitted at a lap late enough that they will either just make it home on one more stop, or they are absolutely 100% in the window for one more stop. So Obviously, those that have pitted slightly later, so the likes of Jamie McKnight and Stephen Varga, they have pitted on lap 75 and 74. They have a far shorter stop to go, and they also have a little bit more leeway in their strategy. They may be able to really hold on and try and hope for a very late race safety car that they can pit under. Whereas, Rankin and Coleman and Logsdale, who all pitted right around that lap, 58, 57, 58, which is going to give them, 240 lap stints to get home. They're very tight on strategy. They have an absolute lap that they're going to make it to. They're then going to do their, at least fuel and tyres, maybe a driver change and get going again. But it's going to be, very interesting over the next couple of, or the next half hour or so as we really start to understand what it looks like. And we do now see the Accelerate endurance car of Walker all over the back of Scott Rankin. As we look at their times, Scotty Rankin punching out 33.9s, Wayne Walker continuing to punch out 33.5. So we do see Wayne Walker and Scotty Rankin on very similar aged tyres, so with Wayne needing to do 2 more stops to get home, he may be really, head down, bum up and putting in lap times, and he's not really thinking too much about the tyre wear at this stage. Scotty Rankin may be, like we've alluded to a couple of times, really driving to a number, making sure that those tyres make it the whole way home. We're yet to see exactly, but we do see now the car of Walker all over the back of Scott Rankin, and as we said it, the leading car 18, has dived into the pits, and Jeff Sanford is jumping aboard. So there we go, the Ballon Stewart Foundation car 18. As we do see a fantastic move into Honda. Aiden there in the background expressing some concern about whether he'd pull up or not, but that's a fantastic move, and I think that what you'll see here is Scott Rankin is going to happily let Wayne Walker drive away. He knows that he's got one extra pit stop than him. This isn't Scott Rankin's race, and he knows that, but we have seen the first cards have been played, so we now see Jeff Sanford in the number 18 car. He is going to put together his stint. Yet to see whether he's running all the way to home or whether he's getting back out, but he definitely has one more stop as we see Wayne Walker there bombed into MG, got a little bit wide and into the marbles, so Scotty Rankin is still absolutely with him, but at this stage, we've got 2 guys here who are, driving spectacularly, although the Accelerate endurance car has also dived into pit, so Wayne Walker absolutely aware that his race is against the number 18 car, and the last thing that he wanted to see was Sanford on new tyres start to run him down, so he has managed to get straight into the pits, and we'll expect to see, Walker and Sanford come out somewhere about together. So car 88 and car 18 will likely be together on track as they come out, and that's going to reset our order now. So once they're in, every single car in the top 12 is on the lead lap and absolutely able to run home on the fuel and tyres that they've got with just one stop. So the last of our cars that needed 2 stops are now in the pits or have pitted, and it's time to see how this all starts to unfold over the next little bit so that we really understand what those last 20-30 laps look like, Aiden.
Yeah, absolutely. And I keep thinking about things as you keep talking, which is really good for me because it's giving me kind of a little bit more of an insight of to how this race is actually going to finish, which can, actually further a bit more insight to, all the people watching, because, it can be a little bit tricky at times when you kind of just, watching a race. You don't exactly want to be doing math equations as you are racing, as you are watching a race unfold. But I feel like Jamie McKnight, we need to watch this gap here between Jamie McKnight, Logsdale and Coleman and Rankin as well. We need to see all of the oil. Okay, Jamie McKnight is a little bit further away there from Coleman than I thought. I thought that was gap to leader. So we really need to watch that Dave Coleman gap at the moment, because with Coleman having to do an extra stop, I believe that both Coleman and Rankin would now need to do one stop. Rankin may be needing to take a little bit more fuel, I'd assume, and this is going to really be interesting now, because if Coleman can get to the back of Scotty Rankin, then that Fishy Motorsports Mustang is actually in a better position than what Rankin is in at the moment. But the fact that Rankin has nearly 17 seconds of margin at the moment is showing that Angry Birds car, I would say, is the contender to win. They are the drivers to beat at the moment. Not wanting to make commentators curse there for that team. They've been driving absolutely beautifully, and Rankin is actually gapping Coleman, and this is really, as we've seen in that last kind of stint towards the end, those last 15 laps was really where Rankin could get the most out of his tyre. As we're seeing a battle here for 7th and 8th, Wayne Walker being pushed out a little bit wide into those marbles there by Dan Hall. Dan getting back that position there for 7th, but we did see Wayne Walker pit a couple laps later, so I think Wayne is actually on the attack here for 7th place, going to look for a little bit of a move there down the inside at Honda. Dan Hall covers it off for the meantime. Let's see if they can both get it stopped here to the apex. They can. Very good defensive maneuvers there from Dan Hall, parking it on the apex, similar to what we've seen in real life supercars. My memory clicks back to 2023 Perth with Kostecki and Gisbergen. There was a very similar kind of move there, parking it on the apex, and that actually kind of works really well with these cars, because it's very hard on that kind of to get that traction there out of the hard hairpin corner. Scott Rankin, meanwhile this battle goes on, Scott Rankin has gained about 7/10 in this last lap, so he is really getting into that sweet spot there with his tyres, and it'll be very interesting to see if he can gain a little bit more in these last kind of 13-14 laps of his stint, because I would say that this is the battle for the lead here with Coleman and Rankin at the moment, and McKnight and Logsdale, if Logsdale could get past McKnight and kind of reel in Dave Coleman a little bit more, then I even think that these cars here in this little battle pack that we're watching at the moment could actually be in the fight for not the championship, my bad, the race rather. So it's all to play for at the moment. What Scott Rankin and Matt Vanderkroon do not want is a safety car. If a late safety car comes out, their strategy is blown wide open. So they really need to get to that lap 97 to lap 98 mark, and they are absolutely golden for the end, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that the way that we can summarise that for all of our viewers at home, Aidan, with you just there doing a fantastic job of really wrapping up where a number of people are, is that the strategy is still wide open. There's a number of different strategies at play. We are now on lap 85 of 135. We have 50 laps to go. We're right inside that window. There's so many different options from this point on to get us home. But it's going to be a really fantastic race. I think now is an absolutely perfect opportunity for us to shuffle some things around in the commentary booth, make some space, and allow our very good friend Jared Cole back in. In the meantime, though, we're going to jump to an ad break and just hear from a couple of our sponsors today, and then we will be back very shortly to bring you home.
Welcome back, race fans. We are still going here, lap 86 of 135, and we continue to watch this battle between Jamie McKnight and Dean Logsdale. Really just fighting it out for P2, P3 right now, while Scott Rankin in the Angry Birds Racing 180 entry sits out in front. We jump behind as Wayne Walker, perfect timing, makes a pass on Dan Hall as they come down towards turn 1. It's great to be back in the booth. My name is Jared Cole, and on behalf of Simple Racing Broadcast, we hope that you're very much enjoying the coverage of this Phillip Island 600. Aidan Cale signing off from the commentary duties after helping me and Josh through the first part of this race. We found ourselves going through Southern Loop. Dan Hall again just on the back of Wayne Walker. These guys looking for opportunity to swap positions at every chance they get. We come on down to Honda Hairpin and the battle rages on. Keep your eye though on that timing table because they continue to fight it out, and you can see Stephen Varga is just starting to reel these guys in. There's been so much going on between Logsdale and McKnight here that's actually given Varga a bit of a chance to catch up. Speaking of catching up, I am doing my very best to do that after stepping away for a little while, and it looks like at this stage, like I had some concerns, 40 odd laps ago, perhaps about where Scott Rankin was and the conversation that we had with him about his strategy before this race. Right now, it is playing out in the best way they could have imagined. And as Aidan said before the break, really, it's going to take a safety car to close that gap down at this stage. The pit stops are going to take a chunk out of the gap, but to have an almost 40-second lead at this point of the race is really, really promising for that Angry Birds Racing entry. Still plenty to go, though. We've got, about 50-odd laps, maybe a little less at this stage. Coming up on about an hour of racing left and still plenty of time for this action to play out. This battle group that we are watching right now, of course, Dean Logsdale out in front with Jamie McKnight behind and Stephen Varga just in behind him. McKnight and Varga pitting on laps 75 and 74 respectively. Logsdale a little further back. He's coming up to about 30 laps on those tyres, but we saw in his early stint that old tyres are absolutely not a problem for Dean. He is very, very quick on them, and so probably expecting him to come in for a pit stop. You'd have to think in the next probably 5 or 10 laps at this stage. We'll have to wait and see. Josh Harris, talk to me. What have I missed here, mate?
Look, Jared, I think that the best way to sum this up for you is the old-fashioned too long didn't read, and that is fantastic driving, fantastic racing, and more strategy options than I have got sticks to point at. Aidan and I just spent quite a bit of time really working through some things, and I'm going to summarise it very quickly once again for yourself and our viewers. Lap 95 is our critical lap, so we are seeing 40 laps achieved, although I'll put a caveat on it. Car number 27 earlier today, while you were having a well-deserved rest, Jared, actually got their tyre down to 0% and received a meat-ball flag. I'm not 100% sure what lap that was, but what I can tell you is that whilst you can go 40 laps, and we have seen Scott Rankin do a 40-lap stint, if you push too hard too early, you won't make it home. You won't make all those 40 laps. So lap 95 is our critical lap. You will see, Jared, that Scott Rankin and a couple of other drivers being... my brain has gone. The Accelerate Sim car of 273 are our two cars still on track that pitted quite a while ago. They have the ability to run all the way to approximately lap 98. And for your understanding, Jared, lap 98 is the exact lap that Matt Vanderkraan needs to hop in the car to make it home and do 54 laps as his minimum. So Scott Rankin and Matt Vanderkraan have a window at the moment. They have to get to lap 95 and the fuel runs out at lap 98. So not a huge window for those guys. For everyone else who pitted in the mid-70s and the very early 80s, their strategy window much wider. They are going to need to do one more pit stop. It will be shorter based on the fact that that they pitted so much later. But, you know, basically, Jared, where we're at is everyone in the top 12 is on the lead lap, and everyone in the top 12 needs one more pit stop to make it home.
Well, that's a pretty nice summary. I appreciate you bringing me up to speed. Hope that everyone's enjoying the coverage. Tim Lawson is in the chat. Let's go, Team AJR. Always good to see you back, Tim. I did throw in, and I hope you got an opportunity to see it, Mitchell. I did, while I was away, just step back to show you your punt back on lap 1, so I hope you caught that, and I hope I didn't give Josh and Aiden too much of a scare as to what the hell is going on with the broadcast when I'm jumping in when I'm not meant to be here. We're watching Jamie McKnight and Stephen Varga right now continue to battle their way around, both running a very, very similar strategy at this point. Their pit stops only a lap apart, lap 75 and lap 74, so those tyres just starting to go off a little now. Dean Logsdale, I was talking about just before you came back there, has gone in for his pit, and it looks as though David Logsdale will be back in the car and on the way back out on track now. Damon Fisher rather, back in P11, the Team Double D AJR entry. Has those fresh tyres. Lap 87, they're probably going to need another stop at this point though, aren't they, Josh?
Absolutely. Lap 95 is our critical lap, so any stops taken before lap 95 mean that there is another stop required, and to be fair, you know, probably whilst 40 laps is theoretically achievable on a tank of fuel, any stop before lap 100 will be difficult to get home on based on tyre wear and things like that. So really 10 more laps until we are absolutely comfortable that we are on the run home. And to quote some of the best out there in Neil Crompton and Mark Scaife, 100% this race is all about buying yourself a ticket to the final 35 laps. We are ever so close, 10 more laps to go, and then everybody with their ticket. And at the moment, that is the top 12 cars roughly can line up and get them punched in order to have that run home. We do now see Fisher come sliding past Heusler. That is a wild move there, Jared. That corner somewhere in the vicinity of 200 to 220 kilometres an hour while you are coming around that corner, and to try and stick your Gen 3 Mustang up the inside of another car and slide the car out wide is a wildly difficult thing to do, and you know, kudos to both of those guys for getting that done, because for every bit that Damon Fisher just put a fantastic pass on, Nick Heusler just did a fantastic job at allowing that pass to happen. There's no doubt about that.
Very, very nearly could have gone horribly wrong for both of them. I see in the hour or so that I've been away, Josh, that the marble situation is certainly not looking great at the moment. It's getting a little hairy out there, isn't it?
It is. We're starting to see a couple of corners that are almost solely one line. You know, Honda Hairpin and MG, you know, our two tightest corners, both right-handers, both fantastic passing opportunities, and unfortunately, as we see those, we do see a car come joining back in. I'm not 100% sure who that was, but someone has had a little bit of a visit down the escape road there at Honda Hairpin. But yes, we are seeing, you know, it's proving difficult to pass, Jared, and that's, you know, that's not just because these are Gen 3 cars. We know our Gen 3 cars are hard. As you do see, Craig Healy just unfortunately needing to, you know, run it long. What I did notice there, not a huge amount of smoke at the back, Jared, which means that a really nice little bit of driving there. Far better to lose a little bit of time by running wide than to destroy a set of tyres and still lose time because you inevitably run wide when you lock it up. But back to your initial point, yes, lots and lots of marbles. I think that it's a credit to these guys and their racing today that there's not more marbles or more kitty litter, I should say. The number of cars off the track has been what I would say is inexplicably low, Jared. You know, certainly if I was out there would be a whole heap more marbles on the track, that's or kitty litter on the track, that's for sure. But we have seen some absolutely outrageously good racing. One thing I would just like to say while I've got 2 seconds, Jared, and I do have the ability with the microphone in my hand. It has been a pretty rough day up in Hervey Bay in particular today, but all around southeastern Queensland, and obviously a number of our ASR folk and even just people that wanted to race this are based up in that part of the world. We do know that you guys are having a pretty rough time, and there's some genuine issues going on, particularly in Hervey Bay today. So if you are a Hervey Bay local, whether you are watching this live or watching it a little bit later on, we are thinking of you, and we do hope that you get through today and the coming days with the very least amount of damage and entirely safe. And we look forward to seeing you out on track again as soon as we can.
Absolutely, mate. And there's a lot of people who are doing it tough for various reasons. The amount of rain falling up here in southwest Queensland right now is pretty phenomenal as I look out my window and see, oh look, more rain. And it's about all I've been seeing for probably the last 6 hours, I reckon, Josh. So yeah, hopefully everyone is staying safe out there. I'll keep an eye on this as Damon Fisher looks to move up the inside of Jeff Sanford. Goes a little wide on the way through on hairpin, perhaps just taking a little bit too much speed, but gets the job done safely in the end. Look, it was something worth calling out, and let's take a brief opportunity to just plug something a little outside of sim racing. This will give you a bit of an idea of who I am away from behind the mic as well. Something that is desperately needed at the moment, folks, blood donations around the place. There have been 22 donation centres closed in Queensland as a result. As we see Jeff Sanford run wide there, Nick Häuser comes through. Had 22 donor centres closed in Queensland over the past 4 or 5 days, and it's been something like 3,000 or 4,000 blood donors who have been unable to come in and donate. It does mean that stocks are going to start to take a bit of a hit around the country. So if you are somewhere where you can get in and donate blood, please do. It'll be much appreciated by people in need absolutely everywhere. Let's keep our eye on the action on track though. Stephen Varga continuing to just roll along at the moment with Jamie McKnight, isn't he? He doesn't look to be trying to close that gap down. He is absolutely playing the long game here. I'm going to call this now. Varga's actually just going to, barring an incident or a misstep from McKnight here, Varga is going to just follow along and wait for McKnight to go into the pits, and then you'll see him start to open it up and maybe go for a bit of an overcut.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be interesting to watch. I'm just having just a little bit of a look at the moment. So these guys, they pitted on lap 75 and 74, so they're very much running together at the same time. Interestingly though, McKnight took somewhere in the vicinity of 15 seconds less fuel. So we are definitely going to see Jamie McKnight need to come in, and probably a fantastic position to be for Varga is watching that. And certainly if I was Stephen Varga and I knew that the car that I was racing was right there in front of me, my plan would be to follow them around, and the moment that they go into pits, I'll go in with them. I am underfueled, I'm overfueled compared to the car in front, which means that I have less time in the pit bay. I should be out earlier, and then we race home. The last thing that I think that Vargs wants to do at the moment is stay out on track longer and therefore end up, potentially suffering an undercut. These cars are so incredibly hard to do an overcut in, so my prediction is that those two guys will once again pit on the exact same lap, and we will see them dive into pits together and watch the race unfold. The one that's interesting for me, Jared, is the guys out in front, Scott Rankin. So we are now on lap 95. In a perfect world, this is the lap that you need to make it to get home. So let's draw that line in the sand, Jared. If you absolutely need to, from this very moment on, you can make it home with a full tank of fuel and a fresh set of boots. As I said, Scott Rankin has fuel until lap 98. How are those tyres holding on? How willing is he to push it all the way out to lap 98 in order to give Matt van der Kraan the least amount of laps possible, so that buys him the opportunity to push a little bit harder and a little bit of fuel. Obviously, if Scott Rankin pits this lap, Matt van der Kraan has exactly the right amount of fuel to get home, and I think that those guys are going to want just a little bit of fuel in the bank to be able to fight. But, you know, like I said when you jump back on the mic, Jared, the overall, strategy for van der Kraan and Rankin is incredibly tight. They've got lap 95 through to lap 98, so we're now ticked over 96. Scotty Rankin's still out in the front. He is 37 seconds in front of second place. I haven't done the math on the full transit time, and obviously he's going to be in the pits for a long time, but with everybody needing to do one more pit stop, I really do think that the battle that we're going to see, 37 seconds extra, Scott Rankin and Matt van der Kraan can spend in the pit lane compared to Varga, who probably is in the best position with regards to he's got a lot of fuel on board, but only needs to get home the same time that everyone else does. So Varga's probably got the shortest pit stop coming up. Scotty Rankin got the longest. It's going to be interesting to see, but I've just got a gut feel that Matt van der Kraan potentially, or Scott Rankin, whoever it was that came up with this race strategy, may have put together one of the best.
We were talking to Scott Rankin prior to the race, and he was certainly talking up his ability to save tyres, particularly. Looking at him right now, he's running around on tyres that are almost 40 laps old, and he's actually, if not holding, but increasing the gap to Jamie McKnight. Now, whether that's the influence of Stephen Varga distracting McKnight a little bit, we've seen that gap to Rankin going anywhere from about 37.7 up to just over 38 seconds right now. Rankin is doing an absolutely phenomenal job out in front. He's clearly not fuel saving because his lap times are still within range of everyone else. He's hitting high 33s as he makes his way around. But those tyres are doing far better than they have any right to at almost 40 laps old. He's done a brilliant job, and every extra lap that he gets in here is going to make the job that little bit easier for Mr. van der Kraan when he gets back behind the wheel. We talk about strategy and unexpected things perhaps going wrong. Let's spare a thought for Damon Fisher and Dean Logsdale in the Team Double D AJR entry back in P8 right now. They had a commanding lead earlier in this race, and Josh, you probably would have missed it, but unfortunately that commanding lead also cost them the ability to really make a decision on an early safety car. They were just about the only car out on track that decided to continue, and the minute they went past and decided to continue without the pit stop under safety car, you saw the entire rest of the field come in, and this is on about lap 18 from memory, and that's really put them at a massive disadvantage. To be back into 8th is pretty impressive. It just makes you wonder, had it not been for that decision at that point, where could they be on this racetrack right now? Funny how a safety car will really just throw your entire race strategy up in the air like that.
Yeah, it is, and that is the genuine.
Scott Rankin's in. Rankin has just come into the pits. That
does not surprise me at all. So, lap 97, that means that Matt van der Kraan is going to do 55 laps to the end of the race, of a minimum 54. So those guys have timed that to perfection. And Scott Rankin, once again, done 39 laps on that set of tyres. And to give everyone an understanding of what that means, Scott Rankin's best lap was a 33.1, and on his 37th lap on those tyres, he did a 33.6, half a second between his best lap and a lap that he could do nearly 40 laps in. To give you some understanding, everyone behind him, in the top 10 cars, there is only one other car that hasn't done a 32. Scott Rankin has absolutely played a numbers game today. He has driven to a number and done it fantastically. And regardless of what happens from here, Scotty Rankin deserves to give himself a pat on the back this afternoon, because that is to absolutely enormous stints. Not a foot has been put wrong, and he has lapped so incredibly consistently that it's not funny. So when you do tune in, Scotty Rankin, no matter what happens from here, absolutely congratulations on an amazing effort. But when we do go back and talk about Double D AJR, you're absolutely right. It's one of those things, Jared, that just happens in motorsport. You can have the absolute best laid plans, but because of the way that motorsport is and the things that can be thrown at you, then you know there are days that are yours, and there are absolutely days that aren't yours. And of course, whoever wins today, if it's anyone but Team Double D AJR, we will talk about the fact that what would have happened. Could have Team Double D AJR made it all the way with that commanding lead at the start? But unfortunately, motor racing is one of those things, and particularly endurance racing, where so many things, every car in this field is going to have a story about something that happened to them early in the race, and maybe a mistake that they made or a brake that was locked. The 027 car, which is now in the lead, they thought that they could push one lap more than they could. They ended up with a 0% tyre wear meatball, and they were forced to change. If they could have pitted at their strategy and not been forced into the pit lane under a meatball, would have their story been different? The reality is that, until you are at this point, this is the point, Jared. Lap 100, like I said before, this is where we go, okay, we're now in a fair fight. From this point on, you can absolutely be disappointed if something happens to you, but really, the first 100 laps is absolutely about, playing this big old game of incredibly fast chess to see where you get to start the real race, and the real race starts now.
And this is the thing, right? You have people ask, why would you want to do enduros? Why wouldn't you just go and do your iRacing officials, do your 15 minutes or your 20 lap races and just enjoy the all-out sprint? This is a whole different game. Playing in these sort of fields, in these sort of events, you can't just go hell for leather the whole time and push through the field and expect to win. There's a whole different style of racing that's involved here that honestly I find it so much more rewarding, not only to watch, but for the few times that I've participated in it. And I'm not going to say that I did particularly well either, for the record, but the few times that I've done some of those, the 3 or 4 hour Nürburgring ones are some of my favourites to go and actually do as a solo drive. But it's a different way of thinking about your race. It's really not actually about being the fastest on track every single lap. It is having the approach that is going to get you to the end in the best possible position. And that's what these guys are setting up right now. I'm just keeping an eye on Varga, because since the pit stop from Scott Rankin, he's come way off the pace. He's dropped a second on Jamie McKnight last lap. He's absolutely gone into fuel save mode. He's going for a different strategy here. He knows that McKnight's pitted on around the same lap. Look, potentially his teammates listening into the broadcast and knows what we know about the amount of time that McKnight spent in the pit on the last one around, and I reckon Varga's going to try and squeeze a couple of extra laps out of this so that he can race with a lighter fuel tank and fresher tyres through to the finish. We've got about 35 laps here to go. Scott Rankin checking into the chat. My arms feel dead. I don't doubt that for a moment.
Well, all I'll say is, Scotty Rankin, if you are listening, mate, you guys have played yourself into a fantastic position, and I would never claim to be able to, guess a finishing position, but I would make sure that you go and get those arms warmed up so that they're at least able to lift a shoe from roughly waist height up to your mouth. That's all I'm going to say for our new viewers. Scotty Rankin has some form, and that form is mighty impressive, and if he does win today, I certainly expect it to continue, that's for sure.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, we asked the question of Matt Vanderkran when he took out the championship in the regular season for Alliance Sim Racing just earlier this week about the prospects of a shoey if he and Scotty did bring it home, and I'm pretty certain his response, if memory serves, Josh, and feel free to correct me here, but I suspect his response was, yep, absolutely, Scott Rankin can handle 2 shoeys on behalf of the team.
That was 100%. the answer. And the only thing that I'm going to leave in Scott Rankin's capable hands is whether two shoeies is two separate attempts at one can per shoe, or is it two cans in one shoe and a double shoey? So either would be both, as impressive as each other. All that I'll say is I had the pleasure last night, Jared, of being at the Race of Champions and watching Chaz Mostert make it all the way to the final, and in a show of solidarity for all Australians competing, Will Brown and Brodie Kostecki took off their race boots. They had changed by that stage into their casual clothes. They took off their sneakers and allowed Chaz Mostert to pour champagne in them, and then they put their sneakers back on and headed off to sign autographs and stuff. And if those guys can drink shoeies out of their sneakers when they've got to wear them all night, then Scott Rankin can absolutely do a double shoey and take one for the team, given that Matt Vanderkraan appears about as capable of doing shoeies as he does of doing championship winning burnouts, which for anyone who didn't watch on Monday is not all that great. As we do see a push on the back and a huge moment there for I think that's Sanford.
It was Sanford getting a bit of nudge along from Spriggs.
Absolutely done a fantastic job to hold that car. We did see Spriggs immediately on the brakes, pulled out of that one. He knew that he got it wrong, although it's not going to take him long to have another crack. So all the way out of Siberia and into the hayshed here, he is having an absolute crack. But that was a huge moment through turn 3, and Sanford did an absolutely phenomenal job of getting that pulled up and not giving us a late safety car. But that was definitely. I think Spriggs is in a bit of a hurry, and he's obviously got somewhere that he's got to be in not too long, because he wasn't particularly prepared to let Sanford take the time to get to where he wanted to let Spriggs past.
Let's keep an eye here. Matt Vanderkraan is the one to watch now, sitting in P3 at the moment, but with fuel to the end. The two cars ahead, McKnight and Walker, lap 75 and lap 81 respectively for their pit stops. And it does look like we have seen Stephen Varga enter the pits on that previous lap. So it'll be interesting to see where that entry comes back out and just where they end up as a result of all of this. But this is the one to watch right now. Also, we were talking about Team Double D, AJR, thanks to the pit stops, etc. happening. Back up into P6 for the moment with a pit stop in lap 87, though. He's still going to need a bit of a splash and dash if he expects to make it to the end.
Yeah, absolutely. So I was just having a bit of a look there at some pits. Obviously, Matt Vanderkraan, the first of the cars that has completed their pit stop that will get them home, and then Jason Bentz he has now completed a pit stop. So he's somewhere in the vicinity of another 30 seconds behind Matt Vanderkraan. So it's going to be a huge challenge for him to rein him in. I think the biggest thing that we're looking at the moment is the Fishy and Accelerate car. What have they got? How long can they go? What can they do with fresh tyres at the end? Obviously, Matt Vanderkraan, he's got somewhere in the vicinity of 38 laps to do to go home on those tyres. So he definitely still has a battle on his hands, because for every bit that he would want to be, head down, bum up at the moment, he's got to drive to that same number that Scott Rankin did. And really, whilst the guys in the Angry Birds car 180 have done a fantastic job on strategy, what they can't account for is the lap times that the cars behind are going to be able to do once they've had their pit. So certainly Jamie McKnight and Wayne Walker out the front in Fishy and Accelerate Sim Racing. Those guys, they pitted on laps 75 and 81. They've still got another 10 plus laps up their sleeve before they need to pit. Matt Vanderkraan's been in for 8 laps now, so that's going to be, up to 18 laps newer tyres. I think that the strategy now for those guys is drive as long as they possibly can, knowing that Matt Vanderkraan's not doing particularly fast lap times, and then really try and storm home on fresh tyres and see who can get there at the end.
I think it's a big ask either way. The gap back to Vanderkraan is certainly not insurmountable. for him to pick that back up, but it is going to add up pretty quickly as they make their way around. Greg Favell on the move again. He was doing this when I was last in the booth before I stepped away, Josh, and I don't know how much you've seen of him driving while I've been out of the booth, but he's just absolutely charging every time he gets in that car, just pulls away. He's already put almost 2 seconds on Jeff Sanford after passing him through the southern loop on this lap. So he is pushing very, very hard up into 9th right now, but a little way back from where he started this race along with his teammate. Last pitted on lap 85, so even on 20-lap old tyres, still pushing out some reasonably quick times, a 33.5 on that lap. Jason Benz, meanwhile, who just came out on those fresh tyres after getting into the car for Stephen Varga, a 132.7. So yeah, they were absolutely saving some fuel for those extra couple of laps, but now Benz is on a charge.
He's got, you know, a stop on lap 101, so he's got nearly 30 laps to go. He needs to, you know, be careful that he doesn't destroy these tyres straight away. You know, he's still got a bit of a game to play, but definitely he's in a bit of a hurry. But he needs to be. He's got a big gap up to Matt van der Kraan. He's got, you know, somewhere in the vicinity of 30 seconds, like we mentioned before. And he just needs to, you know, see how he goes and try and play the long game. No point gaining 15 seconds now incredibly rapidly on van der Kraan and then realising that he can't gain the other 15. He just needs to play this out and make sure that he looks after those tyres enough, as we do see now. That'll be
Sanford running wide.
Yeah, unfortunately for that fantastic car control that we saw a couple of laps earlier, just a little bit of a mistake there, and you know, a lock-up so easy to do at MG, particularly with all those marbles, and has let a car pass. So that's disappointing, and he'll be really upset about that. But you know, still plenty of time and lots of laps to go. So no doubt he'll just get back into it and see what he can consolidate from this point on.
Not super surprising to see Lewis sending it there to get past Sanford either. He's on 20-lap newer tyres, having pitted on lap 100. So he's just gotten back in the car. He's fresh. He's wanting to make up some time back there in P10. But yeah, really all Sanford just getting out into the bubbles there, wasn't it? I don't think Lewis was ever close enough to really force the issue there. But we will see how that all plays out as we bring back into the booth. Look, it's been about 106 laps and change since we last spoke to him, but Scott Rankin, welcome back. Mate, have you had a chance to have a bit of a drink and a lie down?
I'm doing that at the moment. I've got a packet of rice in the fridge. I've just gone outside to check the floodwaters at my back fence and stuff as well. So I'm going to be honest, I had a lot of different concerns during that stint, and some of them weren't actually related to the race at hand. So.
But everything is going well, I hope. All safe and all intact still?
Yeah. Floodwater's just about, I think, hit its peak at about 4 metres, but I can have a couple of shots I'll post in the Discord just of how high the water is and how much there is. The section of the river, and that's probably one of the largest rivers in the country, and it is full. So, yeah.
Some challenging times ahead. Absolutely.
It's pretty normal for us. Like the problem is it hasn't rained in about a day now, and that water level's going to probably keep rising up until tonight. So we're on May. We went from minor flood yesterday, and everyone was like, "Oh, it'll just stay to minor." Today it was a moderate flood, and it's very close to a major flood now. So, but anyway, that's life. I'm not too worried. I'm not impacted is the big key. I won't be impacted unless something dramatic changes from here. So we're good.
Well, the only dramatic things that we want to see really are on track, so let's hope it stays that way. How on earth, I've got to jump straight on into it, how on earth did you get that many laps out of that set of tyres?
When I was talking to you guys about the NASCAR stuff earlier on, like literally the car in all the high-speed corners, the car was driving literally like a NASCAR truck, literally identically. You can hear the front right just scrubbing, and the only thing you can do in that instance just is lift off. If you have a look at the way that actually I've coached Matty into driving the car now, because he's got to do 38 laps to the end here, he hasn't done that yet. I'm the only one that's done that thus far. So literally the coaching to him right now is all the high-speed corners maximum lift, because that's where you're burning all the right fronts. So it's about keeping the car narrow. One of the other big things is that fuel saving actually saves tyres, because you're reducing your peak speeds. Your brakes don't get as hot, and your peak turn-in point doesn't get as hot. So you just take those little bits away from the maximum bits and pieces of the tyre, and it saves it. So that's all it needed today.
We're starting to see some of that play out now as the Accelerated Endurance car comes in. Wayne Walker jumps into the car. Nick Heusler's coming in to pit as well. Jamie McKnight still somehow out there, 32 lap old tyres, so he's got to be getting close. The gap now, though, back to the QRXCM entry behind your car out to just over 25 seconds. Really a pretty commanding position at this point. You've got it about sewn up, surely, right?
Well, that's what coaching Matty through. When I was talking about the psychology bits and pieces, like what is their actual target? I said to him just then, Bensi and Wayne Walker are probably the two cars we've got to keep an eye on, and it's more just monitoring. We just got to drive to those conditions. Basically, Matty was sitting there and going, oh, literally my race now is to drive 34 1s, 34 2s the end of the race, which is, there's slow lap times. There's no pace in that whatsoever, but we do that. It's comfortable. But yeah, the big thing is drive 38 laps on the tyre, don't let it blow, nothing else matters. We're confident Bence is going to fall off again. Wayne Walker is probably the one we're a little bit more concerned about, just because he's managed to manage those tyres quite well. So that's probably the car we're monitoring a little bit more at the moment, but yeah.
All right, well, look, we'll keep an eye on it, and we'll let you continue to get in Matty's ear, but made a fantastic centre stint there from you. Really set yourselves up very well, so hopefully can be chatting to you in about 27 laps time as the winning duo, but fingers crossed from here, mate. A solid drive. Go and earn some rest, I suspect.
Yeah, I was going to do a workout at the gym this afternoon. I don't think that's going to happen now. The legs are wobbly, the arms are jelly. I'm done.
Good time to lie down, mate. Thank you so much for dropping by as we see Jamie McKnight get into the pits there, so we'll get back to the action and leave you to it. Scott Rankin there, jumping on in to have another chat to us after that monster of a stint. And Josh, I think it's pretty well summed up at this point, isn't it? Matt Vanderkraan just needs to be consistent with those laps that he is running, and at this stage, he's bang on 134.3 on that last lap as Michael Whiting gets into the Fishy Motorsport Endurance 27 entry with Jamie McKnight just getting out of the car there, and they're going to be in the pits for a little while yet as Vanderkraan comes down the main straight. He's going to overtake them, and then we're going to get a real picture of what's left to come in the closing stages of this Phillip Island 600.
Yeah, absolutely. We've still got Coleman and Fisher to pit. They still need to do one more to get home. But we are just starting to see those those cars that make their pit stops. And as we see Michael Whiting come back out onto track, he managed to get out in second place. So he's definitely done a good job. Or Jamie McKnight has done a good job in those last stints. He's now got tyres, like I alluded to before, 11 laps newer than Matt Vanderkraan, 16 seconds behind. So it's going to be really important there to see, what he can do. There's still over 20 laps to go. There's 20, 25, 26 laps to go. 16 seconds to rein in. Obviously, it's not undoable, but the trap that I think that Vanderkraan and Rankin are really trying to lay is one where people chase too hard too early, and they end up cooking their tyres before they actually get to the back of the Angry Birds Mustang.
Yeah, there's a lot of catching up to do, and you can see some of those gaps right now out to Vanderkraan are pretty significant. We are into lap 109 now. There's a big lock-up from Spriggs as he hands that position straight back to Chad Lewis. So Spriggs starting to really feel those tyres evaporate under him. Lewis got his tyres on lap 100. Spriggs has had his on since lap 86. It's got to be about time to pit that one, you'd think. We did see as well the Team Double D entry just losing a position to David Coleman further up, and Wayne Walker passing both of those guys like they're standing still. Those tyres for P5 and P6 right now, also from the mid-80s. They're getting a bit long in the tooth, and it is certainly coming up to that final stint time for all of these teams. The only question at this point, I suppose, will be the minimum laps, but at this stage you'd have to think they've got that covered across the two drivers, surely.
Yeah, very hard from our perspective to easily work that out, but I'm going to trust all of our teams that they have been able to, get to the 54 laps. There's definitely been ample opportunity. We haven't seen a large number of driver changes actually happen, Jared. I kind of expected to see, far more driver changes happen, and like each time the car came in and out, but we're really not seeing that. What we're seeing is, guys complete decent length stints. So whether it be, the Scott Rankins of the world who did 80 laps in a row, or probably the more typical one is to see people doing 54 laps in the middle. So, the primary driver starting and then finishing. There's been some really big stints put in today, and I think there's going to be a few people tonight who maybe feel like they earned themselves a beer.
It's just phenomenal to think about that, isn't it? 80 laps straight in a Gen 3 supercar. Is it any wonder that Mr. Rankin is feeling a little bit done at the moment? Jamie McKnight just checking into the chat, saying it was actually pretty difficult to do the 54 laps. I'd be curious to understand that, Jamie. Like, difficult to get the 54 laps in just because of strategy, or just difficult to be in the car for 54 laps? Because I can tell you that much, 54 laps around here, a hard pass from me. Phillip Island is a punishing track, and you cannot switch off the main straight. You really the only opportunity to stop and relax a little, and it's over in the blink of an eye because you carry so much speed out of that last corner that you're topping out. And then turn one is just such a punishing corner. If you're even a little bit off the line, you just don't have time to think about it. Jamie McKnight just confirming in the chat there, difficult with the strategy. Yeah, absolutely. I don't envy any of the drivers and teams here having to figure out what the right approach actually is, as we see Coleman and Fisher continue to battle back and forth. The Fishy Motorsports number 80 and the Team Double D AJR fighting it out for P5 right now.
Yeah, they are, and it's fantastic to see. We're 111 laps in, and we still have these cars that are fighting so close. I think that it's really, really good to see, and Supercars doing Supercars things and presenting us with high quality racing. What we didn't want to see, and of course what we haven't seen, is examples of cars being laps and laps ahead, and we see there, very typical of this part of the track, Jared, where the car on the inside at Lukey just can't get the drive, but we now see Coleman dive into the pit, so he's had enough, he's out. He has absolutely finished up with that set of tyres, and we'll see whether he stays in the car and brings it home or whether he jumps out. But it's very interesting to see that he's bailed, and given how hard he was fighting there, I'd be interested to see whether that was a late call of, I can't do this anymore, I don't want to be around these cars, or whether that was always planned, that it just happened to be that there was cars to fight at the time.
Yeah, interesting. Greg Favell is in again. This will be his 5th pit stop, and if I'm not mistaken, I thought we saw him have to actually take an extra stop at some point earlier, and I've got to wonder if this is have I missed a penalty being served somewhere? It doesn't look it. But he's come in again, and I'm sure he's only just sort of gone back in there. Maybe I'm mistaken here, but it is an interesting one that Favell's back
Very
in again.
Short stop as well.
Yeah, only 21 seconds, so real splash and dash kind of approach there. Maybe just needed a little more by the Calcs to get it done. But he's back out and running again, and we'll see him start to put the foot down. Jamie Dyke just behind him as well. And we will keep an eye on this one, as well as the battles going on right through the field. Apparently, and you mentioned this before, but Jamie Knight just mentioning it in the chat again, pointed it out to me. I don't think I've ever seen a tyre blow before. I don't think I've ever seen someone get a meatball because of tyre condition. And that's one of the joys of this sort of length of race. It's about the only place that can happen, right?
Yeah, definitely. Most of certainly any endurance length race is really about the only place, and these cars are reasonably unique in the sense that their tyres probably wear out at the same time, if not earlier than a tank of fuel. So most of our iRacing endurance racing is done in cars like GT3s or prototype cars, and they really can very, very comfortably double stint a set of tyres. But interestingly, Jared, a tank of fuel also covers tyres. So a lot of teams choose, unless there is a reason to keep them on, like they are warm and it's starting to rain, etc. Most of us choose in endurance racing to change tyres every pit stop because it takes longer to fuel than it does to change tyres. Supercars, however, obviously you change them every pit stop because it's so fast to change tyres in a supercar, but they wear out so incredibly fast. These guys doing 40 laps on a stint, which is somewhere in the vicinity of an hour on a tank of fuel. We do our stints in GT3 cars and we take tyres off, and they've still got 70% of their tread left. So doing endurance racing in supercars is a totally different beast. And I think that it's fantastic that true to form, true to the real world cars, they do absolutely destroy their tyres. And we see Van der Kraan now starting to have to deal with some lap traffic. I'm sure that he's been dealing with plenty of it as we go, but it's going to be important for him now to just make sure that he can keep moving through that traffic quickly. We see that the Fishy Motorsport 027 car is now to inside 10 seconds. So to give you an understanding, Matt Van der Kraan on the last lap did a 33.9. Michael Whiting in the Fishy car has done a 33.1. So that's an incredibly fast time for this part of the race, and it will be interesting to see, does he burn those tyres up before he gets to Matt Van der Kraan? Does he happen to know, does Whiting happen to know exactly what he's got to do to get there? And as we've said for a long time now, Jared, catching in these cars is incredibly different to passing in these cars.
Absolutely it is. Let's take a look. Michael Whiting just coming onto the main straight. He's got it all to do. Jamie McKnight taking the words out of my mouth in the chat. The tyres on this Fishy Motorsport Endurance number 27 car full 10 laps fresher than Van der Kraan's. So Michael Whiting's going to have a bit of confidence to really push this car to some quicker laps. At the moment, lapping in the low 33s. Van der Kraan just sticking to his strategy. We spoke to Scott Rankin earlier, right around that 34 mark. Although I suspect he's probably, knowing Matt Van der Kraan, he's probably watching that relative coming down, and he's feeling a real urge to go quicker because he knows he can. And I suspect Scott Rankin is probably in his ear just calming him down at this point and saying, stick to the plan, to make it to the end. He can battle and defend once Whiting catches up. The only unknown for me, Josh, is Michael Whiting's ability in a battle. He's not a driver that I've watched a lot of, so I'm not super familiar with his capability. I'm certainly well aware of Matt Van der Kraan and what he can do after seeing him all season with the Alliance Sim Racing Season 3. And it's going to be a really interesting finish as we do come closer and closer. 20-odd laps to go. Van der Kraan just about to turn in his next lap time, so keep an eye on this one. But the gap is ever so slowly coming down.
It is, but it's starting to stabilise just a little bit, so it is still coming down, and you make a good point about Michael Whiting. It's a name that I'm not hugely familiar with either. However, one name that I am familiar with is Fishy Motorsports, and there is certainly, at least from the outside looking in, a genuine calibre of driving required to be invited to be a part of that team. These guys are all fantastic drivers, particularly in supercars. And we really do, see this start to unfold now. I think it's going to be interesting, as you said. The guys, Jamie McKnight really made mention that it's going to go down to the wire. I think that if I was if I was Matt Van der Kraan, and certainly if I was Scotty Rankin, that I would just be coaching in, let them come to us. What Matt Van der Kraan doesn't want to do, he's already got to make his tyres last a little bit longer. He doesn't want to start to run too early. So it's really going to be about, being comfortable to allow that gap to come down, and being very comfortable in your own skills and knowing when it's time to put the foot down, because, I've said it a couple of times now that for the drivers chasing, they need to make sure they don't go too hard too soon, and therefore burn the tyres up early in the stint. Chasing, Matt Van der Kraan needs to be careful that he doesn't do the same thing, by starting to run away from someone. So he just needs to take his time, make sure that he ticks off the laps at the pace that they have agreed to do. I've just seen a 33.8 pop up for I think the third or fourth lap in a row. So Van der Kraan is absolutely in a groove at the moment. Michael Whiting in that Fisher car punching out 33.2s. He's been punching out 33.1s and 33.2s time and time again. Bent's in fourth. He's in a 33.6, and then Wayne Walker 33.3. Obviously, when Scotty did jump in the commentary booth just a minute ago to say hello, we heard the name Wayne Walker thrown around as someone who they are nervous about. I'm sure that every lap that goes by, they're becoming more and more nervous about Mike Whiting. As we can see on screen, we do see those times come down. We absolutely expect to be seeing those times coming down. The trick here is going to be around how much is it. And obviously now we see Whiting just in behind some lap traffic, and those headlights are going pretty frantically. This is a challenging spot to be. He's having to make the passes stick. It's absolutely, his right to move through, but he does have to make the passes stick, and we'll just see as he comes now towards the last corner and heads over the finish line, what is he able to do? Where is he at with his time? So Matt Van der Kraan, once again, a 33.8. That's the fourth or fifth in a row that I've seen. It's absolutely phenomenal at the moment, the speed that he is getting, or at least the consistency. Michael Whiting, a 33.7. So absolutely on that most recent lap, he has been held up by that lap traffic. He has now moved through, but you can see there on your screen, folks, having been pulling 7/10 sometimes out of Matt Van der Kraan, to only pull a 10th that time shows you just how much of an impact that lap traffic had, and that's the sort of stuff that Matt Van der Kraan is going to be absolutely sweating on. He is, without a doubt, he's racing forward in the desperate that continues to be held up. He's much happier seeing 1 second come down than 1/10 of a second come down than 6 or 7 tenths. And as we are talking about all of this, Jared, Tim Lawson in the chat just confirming for us that Mike Whiting absolutely has the ability and skill to take it to Matt Van der Kraan. So this is probably the point, having had that confirmed from an outside source, this is probably right about the point, Jared, where we need to lick our lips and really hope that at the very, very least that we see Whiting catch up to the back of Van der Kraan, because for all of the effort that Van der Kraan and Rankin went to put together this fantastic race and really put on a masterclass of strategy, what I want to see at the end is two cars that are absolutely nose to tail and juking it out for the last couple of laps.
You can see that Van der Kraan getting caught up in a little bit of traffic on the last lap, a 34.6. So that's the least consistent lap he's had in a long time, and really balancing out for Michael Whiting there, taking a full second and a 10th out of the gap to Van der Kraan. We're going to leave that up on screen because we want to keep an eye on that, but take a look back here. Anthony Visma and Rick Vigo. Vigo's very, very wide, just letting Visma through at this point almost. And that's Visma freed up to start progressing up through the field. Rick Vigo sitting reasonably comfortably in that Angry Bird Racing number 14 entry in P11. So looking like a reasonable result. Take a look behind him though. That is, if I'm not mistaken, Michael Whiting wants to get through. So he is right on the tail of Weigart right now. So some more traffic, and this really speaks to probably why Van der Kran's last lap was so slow. It's all just a matter of chance, isn't it? As you see a very, very wide moment there from Anthony Visma as he tries to keep that car on track. And this is where Whiting's going to get caught up a little. It's just such luck of the draw where you catch up to these cars that are further back in the field, but that can have a real impact in about 15 laps time when we're talking about a winner.
Yeah, absolutely. And you see Van der Kran immediately back to a 33.8.
Just so consistent, it's insane.
I do have a bit of a chuckle there because, I know that we talk to the bloke nearly every week, but I'm just not sure that he's not a robot.
I'm pretty convinced at this point, honestly.
It's phenomenal. What I will say is I'm just going to give a little bit of kudos to the Angry Birds racing team. We did see just half a lap ago Mike Whiting came up behind the Angry Birds car of Rick Vigor, if I am not mistaken, and I started to wonder to myself how much team games are we going to start to play, and are we going to suddenly see an incredibly hard Angry Birds car to pass? But in true sportsman fashion, Vigor did simply sidestep out of the way and nicely let Whiting through, which is really nice to see that there's no silly games being played, and that we're going to get a really nice straight finish. And it's just about these two guys going as fast as they possibly can while keeping their tyres together and giving us the best spectacle that we can possibly get.
Hey, while we're on the topic of Tim Lawson's comments, I'm just going to call this out as a little bit of a whisper on the street that I've heard. I noticed that if you go back through the chat that Tim was talking about it being a bit of a gamble to be doing 30 laps old tyres. I think we were talking about Mr. Logsdale pushing those very, very old tyres at a point. I noticed that Mr. Lawson, you capitalised the G on gamble. Could that perhaps be a reference to a certain driver we're expecting in Season 4 of the Alliance Sim Racing V8 Supercars series? Just throwing it out there. Maybe if Scott Gamble's floating around in the chat, he could come and have a chat. I've heard whispers, that's all. It'll be very, very interesting to see if that comes to fruition.
You know what they say, Jared? Where there is smoke, there is fire. So it'll be very interesting to see what happens over the next couple of weeks as the Alliance Sim Racing Season 4 field does start to take shape.
And don't forget, we've still got 2 more rounds in this Endurance Championship to go this year. Coming up next, the Sandown 500, and I don't have the calendar in front of me at the moment, but I want to say June for that one. And then, of course, finishing with the big one, the Bathurst 1000 is going to be an absolute cracker to finish out this season for this year. So June 15th for the Sandown 500 at this point, assuming no changes to the dates. 161 laps of Sandown is always a good time. And then the mighty mountain Bathurst 1000, September 21st, 161 laps of one of the most punishing tracks anywhere in the world. And I am here for it. I don't know about you, Josh, but I cannot wait.
No, I can't wait either, but I'll tell you what, if we think about today as it has proven to be a tyre and strategy race, and, there's a pretty big separation in times across the field, and that is just the incredibly fast-flowing nature of Phillip Island. It is one of Australia's premier race circuits. There is no doubt about that. But it is incredibly technical. It's incredibly hard on tyres, and it's so easy to make a mistake here. That really, if we look up and down our ladder there, or our totem pole, there's some pretty big gaps on this track. But what I'll tell you, Jared, just a little sneaky word to those who, as we see, it might have been Spriggs there, just go absolutely firing off the Visma.
Anthony Visma going off the track there, and Rick Vargas says, "Thank you very much. I'll take my position back. You can earn this one again." Look, it's not surprising. These guys are pushing pretty hard at the tail end. There's not much grip to be had though once you get even slightly offline. The number of marbles, the amount of debris you're seeing on this track right now is absolutely unreal. I don't think I've seen anything like it in a long time. And there's a very distinct line of grip here now, isn't there?
Yeah, there is, and that kind of goes to the point that I was just about to make before, Jared, with Visma going off track, and that is that for every bit that this race has been, huge time differentials and strategy. 161 laps around Sandown. Sandown is probably my favourite track for close racing. The times are so incredibly tight. I did a race there, 200 kilometres a couple of weeks ago, and if my memory serves me correctly, 0.9 of a second covered the top 15 or 16 cars from memory. It was something phenomenal, and a bunch of cars all within sort of 2.5 tenths of each other in the middle of that top 10. So it is really, really impressive with how tight it is, but that also carries over out of qualifying and into the racing, and for everyone that is excited about Bathurst at the end, don't get me wrong, Sandown is going to be just as appetising, and 500 k's around Sandown is our Australian curtain raiser to Bathurst, and we should all be excited for it, because these cars, Sandown, 500 kilometres, it's just a match made in heaven, in my opinion, and people probably forget how good a Sandown 500 is when they are too focused on a Bathurst 1000.
Yeah, 100% agreed. I think Bathurst is there's a reason that it is the home of motorsport really in Australia, but let's not discount what Sandown can deliver. I think far too many people underestimate Sandown and just what it does actually throw at drivers. It's almost, I think, considered by a lot of people to be similar to Queensland Raceway in that there's nothing interesting about it, but it's the challenge of a couple of corners in particular that make or break your race there. I'm just having a look at these times that Van der Kraan's been running for the last few laps, lap 120, 121 and 122. Do you reckon he's been told to take an extra tenth out of each of his laps? Because a 33.7, a 33.64, a 33.71, super consistent, and I think he's probably been told to drop it a little further. Now a 33.559. I'm willing to bet we're about to see a 33.6 from him in this next lap, because that's what they figured out they need to hold the gap at to get through these next 10 laps. I can't do the maths that quickly in my head, but 5 seconds of difference back to Michael Whiting, and Van der Kraan, I reckon, has been told that 133.6 is enough to keep him ahead. So let's see what he does turn in over the next couple of laps as Anthony Visma. Oh, safety car. No way. Safety car has come out. What's happened?
We have Greg Favell requesting a tow, so the field is under safety car while we do that. So that's the old Gen 3 engine. So, late in the race, downshifting aggressively to try and pull up for Honda hairpin there, and just unfortunately blown an engine. It's pretty common. It's a normal part of Gen 3 racing, unfortunately, and I'm just interested to see now. Maybe the chat will tell us. Maybe Jamie McKnight just slipped over there to Mr. Favell and put a little $50 note in his pocket and just said, you know what, a safety car would really help right about now. If you were happy just to blow an engine for us, maybe that'd make the end of this race pretty exciting. But we do now see under safety car a 10-lap sprint to the end. If you would have said to me this morning, Jared, to write the perfect script, it would have been something along the lines of a car that's pulled something out of the bag on a strategy, a car that's been fast all day, and a 10-lap sprint to the finish. What a way to go racing. Could anyone have written a more fitting script?
This is going to be really interesting because Michael Whiting's been pushing those tyres hard, but they're 10 laps fresher than Matt Van der Kraan's. I mean, it's really going to depend on just how long we spend under safety car here, but this is going to be very, very interesting. Van der Kraan and Rankin have played such an amazing strategy today, but much like what happened to Team Double D AJR earlier, a safety car can change it all in an instant, and that's where we find ourselves right now. I could not have written a better one. You're absolutely right, Josh. We've got to see how long these guys do spend under safety car. The 24/7 sim services safety car, that Mustang GT3. Look, I don't mind seeing it on track because it's a good-looking livery for a safety car, but not when I wanted to see it for the front runner here in Vanderkraan. The Angry Birds at 180 entry is going to be facing some pretty significant challenges for these last 8 or 9 laps that we're going to have under green flag conditions. And I'm just noting that Jamie McKnight confirming that was $100 that cost to get Greg to pop his engine there. I think a little tongue in
Scotty
cheek, I'm sure.
Rankin appearing to have a momentary panic attack afterwards as he's realised what's being said. Also, just a little bit of a cheeky look into the iRacing side of things. I am also keeping an eye on the chat.
You saw that too, eh, Josh?
In there, and Scotty Rankin has immediately dived into the iRacing chat and confirmed to Greg that Scotty Rankin was his biggest fan up until 1 corner ago. So, look, it's great to see these guys having some fun. I can assure you that there are a bunch of people that are having a really good time today. But if you think that means that they're not serious about this, then you are absolutely mistaken. What we're about to see is some wave around. So no doubt Schroeder is going to get released from being the second car any minute now, which will mean that Whiting becomes the second car in the line. So there we go. We see those cars released. They will do their best to catch up to the train, and then we'll start to see these guys get formed up, ready to do a probably 9-lap sprint to the finish.
There's going to be quite a number of cars getting waved around here because there's a fair few of them that have ended up lapped. And with Phillip Island being a reasonably long and fairly open track, it's a great opportunity to get a lot of these cars back on the lead lap. But for Matt Vanderkraan, geez, what do you reckon's going through his head right now, Josh?
Look, I think that Matt Vanderkraan has been here enough times. You made the point a couple of minutes ago, Jared, that obviously Matt Vanderkraan has been a little bit nicer to his tyres, but Whiting's tyres are 10 laps newer. I'll go out on a limb without having done any genuine analysis and say let's call it even. So those guys are, we'll just cross everything that's happened before this out, and we'll just make the wild assumption that Whiting has used roughly the same amount of tyre up as Vanderkraan has, and from this point on, it is a fair scrap to the end. Now we've had it confirmed in our YouTube chat that Whiting absolutely has the ability to take it to Vanderkraan. We know Vanderkraan's exploits from previous seasons of ASR, and it is absolutely now a flat-out sprint to the finish. So these guys will be saving a little bit of fuel to buy themselves that ability to go flat out. And all of Scotty Rankin's numbers about let's do 33.8s. Or whether it be 33.8s or 33.7s or 6s, that is all out the window. And I'm pretty sure that what Scotty Rankin's done is wished Matt Vanderkraan well and muted his microphone and said, mate, you know how to race, you are absolutely good at this, and it's all over to you, as we do now see Matt Vanderkraan in control of the field up over Lukey Height. So excuse me, he will be getting himself ready to go racing. He is just now waiting for the call that the safety car's in, which he has just received. So Matt Vanderkraan now entirely in control of this field, and he is just waiting for the perfect time to go. Can he get a jump on Whiting, or is Whiting up to the task? We see there the cars all nicely bunched up, just waiting on Matt Vanderkraan. Is he going to go early? No, he does have some, some form recently in waiting very, very long. So we see quite a small group of cars together now because there's not that many cars on the lead lap. We're still waiting We're waiting. Matt Vanderkraan has gone. He has jumped, and we have seen him immediately grab a small gap on Whiting behind. So that's absolutely a fantastic jump for Matt Vanderkraan. And we see back in the field, cars spreading out 2, 3, 4 wide. Can we get through, clean this lap, or are we going to see the old thing, Jared, of safety cars breeding safety cars?
Geez, I don't know if I could handle another safety car coming out right now. It's not good for my heart, mate. As we keep an eye on that timing tower. The battle picking up back here for some of the minor placings as well, but Vanderkraan immediately trying to get the very best jump that he can. Here they come down into Honda Hairpin. A big dive around the outside there from one of the quantum entries. Doesn't come off, and Jamie Dyke looks like he's about to sneak up the inside there potentially. But Vanderkraan continues to maintain that half-second gap to the Fishy Motorsport Endurance number 27 in P2 as we make our way around. This is lap 127 to 135. We've got less than 10 laps to run here, and it is an all-out sprint for all comers right now. Matt Vanderkraan, he's got to be hoping he's done his fuel numbers right. Scott Rankin saying that apparently plenty of pace to burn. He was massively fuel saving before, so he's hoping that he's got some in the tank. As we see Jason Benz looking for a way past Dean Logsdale, who finds himself back up into P5. So an awesome recovery for the Team Double D AJR entry as he goes just a little off track there. A lot of pressure. This group absolutely into it right now. We will keep an eye on as much of this as we possibly can, despite the fact that Scott Rankin probably doesn't want to be watching this at all. Here comes Jason Benz up the outside as they come down to turn 1. Defensive move there from Logsdale. It's not going to be enough. Can Benz get alongside him as they come to the southern loop, or is he going to be forced out? There it is. Big contact. Big contact. That's Logsdale sideways and off the track. Can he get going again? Immediately straight back on into it.
Devastating for Logsdale. Obviously, I wasn't here at the start of the race, Jared, but that's the second time this race that circumstance has been unfortunate to them. So, for someone who had such a fantastic season in the regular season, his endurance campaign is off to a pretty poor start, and he will be bitterly disappointed at best. And it looks like he's now just touched up someone in the background, lucky not to turn them around. And so he is in a cabin full of red mist at the moment, I would presume. Just very quickly, Jared, Matt Vanderkraan on that last lap, off the back of the safety car, a 33.1. That is Matt's fastest lap of the race. If you think that Matt Vanderkraan is doing any form of fuel saving, tyre saving, or anything else, you are mistaken. This is an absolute all-out sprint race to the very end.
Don't forget, though, Wayne Walker was the other name that was thrown out in our chat with Scott Rankin earlier as the one to watch, and right now Vanderkraan has both Whiting and Walker behind him. The only saving grace of Vanderkraan at this point might be that Walker's going to be able to pull enough attention away from Whiting that Vanderkraan gets a little bit of an easier time here, but I can't see that being the case as Jamie Dyke starts to make the move behind Benz as they come into turn 1. Jamie Dyke absolutely going forward at this point. His last lap of 33 flat. But you talk about pace to burn. Vanderkraan last lap of 32.4 to Michael Whiting's 32.46. So both very, very evenly matched.
That is the fastest lap of the race as well, Jared, 32.4. We have waited until lap 129 on tyres that are almost 30 laps old for Matt Vanderkraan to lay down the fastest lap of the race. This bloke has speed to burn, and he is absolutely having a crack at it. Michael Whiting doing a 32.4, his fastest lap of the race, and Wayne Walker a 32.5, his fastest lap of the race. I think, Lewis is 2 seconds adrift now, barring any form of, real catastrophe. I think that we are starting to see a picture of what our podium looks like, but with only a second separating the entire podium, I am certainly not suggesting that we know the order at this point.
No, absolutely. Aidan Sykes telling us to go back and take a look at car 24's overtake in turn 1 on lap 127. I'm not that readily able to get to exactly that, but if you can tell me who they overtook, I can try and go back and have a look at that. Meanwhile, Chad Lewis doing everything he can to hang on to P4, but Benz and Dyke are bearing down on him at a rapid pace. Benz tucked him right behind. Defensive move there from Lewis as they come to turn 1. Benz has gone around the outside of turn 1. carrying so much more pace. And here comes Jamie Dyke to try and repeat it. These guys now sandwiching. Oh, that's an interesting move. Lewis just chucks himself in the middle. Jamie Dyke will be fuming at that because he was carrying a whole lot more pace as he came through there, and Lewis has just shut the door absolutely brutally. Take a look up front though. Now Vanderkraan and Whiting starting to pull away ever so slightly from Walker, who's now a second behind. So these two starting to extend and just hanging in there together as we enter the last few laps. Daniel Johnston, the one that Aiden Sykes overtook on lap 27. I will see what I can do to find that for you, mate.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to give Aiden and gee whiz, I can't remember the name of Aiden's co-driver, but what I will say is that they are doing, sorry, that's Mitchell Steele. Allison is the other driver in car 24. They are doing a fantastic job of doing everything that they can to keep their car in the chat, and that is, in my opinion, purely to try and drive us to say Gigankatangus Racing more than what we have done, because I have certainly avoided it like the plague so far, Jared. But Aiden, Mitchell, well done, boys, not only on having probably the most impressive team name, but also in keeping up on the chat and trying your darndest to get us to say it. Although right now we are back at the front, we're focused on this battle. We are within 5 of the finish, and what I can tell you is that Whiting has been 1/10 and then 2/10 faster on the last 2 laps. He is not letting Vanderkraan go anywhere at all. Vanderkraan has immediately fallen back to those 33.1s. I'm not sure that it's a fuel issue. I think it's purely just around the age of the tyres, but these guys are absolutely going as fast as they possibly can. There is only 4 laps to go. Matt Vanderkraan right now, I'm pretty sure that he's doing everything he can to turn mirrors off in his sim as fast as possible. He doesn't want to know what's going on behind him. He is looking forward. He is counting down the laps to the end and making sure that he hits every single one of his apexes from now until the end. If I was Scotty Rankin, there was probably no one else that I would want in my car. At this stage, I'm sure that Jamie McKnight is pretty happy, with Michael Whiting to be in his car as well. As these guys are shaping up, they are presenting us a fantastic battle. We are now coming around the second to last corner, 1 corner to go on lap 131. These guys are just churning through the laps when they only take a bit over 90 seconds to get done, Jared. They happen incredibly quickly. We will keep an eye on this now as we cross the line at the start of lap 132. We do see our lap times pop up, 1:33.1 for both cars. These guys are sitting there pretty. They are doing lap times that are identical to each other, and I can assure you that 3/10 behind is just a little bit too far for Whiting. He wants to close that up, probably get to within 2/10, and then he's really, in that position that he can start to think about a lunge, but he is also definitely at this point within the slipstream, so he's really doing everything he can to break 1 or 2 meters later than Matt Vanderkraan. Get on the throttle 1 or 2 meters earlier. What has he got to do? How can he pull a couple of tenths extra out of Matt Vanderkraan? It's reasonably easy to do when the car in front isn't quite so close, but once you're racing this close to the car in front, Jared, it's very easy to just ever so slightly miss your turning point or miss your braking marker, and it might not be enough to damage your lap time, but it can be enough to be able to not get any closer. Obviously, whilst the fishy car is definitely within the slip, they are also within the dirty air. There is a touch there on the way out, and the fishy car immediately backs out. Mike Whiting does the right thing. He immediately backs out. Matt Vanderkraan obviously struggling with a little bit of drive, or is making the decision to simply park the car on the apex, and if that's the case, then Mike Whiting is just saying to me, mate, I don't think that that's the game that we want to play. Let's get going. Let's get moving. As we see that gap back out to 2.5 tenths now. And what I was saying, Jared, is it's so difficult when you've got the car in close, because you might have the slip, but you've also got just a little bit of dirty air in these fast corners. Mike Whiting will be using more tyre to stay with Matt Vanderkraan. He will be using, more fuel. He'll really be working harder. It takes so much more concentration. So this is that age-old saying. We've said it over and over and over again, or we've commentated together in the last few months, Jared. It's one thing to catch in these cars. It's a very, very different thing to pass.
Absolutely, it is. Look, it must be my fault there, so my apologies to Jason Benz, because he was closing in on Wayne Walker right up until we went and had a look at him, had a bit of a moment through Southern Loop, and has had to back it off again. So we'll keep an eye on that one, because he is looking to challenge for P3. He's made a huge move to get onto the back of Walker here, and just might have the pace on tyres that are 20 laps fresher than Wayne Walker's. Just might have the pace to take P3, as you see the flash of the unburnt fuel from the exhaust as they come up to the top of Lukey Heights. Vanderkraan now, big lock up. That could be what it takes. Here goes Whiting's through. Contact.
Oh no!
Vanderkraan spun him. What is going to happen here? So
that's a huge moment. We'll need to look at that again, Jared, and see whether the Fishy car squeezed the Angry Birds car on the exit. That's a perfect opportunity there as you do come through MG corner. Matt Vanderkraan would have immediately been head down and trying to get the drive out of the corner to still be on the inside at the second last corner. And if if Michael Whiting thought that he had overlap on the way, thought that he was clear on the way out, he may have been looking to close that gap, and if he squeezed Matt Vanderkraan, then I would expect that we'll see no further action on that one. But of course, if there wasn't squeezing, and if Matt Vanderkraan has tried to steal as much road as he can, we could actually see a little bit of an issue for the Angry Birds car, as it has now slipped back into third place, and the race lead with only 1.5 laps to go, Jared, has absolutely fallen into the lap of Wayne Walker. But he does have Bence and Matt Vanderkraan within half a second. We have been talking up a race to the flag for the last 15 minutes, Jared, and we're going to get it. We're going to see a three-way battle to the flag. Unfortunately for the Fishy Motorsport guys, it's incredibly disappointing that they're not involved. As Wayne Walker throws it wide on the way into MG corner, such an easy thing to do. He is going to be kicking himself as he makes a mistake on the second last lap, as we do see now the Quantum Racing car comes around the final corner, and they go and they greet the white flag. 1 to go. There is 90 seconds of racing to go, Jared. What can Bence do? Can he hold Vanderkraan behind him? Is he going to look in the mirrors and see those Angry Birds across the bonnet and realise who he's got behind him? Does that play into it? Is he able to string all of these corners together? We are 134 laps into a 135 lap race, folks. You could not ask for a better finish. It's unfortunate for Jamie McKnight, who has been somewhat disadvantage. He's been turned, but we now change our attention. One of the last genuine passing opportunities. Matt Vanderkraan thinks about it. He's not close enough. He's not going to get it done. Can he range up on the back from here to Siberia? These corners are absolutely critical, Jared, and this is for the race lead. We are on our very last lap, and we are building towards the end. The drive out of Siberia, absolutely critical, and there's no doubt that Bence has got the better drive there as we flow through the hay shed, one of the fastest corners on the track, and really sets yourself up for Lukey Heights and then down into MG. Do we see one last attempt from Matt Vanderkraan? Is he able to absolutely throw it down the inside here, or does he need to settle to follow through? He goes there, he follows Bence through the corner. 2 corners left now for Bence. 2 very, very fast left-handers. Absolutely needs to keep it on the track here, Jared. Needs to make sure that he doesn't throw it wide on the last corner. He will be absolutely sweating bullets. I don't know how many laps he's led today, Jared, but it wouldn't be more than a handful, I don't think. And the Quantum Tint Solutions car absolutely comes through, meets the checkered flag. A fantastic result for Bence. Vanderkraan in second. Wayne Walker holds on to third. Fishy Motorsport Consolidator, 4th place by the look of it. And then we see Anthony Visma and Michael Schroeder for Accelerate Sim Racing in 5th and 6th. Chad Lewis in 7th. Rick Vigor in the second Angry Birds car in 8th. Brian Minogue for SLS Racing in 9th. And Dean Logsdale, after a really tough start to his campaign, rounding out the top 10 for AJR. goodness gracious me, Jared, I am completely out of breath. Please come and rescue me and take over. What a finish to that race.
I didn't want to stop you, mate. You were on a massive roll. You could not have predicted that as a finish. The two primary sponsor cars ending up in the battle to the finish. Jason Bentz there celebrates, and rightly so, although I'm not convinced that he just didn't completely run out of memory on how to actually get that car around the track. He's probably celebrating so hard inside there. A huge win for the QRXCM entry. Matt Vanderkraan in P2 looks still a result, but certainly not what you would have predicted. And Jason Bentz will make his way around to the finish again. I want to go back and let's take a look. I want to take a look and see if we can figure out at a quick glance what actually went wrong with the pass when Whiting's come through on Vanderkraan. Big lock up there from Vanderkraan as he goes wide, and it doesn't look to me like Whiting's had anything to do with that. However, the question will be whether he came out and squeezed him. I actually think I've got to say that looks at a glance, that looks to be all on Vanderkraan, and so we're going to have to just wait and see what the stewards have to say about that one. But that won't make any difference at all to Jason Bentz, the QRXCM entry, the Quantum Racing entry, looking phenomenal. Out of nowhere, you've got to say, for those guys, they've been in it all day, but they wouldn't have thought they were in to challenge for the win. Stephen Varga did a phenomenal job in that car as well. And in the end, it's paid dividends for them as they come down the main straight again. And yeah, look, just a huge finish for them. You couldn't have asked for more, could you?
No, Jared, I am absolutely in shock at what we have just seen unfold. Not the finish that I would have expected to see. Absolutely devastating for Mike Whiting and Jamie McKnight. Regardless of how that is assessed. I can probably sympathise and see argument, Jared, for penalties for both drivers or a no further action racing incident style outcome. But no matter how you look at it, an absolutely devastating outcome. If we go looking for them, the 27 car all the way down in 11th place. So at the end of the day, for them to put in 132 laps or whatever it was, Jared, before and be fighting for the win and end up back in 11th is absolutely devastating for those guys, and my heart goes out to them. But for everyone else, it was a fantastic result. Obviously, a big asterisk over the Angry Birds Racing 180 car. Will they get to hold onto that second position? But once again, no matter what happens from that perspective, it means that they have put in a fantastic result. And I'll let you talk to the rest of the teams, Jared, because there has been a fantastic display of motor racing today.
There absolutely has, but let's bring the winners of this afternoon's event into the booth. We've got Jason and Vargs joining us here. Gents, what a phenomenal result for you. That's probably not what you expected to have happen in the last few laps of that race, was it?
No, the change of tyres didn't go as well as I thought it would, but hey, in the end there it was probably handy, seeing as Matt and what's his name? Tripped over each other. Matt and Michael tripped over each other. Brought us back in the game.
Not quite what we had expected either. And then, of course, the opportune moment to get past Wayne Walker as well. And guys, what a phenomenal win! Congratulations, first of all. Any shout outs? Let's start there. Who got you there today?
Quantum Racing.
And XDM.
Yeah, that's the
XCM
one.
Quantum Racing, that's the one. Look, I don't even know where to start with this because both of you put in some phenomenal seat time to just be in the right position to come away with the win today. I might start with you, Vargs. Obviously, we've seen a fair bit of racing in the ASR Standard Series over the last 10 weeks or thereabouts. How does today change the way you have to race compared to what you've seen throughout the regular season?
No, it doesn't. Just get better.
Just gets
Get better, really. Yeah. I still don't like this car. I prefer the old cars, but yeah. Look, hats off to Jason and his call to go into pits, because I thought, I don't know if it's the right thing to do, but he pointed out that he'd only be 7th at first off, and thought, it was the right call. So no, it was a good thing to do. We might have a question over the overtake with Dan Logstar, but we think we're up far enough, so we'll let the stewards sort that out.
Let them do their thing. Yeah, look, I don't envy them at all at this point, and certainly not anything to do with your particular overtake either. There's going to be plenty of conversation going on, I'm sure, up in the stewards' room. Jason, for you, was there a particular high point of the 130 odd laps that you've done here today that stands out above anything else that we saw?
A high point in this supercar. It's hard to pick one. The last lap was a high point because we were in the lead with fresh tyres. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the car. Yeah, but the race went well. We sort of decided to not go the full distance in stints and just bring it back to where the tyres were at a happy medium rather than going long and going really slow on the old tyres. I'm quite surprised Scotty Rankin was doing what he was doing, but hats off.
Yeah,
well done to you, mate.
Yeah, huge effort.
Trying to keep that lap pace up and all the different strategies that were out there. It was just kind of hard knowing where everyone was at until the last stop.
Yeah, no doubt at all. Well, gents, look, you're probably both well overdue for a drink of choice at this stage. So we're not going to keep you here for ages. Sorry,
been drinking since the start of the race.
That explains why you look so relaxed throughout it.
Performance enhancing drinks.
Well, I figure I drink every other time, so why should I do anything different now?
Consistency is key. Absolutely right. Guys, a phenomenal effort from both of you. A fantastic win for round 1 of this Endurance Championship. Last question from me, looking ahead to Sandown, any thoughts on strategy for that? You're planning to pretty much play it the same way. I mean, you're now going to be sitting at the front of the championship, so it's yours to lose, no pressure. 2 more big races to come. What's the plan between now and then?
For me, a bit more practice.
Yeah, I think we just go in, have fun, and whatever happens, happens.
Yep.
Not too serious, it's just going in and having fun.
Fair enough. Well, gents, well done. Congrats again, and we will let you go and celebrate and relax after a long time driving there.
Can I say a quick thanks to Tim Nickel Photography, Quantum Racing, and I don't know anyone else. There is a roofing mob from Daniel Norris, but I can't think of what it's called, so I'll say thank you to Daniel Norris Roofing. And anyone else?
I second that and thank yourselves for the broadcast.
Yeah, cheers.
Pleasure. Thank you for putting on the racing, gents. It's been an absolute cracker to watch today. We'll leave you to it. The QRXCM entry, car 868, taking the win in the end. Just a phenomenal way to finish off this first round of the Endurance Championship. Congrats, gents, and we will chat again soon, no doubt.
Cheers, guys.
Jason and Stephen Varga joining us there. And Josh, mate, I don't know. I don't know how else to sum that up. I can see waiting in the green room, we've got a few people who might be able to have a chat to. I don't know where I want to start next, but I think it's got to be Scott Rankin and Matt Vanderkran, doesn't it?
And they came second, mate. So yeah, look, it's probably the appropriate time to have a chat to our 2 probably most regular visitors to the booth. Welcome along, gents. Probably not the circumstances that we wanted to be chatting to the both of you, and certainly a huge shame what happened there. I know that there's still, unfortunately, unless you guys have heard something that I've missed on the Race Control channel, a bit of an asterisk over the end of that race there. But if we put that aside, a fantastic strategic race, and really interested to hear from your perspective, how that race unfolded, and if it was particularly those last couple of laps, if you hadn't have had that safety car, do you think that you had enough to hold on?
Yeah, 100%. I was taking it very, very easy on the tyres to make sure we had some left. There was plenty more left in the tank, so to speak. But yeah, it's a real shame that finish that way. Bit gutted for Scotty mainly, that the stints he put in the middle there were somewhat remarkable. So yeah, very disappointing.
Oh, what a race. What a cracking race, though. Like, I mean, you sit here at the end of it and you're arguing. I mean, if you have a look at the best Supercars races of all times, it's the races where you're arguing over whether or not that's a penalty at the back end of the race. Like, and that's exactly what we're doing here. I think one of the biggest things that we're talking about the back end of the race, like we've had a bunch of guys come in and say, you know, congratulations on us and what we were able to achieve today. But at the same time, there's discussion from both camps. It was really good to chat to the Fishy guys and see what their minds were at the back end of that one. And they think they would have caught us. We think we would have held on. Like, how good's racing? That's a great, you can't get a better race than what happened just there. And that's, you know, again, it's a shame that contact was made. It's a shame it ended that way. But if it didn't end that way, like, oh, I mean, Matty was probably going to have to cover Michael in the last couple of laps anyway. Like, it was trending that way. So it's a tough race. It's car racing at the end of the day, and whether we get penalised or whether we don't get penalised, what a brilliant day of racing.
Mate, I couldn't sum it up better, Scotty. I think that you summarise it perfectly there. That those, you know, those finalised or those finishing laps where we're really, you know, just going crazy about what's going to happen, really breeds fantastic racing. And of course, none of us ever want to see people trip over, but it is an unfortunate nature of motor racing. Matt, you said you had plenty left there in the bank. We did see you grab straight off the back of the safety car. You grabbed the fastest lap of the race, but then very quickly settled back to those sort of 33 1s and 33 2s. Did you have more as well after the safety car, or was that everything that you had?
No, I went as hard as I could after the safety car, that's for sure. Knowing how quick Michael is, I was happy enough at the first. I was sort of keeping him at bay, that half second, 0.6, but over Lukey Heights and down through MG, he certainly had it over me. I went for look, I don't know what happened there. It's such a shame we got together. Very, very disappointed.
Mate, these things happen, and you know it was just one of those things. In my opinion, it's motor racing, and you'll get the chance to go again, no matter what way any penalty falls, if there is one. I think we've all been involved in stuff like that, and I wouldn't beat yourself up too hard. We look forward now. Same pair coming to Sandown in a couple of months' time.
I certainly hope so. We haven't had that discussion, but I can't see why we'd change it. It was bloody good fun.
Yeah, I mean, that was the plan, running with Matty. Hang on.
We're about to get a rhythm.
I'm not sure what's just happened.
Bugger.
We got 10 seconds.
Yeah, we just got 10 seconds. So
there it is.
That'll drop us down a mile.
That's fair enough. Yeah. It's racing. We went out. We went hard at it. That's going to drop us back to, I think that's 10th. We'll end up 10th after that. So it's tough. That's really, really tough. Like, I think the biggest thing is that you guys said it as well, Matty. There was no intent from Matty to make contact in the exit there. There's no intent from, like, the biggest thing that we noticed straight away was that Michael definitely come back to the left to try and shut us down coming into turn 11, and Matty's on the marbles and snaps slightly right at the same time. It's tough. To be perfectly honest, I think I said it at the time, like, I can see a world where they penalise us, I can see a world where they, you know, I'm hoping that they don't penalise us, but, you know, it's one of those line ball decisions, and to be perfectly honest, I'm okay with it either way. I'm okay with they don't penalise it because that sets the standard. I'm okay if they penalise it because it sets the same standard again. So it's one of those that's right on the edge, and yeah.
Yeah, it is what it is. And that being the case now, I'm going to offer Michael and Jamie and the Fishios 2-7 a massive apology. I cost them a win, which doubly sucks. So anyway, I'm very sorry, boys.
Look, you know, if it wasn't for the 134 odd laps of marbles that have been laid down over Lukey Heights prior to that, the other result would have been you two coming out side by side, and we would have had a run down to the line there. So, you know, it's one of those things in racing, as we said. And gents, look, as always, taken in the spirit that we would hope that everyone would here with Alliance Sim Racing. You've put on a phenomenal show today, regardless of the result. And I, for one, will be watching very, very closely when we do get to Sandown in a couple of months' time. Not the result we were hoping for you today, but, mate, for both of you, yeah, look, phenomenal drive and sets you up very, very nicely for the next couple of rounds. So congrats on the strategy, if not the outcome.
Thanks, boys. Thank you very
Thanks,
much.
boys. Cheers. Yeah, no, my pleasure. Good on you, boys.
Matt Vanderkraan and Scott Rankin there, and Josh, mate, it's not a great surprise in terms of the outcome of that one, but I tell you what, if not for that last couple laps, if not for that last safety car, it's the way racing goes, isn't it? Like you end up with something completely different for what you think you're going to be seeing for the last 30, 40 laps, and all of a sudden, safety car comes out and a couple of different things happen, and you end up with a result like this. Doesn't take anything away at all, of course, from Benson Bargs to take out number one there, because they had to be amongst it to be able to do it. But at the end of the day, that is racing, and that's just the way that it does fall sometimes. I don't know about you, mate, but despite it not being the result that I probably predicted for today, I can't be unhappy at all with the show that we've had to put on and to cover here for the broadcast.
No, mate, I think that it's pretty cool to be able to, call a race that has us, whooping and hollering at the very end. Endurance racing does run the risk by its very nature of being so long, of, being somewhat boring is probably a disappointing word to use, because the drivers put so much effort in, but the reality is that
let's go with
under those laws, underwhelming. That's a great word, and thank you for stepping in and rescuing. But today was anything but underwhelming. There was parts in the middle of that race, Jared, while it was Aiden and myself doing the call, where there was really these portions where the whole field was spread, but we never had a point where there was nothing to talk about, because the work that was going into strategies was absolutely fantastic, and it's a credit to everyone here. There was a number of different strategies at play today, and what it really showed was that the drivers had done their homework, and rather than just drive until the tyres wear out or the fuel runs out, and then refill full of fuel and go again, and so on and so forth, and just see what happens with half an hour to go. These guys really put a huge amount of effort into their race strategy, and it's a credit to them all, and it was so much fun to be here and call a race of this length. It was, as you said, a huge shame for everyone involved that there was a tangle for the lead right at the end, and as we've seen, the stewards have handed out that penalty now, which will drop Angry Birds 180 to 10th position, I think, maybe 8th. But no matter what, it's a shame for them. It's a shame for Fishy 027, and we'll see. We'll see them get the opportunity to battle it out again at Sandown, and I touched on it during the race. I can't wait for Sandown, Jared. I'm so incredibly excited to head to one of Australia's favourite tracks, if not premier tracks. It probably doesn't feature on many lists of the very best tracks in the country, but from a racer's perspective and the racing that it puts on, we are in for a spectacle in a couple of months' time.
Absolutely we are, mate, and it's going to be hard to wait for, honestly, but a massive congrats to Jason and to Stephen Varga on their win. Quantum Tint Solutions, West Oz Roof Restorations entry, just in the right place at the right time, and sometimes that's all it takes as we look ahead to what is still to come in this series. So the results as they stand on your screen, obviously some alterations to be made there once penalties are decided and all up to date, but a phenomenal drive nonetheless from all of the entrants here at Phillip Island for this PI 600 round one of the Endurance Championship. From everyone here at Simple Racing Broadcast, we hope you've enjoyed the coverage. I am certainly looking forward to bringing you more, and a massive thanks, of course, to Alliance Sim Racing and the major sponsors Quantum Tint Solutions and AA West Automotive for making this all happen. And of course to 24/7 Sim Services for their support, and Tim Nickel Photography as well. A huge event. I'm looking forward to doing it again. I will, the one thing I will make sure that I do highlight before we wrap this up, Josh, is that I honestly thought I was done with having to pronounce Ugangatangas when they were involved in the Pink Fins Sandown 500 all of about 9 months ago, and they're back to haunt me, so I will keep an eye on them next time around as well.
Congratulations on nailing the most difficult to pronounce team in Australia, and congratulations to there you go, I've lost it. The Utangagangas guys. I think I've said that backwards. But congratulations to them. Congratulations to them on keeping us on our toes and desperately trying to get us to say their team name. Jared, thank you for having me along. Thank you for everyone out there for listening to us and hanging around. We have had company the whole way through this race. It has been absolutely fantastic. I've loved every minute of it. I can't believe the racing that we've had the pleasure of watching today, and I can't wait to be back here next time with the Alliance Sim Racing Endurance season.
Absolutely, and we will leave it at that. Thank you so much for tuning in. Make sure you don't miss a moment of the racing action. Do hit that subscribe button down below so you always know where to find us. And we look forward to welcoming you back for the start of Season 4 of the Alliance Sim Racing V8 Supercars series in just a couple of weeks' time, as we look to the next round of this endurance season. Not until June at this stage, so a few more races to come between now and then. Do make sure you stick with us, and we look forward to bringing you more of the action very, very soon. Until then, though, from everyone here at the Simple Racing broadcast team, a massive thank you for tuning in. It is goodbye for now.